is going to be interesting. As we proceed, you know, one of the things that we've always really stressed is the safety of everybody in the room. So we're asking that unless you really can't speak through your mask, keep your mask on. Also, we've got the partitions in, so please respect each other's space. We have hand sanitizer for you. We have wipes. We'll spray the room when you leave for lunch. We have a room air purifier. We hydrostatically cleaned the room last night. We'll clean it again Monday morning before your Monday night meeting. This is, as we've talked before, this is a casual type of environment, so if you need to get up and stretch, if you need to use the restroom, if you just need to stand up, please feel free to do so. We will stay with the schedule as best we can. Our goal is to cover as much as we can, no later than 5 o'clock today. We have lunches coming at 12:30. They're boxed lunches with your names on them, so you should have that all in front of you. I also have these available. If any of you would like to have a separate mask, I have those. If you'd like those, I have them right here. Can give you instructions on how to put them together. Also, they're yours to take home. So please, at the end of the session, take these with you. They're really kind of nice if you travel anywhere. They sit over glasses. They sit on your face. They're really lightweight, and they work. So if you want some, I've got them right here. Your comfort level. We have our department heads here. They will come in. They will speak. They will come to the lectern. They'll do their review. They'll answer your questions. And then when you're done, they will leave. Some of them have some commitments today, so they will actually leave the building. I know Police Chief Johansson has a basketball tournament for his daughter, and he'll be leaving after that. Some people will be staying, some won't. Some will go home and listen to it. But at the same time, please, that's why we kind of wanted you to get ready to get your questions, because these folks, once they leave, most of them will leave the building. Otherwise, they're going to be in either one of the two conference rooms, or if they have an office in the building, they may go there. Again, our goal is to keep a separation as much as possible. We'll ask you for everybody's convenience that put your cell phone on silent. That's so we won't have any disruptions. We will take periodic breaks. That will be on your comfort level. Over here, we do have some snacks for you. And then in the break room, one at a time, we have a Keurig machine with coffee pods that's available for coffee, tea, and so we have that available with you. So please feel free to help yourself to that. If any of you want, if we didn't get to, we can get you, need stickies, if you need a highlighter, we can make those available to you as well. The stickies, well, anything we give you, please take home with you. They're yours. And so that should cover that. We've handed out handouts to your books. I think some of you have already made the insertions there. Nikki will go over those too when we get to her part of it. Again, probably more just for Adam Caduce, since you're the new person. What we do is, it's a casual environment. We have Q&As. Between Nikki and I, we hand off periodically. I'll give an introduction. She'll go over financial information. We'll make the introduction. And then if one of us has to get out, stretch, use the restroom, get something to drink, the other one will take over. So between the two of us, we should be able to guide you through this process and answer most, if not all, of your questions. After many years of doing this, we're good at making things up, so it sounds really important when it comes out of our mouth, so just hang with us if you would, please. This is being YouTube, is it not?
Yes.
There we go, and it also, it's WebEx, and we could have calling. I know when we get to the library, one or two of the library board members will be connecting electronically. And other than that, we're not aware of anybody who made additional requests in advance. Is there anything we can answer for you in advance before we get going?
And you all saw the packets sitting on your spot that is the orange and really bright colored replacement pages. So those are all labeled by section. So the abbreviation stands for the tab that it's going into. So if you would trade those out, just the changes. So we finalized what we've sent out to you all last Friday. And in the meantime, we've worked through the rest of the debt service, changed a little bit on the TIF structure to shorten that up. So that changes the TIF section and the debt section. So those are just some new pages, doesn't change anything about the levy or anything, but.
We'll give you a minute till you're all settled. Well, we appreciate that, Bob, and that's extra points.
It's really loud.
Yeah,
I had one question last night. Who came up with the idea of labeling some of these BS?
Yeah, I give credit to Addison. He was awesome. I'm like, we probably should have just put S because BS 1 through 18 does feel a little, they're not labeled that way in the final document, but this allows us to independently do it during review sessions and trade out pages easier. But it could be, but that's all your revenue in that section, so I'm hoping it's not.
That's Nikki's slush fund.
Yeah.
We
the
don't like
infamous.
that word, of course. But,
You knew it was going to come out at some point.
I know.
What was the
Do
over
not-
under on when somebody would say slush fund?
No, you
There you
cannot
go.
use that. No,
We made it 14 minutes, so I think maybe you won that one.
yeah. And Nicole's almost done with Adam, so it's nice and done there.
On this one, it's
Ask him how the volume is there.
Okay.
oh, yep, let's leave that. It doesn't like that for some reason. I don't know why. I'll turn you into this, I'll get you. Sorry. This gives me lots of control and.
So far, you've gotten farther than I've been able to go.
He said the YouTube feed is fine, so
Okay, good. Is it on both conference rooms or just the main one?
it's in on both.
I'm just curious. Is it on? Okay.
Personal I've never today I've heard it.
These two I'll talk about in the intro. Just the orange and the pink pages actually go in the binder. This is part of the overview connection, WebEx. This is why we make you go first, James, so that you're here to help with our technical connection issues. There's one on the bookshelf and on the fire safes. There's a couple there too. Okay.
I did buy something. It hasn't arrived yet, but I bought essentially something to make my bike a Bike Plus.
Oh, really?
It's called a Rotate Mate. It's an extendable monitor that'll twist it then too. So
You just ordered that online?
yeah,
I ordered new pedals for mine.
SPD pedals.
Yeah. And then I got, my problem was.
Sorry? No.
Big enough. So I had to order.
The last thing I knew to this crowd.
What do you wear? 15?
14? Yeah.
This is not a tailgate.
This level's off.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
No, it's okay. Hey, this is looking promising. Okay, and that's 3,600, right?
We're just gonna do it as an.
Whatever, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay, go ahead and turn your volume all the way down.
Okay. No. I understand. But did you change out chairs? Oh, was it broken?
No, I just didn't want to take the time to figure out the lounge room.
Okay.
Hopefully the volume is off.
echo. He told me just.
I don't have close of Ron's coffee cup.
That's what,
You still hear this murmur in the back.
okay, I was gonna say my volume is all the way down.
Yeah, there's still a little bit coming through. It's not by the end of the week.
I'm gonna be on
Kind of wait, see who else.
Yeah.
Give it a push if you go all the way around.
Oh, wait, right, okay.
That's going up, I think.
Yep, here we go. But when I do the slide thing, it's showing me the volume is totally off, but then when I hit the two buttons,
Well,
it's still on.
yeah, here.
Yep. I think so. Because what's funny about this is none.
Yeah, I
But then
know.
the volume bar had.
There's an echo.
It's good now.
Somebody's is still on.
Ron. So you can flip your screen. Your phone.
Yeah, it's gonna be able to, let me,
There.
go to rotatemate.com.
I like that.
Check it out.
Yeah, I had a 14 and I couldn't get Peloton shoes that big, so I just ordered them. Yep. Oh, yeah, start video?
Oh, I'm a 15, Adam, so.
Here we go.
I'm a 14, I'm kind of in between here. I'm a 14 in dress shoes, but for sport shoes, I need a 15.
All right, thank you for your patience. Do one more sound check here to see if we've gotten rid of the echo, and you should be seeing all of our cameras here from the room. Aaron or Derek, if you're available to chat and let me know.
There's an echo on somebody's.
And so when you speak, anybody in the room, when you speak, please make sure your microphone's on or they won't be able to hear us on the WebEx.
Green light.
Green light is on. All right.
All right, are we ready?
I just shut those two doors, but
We're ready? Good to go? All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Saturday, January 23, 2021 Urban Hill City Council meeting. And I'll ask Nicole to roll call, please.
Carberry Montgomery. Here. Caduce.
Here.
Obrecht.
Here.
Hoagie.
Here.
Russell.
Here.
Thank you.
Well, since we're all in here together, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance quick. We're all here. We can do that. Just standing in front of your computer. I pledge
Allegiance
To the flag.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dell's a national leader in character counts, endeavoring at all times to promote and model the principles of trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. In conducting today's meeting, we expect that all participants will act in a respectful manner consistent with these principles. Item 2 is approve the agenda. I'll ask, is there a motion? Motion by Obrecht.
Second.
Second by Caduce. Discussion, roll call.
Obrecht.
Yes.
Caduce.
Yes.
Carberry Montgomery.
yes.
Hoagie.
Yes.
Russell.
Yes.
Got to get used to doing it with everybody live versus on the internet, so, all right. Item 3 is to discuss the budget on our regular agenda, and to start us off, I'm going to turn it over to AJ. AJ?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you. And once again, welcome to the Saturday morning budget session. We appreciate your dedication and willingness to come in. It is only, if I recall, the only third time that you guys have been together as a group since March 18th of 2020. So I think we're making some strides there. As I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of the safety protocols in place that we follow on a regular basis in our building here. We hope that they are satisfactory and that they work for you. Won't go over all the stuff I went over earlier, but I'll just mention it is still a casual environment. We respect the fact that you're going to be here till 5. You need to get up, you need to stretch. We have snacks, coffee, everything else that you should be able to need today. So again, the restrooms are in that corner there. Break room's over in that corner. We'll break at 12:30 for lunch. And again, thank you and for your time and dedication for this process this morning. This kicks off our review for the fiscal year 21-22 fiscal year budget, which begins July 1st, 2021. Again, those of you who have, all of you except Mr. Caduce have been through this before. So again, our format is relatively the same. Again, a little bit of the COVID impact that we have. I'll try to keep my comments focused and direct on the budget material because we have a lot of material to cover. Under your overview tab, we've put together an overview of the process for the budget and the results of the after our review internally. Again, just kind of a real quick recap. Departments start putting their budgets together in September, October, and then through late November through mid-December, myself and Nikki sit down with all the department heads, or we virtually met with them this time, and we reviewed their budget. We went through everything. This year, obviously, extremely different. As I mentioned, March 18th, we closed our doors. Our operational world changed significantly, just like the rest of the world. And so there were things that we were able to continue to do. Public safety operations still stayed fairly standard, status quo. Outside operations with park maintenance, street maintenance, snow removal, those type of things, again, that type of environment allowed us to continue to provide our same operational level. We did at the beginning, however, made significant changes because of the unknown issues associated with the COVID disease, is that, as you know, we rotated our crews through both in public works and in parks, that we would have one crew on a week, one crew off on a week. So until we understood exactly what we were dealing with and we could put particular protocols in place. We also have that protocol in place for City Hall. Right now, in adherence with the governor's latest proclamation, we continue to allow for our employees to work from home. So we coordinate that through our departments, and the directors, after I discuss with them, they have the opportunity to rotate their employees home just to make sure that we don't have everybody in the building at one time, and if there was an outbreak that we'd have a problem. So we're going to continue to do that, and that has worked reasonably successful. James Breyer, our IT director, he's the first one on the scope today, but he and his staff have done a great job of getting us set up technology-wise. It was a scramble right at the beginning, I can tell you. We found that we didn't have as many laptops as we needed. We had this technology set up previous to us closing for COVID, so that helped quite a bit. And I can tell you that either through the Zoom platform or predominantly for us, the WebEx platform, we have gotten our money's worth. That has really saved us because we have been able to not only communicate with you folks at your regular scheduled agendas, but boards and commissions, meetings that we have with other individuals outside, and meetings that we have internally. So that's been really well received. And we're all getting used to it. I think we all have that angst about we really hope that we can get back to what the normal was. But, you know, in our conversations internally and what I'm hearing, and I'm sure you folks are hearing it from the people you work with, what you read in the media, what you personally and professionally experience, is that what began in March of 2020 is a game changer. It's forever going to change things for how we personally and professionally conduct our lives. And I don't want that to sound trite, but at the same time, because of what we've learned during the pandemic and how we've adjusted, that will carry us forward. And how we adapted and provide services. Again, we'll reopen the library at some point. There's no question about it. We'll have recreation programs. We will have those. But how we've adapted and how we've been able to have that emergency in our hip pocket, if you will, that's one of the positive things about what we've gone through. We've been able to, that resilience of the organization and our ability to adapt. And that's kind of been our mantra around here is adapt, adjust, and move forward. Because for the most part, we don't have a choice. We're in the service industry, and so we want to continue to provide the level of service as best we can given the current circumstances. And we've also pledged to our employees that we're going to do what we can to keep you as safe as possible, knowing that you're going to have, there's particular jobs they're gonna put you at risk. Police and fire are the ones that have the most public contact. We made the adjustments in the library, and that, Nicholas Shannon, our new library director, will tell you when he's here how that's going. And we think it's going relatively well with our curbside program and what have you. But we've also got a very popular building that's not open to the public. And so those adjustments we realize is that, you know, we will get back there at some point, but it's one of those things we continue to ask the public for patience. So again, in preparation of this budget, we always look at the existing budget because it's our time to make any adjustments. And in May, we have the final time to make the adjustment of the current fiscal year to account for anything that wasn't accounted for during this process, or even the process last year when we established the budget. And so we looked at things that we made adjustments. You also may recall that when the pandemic first started, we also, because there were some unknowns, or at least what we perceived to be unknowns as far as our revenue sources, you know, we approach things very cautiously. As those of you who have been on the council now know that we approach it very cautiously and conservatively, never to get ourselves in a position where we have to make drastic changes. If there's the environment outside of us, if something changes at the federal or state level that changes the game, we'll have to react. But we try to be very proactive and try to identify those issues to keep us on the right path. At the same time, we knew that when the pandemic hit and we suspended several types of operations, we suspended hiring. And so what we saw as an end result is that we saw a savings in our current fiscal year. But many of those, if they were personnel related, were just a suspension of that because we've reinstituted some of those to make sure that we don't fall behind on some of the hirings that we have to have. And we've had a number of retirements, and so we've moved those individuals or those opportunities to fill those positions through the system at the same time. And that carried over into our next fiscal year of preparation. We looked at and discussed with all the departments, number one, the adjustment you're making this current fiscal year for the things you're just not able to do, that you thought you were going to do, that we're not going to be able to do, and so therefore it resulted in a saving. We also took that philosophy forward for this preparation is that, again, we're preparing a budget 18 months in advance that will have an 18-month stretch from the time that you take action to adopt it to the end of the next fiscal year. So a lot can happen. But we also asked them the best they could is to determine what isn't going to happen now in your world, in the world that you operate, whether IT, police, human resources, whatever it is. What's going to change that is going to affect this budget? And we wanted to incorporate that thinking too into what we're doing. You know, we're not sending people to conferences anymore. Not that that's a big ticket item, but when you collectively look at the number of opportunities we have throughout our departments to send people to conferences, we're just not doing them. Most national organizations, either they're not having the conference or they're doing them virtually, and the savings is significant. Again, that's just an example because it's not the biggest ticket item, but again, we wanted people to realize what is it you're not going to do, and we wanted to incorporate that into the budget. So you'll see some changes there. There are still going to be opportunities for training. You know, we have to still keep our people, make opportunities available to them, and in some cases, it's probably even a bit more convenient that, for example, for those who have professional licenses or need their continuing education requirements, most, if not all, professional organizations have adapted and changed and allowed those to be online. Those continue to be valuable to our employees. We make those valuable. But again, less downtime, less travel, those type of issues. And they're probably a little bit more efficient in that regard. So again, all of this is changing. And we've tried to adapt as best we can. And we'll see how 21 goes. You know, we keep in track of what's going on at the state and federal level. We keep track of the CDC. We know that, for example, firefighters and paramedics have already been in line to get vaccinations. We've had a good response from our employees for doing that. The Iowa Department of Public Health just announced the next phase in 4 different tiers or 5 different tiers. And they've even changed from last week. Last week it was if you were 74 and over, you could get the vaccination. Now they've moved that down to 65, and they've included a whole host of type of individuals with profession. And that next tier will include our police department. And so we're working, I think the Dallas County Health Department has indicated that they were willing to give our police officer a shot, so the chief is working with them. I think the only thing that's going to prevent us from getting those things going is the availability of the vaccine. But again, those are issues bigger than what we can handle. So we continue to move this forward. So from an operational standpoint, I'm confident that eventually we'll get back there. Things will look different, and the expectations of the public will be different. And it's the old adage is, when's it going to be safe to go back into the water? I don't know. And when it is safe, will they come back to our program? Will they come back to recreation programs? Will they come back to the library? And you're going to have a discussion about the pool, you know, depending upon what happens there, but literally, will they come back to the pool? So those are things that we just don't know, and they will certainly affect the budget. I don't think, I think we've made arrangements in the budget to accommodate a degree of normalcy, but if that doesn't materialize, the one advantage is there'll be a fiscal savings for the city. And if we make other adaptations to address the new needs and desires of the public, that could result in some other things that we haven't done before. So to a certain extent, there's an unknown, but we're going to try to prepare as best we can for it. Last thing I'll mention is that from a fiscal standpoint, there is some ramifications of the pandemic that I think we have not yet seen. Local option sales tax has turned out to be pretty resilient. Thank you, state. It was the Supreme Court that said interstate, those mail orders could be taxed. So we have that now. And for all of those who continue to buy from Amazon, thank you, because we continue to get the revenue. So the revenue from that standpoint has been good for us. We are a 70%, 30% split on our property tax, 70% residential, 30 commercial industrial. We have a feeling that, you know, if you have residential properties, the biggest investment an individual will make. So they will make sure that they make their house payments, make their tax payments. So that's been a fairly strong revenue source for us as well. Other fees and fines and services, as you saw, or I provided to in one of my updates, we had a really good year on housing permits, 213 single-family housing permits. Steve thinks that that's going to be carried through in 21. Again, those revenues coming in, houses being built, taxes being paid. So, you know, from that perspective, I think we feel pretty strong. It's on the other side of things. Commercial property, I think, is going to be an interesting next couple years. You know, we have a 22% vacancy rate in Class A office in Urbandale. And for us, you know, we have set up, you know, along Plum Drive, along North Park, out at West, in that area, we have areas set aside for office development. You know, as we look to the future, how that will change, that revenue source for us, and the existing revenue that we get from those buildings and from those companies, how that will change. You know, each year during the tax season, if you will, companies and individuals have the opportunity to appeal their tax assessment. Will we see those climb? Will we see those stay the same? I don't know, but those would affect our revenue source coming in. So, and then how that will affect future development. What future development will look like? Are they going to build offices this big? Or are they going to be this big? I mean, that's really one of those things that we're going to have to see what happens, and that certainly could have an impact on us. But that's kind of a larger picture, and we're kind of, some of the things we talk about internally to try to see out in the future. And when you try to crystal ball something that you've never experienced, it's interesting. Sometimes it's an academic exercise, but at the same time, it's important conversations that we have internally. Again, if you'll turn to your overview, it really, again, this is a very good snapshot of everything that we're going to cover and what we have for you to consider. If you look at the second paragraph on the first page, and that's always one of those that I know that's been part of our discussion previously, is that we were able to, with our revenue sources coming in, reduce the overall levy by $0.05. And it's kind of interesting because we were looking at reducing the debt service by a dime, but we also looked at a policy and practice that we had previously, is that we want to try to identify the cost associated with providing public safety. And that included that included the cost for providing pension. And so we have that line item segregated, and so we increased that by a nickel. Because as you know, we've hired a number of firefighters for station number 43, and so that cost of that pension, we've always tried to identify as the cost of providing that service. And so for those of you who've been on council for a while, you know that we've had that discussion each year, is that we try to identify what it really truly costs to have that officer or firefighter paramedic with us. And so we were finding ourselves getting a little bit behind, so we thought it was appropriate to bump that particular levy by a nickel. But overall, we were able to reduce the overall levy by 5 cents, and that is through the debt service. Yes,
Make a
please.
quick comment. We had our DART budget workshop yesterday. I think
Yeah.
you've got a meeting next week, but it just, for everyone's knowledge, it appears that the Urbandale rate will be going down
Oh.
due to our new tax formula, which has been a long time in coming, by 3 cents.
Sorry,
3 cents.
3 cents, okay, great.
So I think that adds to the whole picture. I know you have a meeting with them next week.
I think it's Thursday, you're right.
So you can get more information, but I wanted to make sure everybody knew that that was a positive. And there's some communities that are seeing an increase, but Urbandale will definitely be on the decline for the next 5 to 8 years. So that's a good thing for us right now. Christmas surprise like it was last year. So I know I'm trying to keep, and Russ, and keep them engaged and figuring out what their issues are. Again, Ankeny had their budget workshop yesterday during our budget workshop. So that's another big question. They did their own transportation study, or are in the process of doing it. So that's a big shoe that could drop if they decide to change directions with DART. But as it stands right now, we won't be approving the final budget till March, but 3 cents is what we're looking at as a decrease in Urbandale. So that'll add to our overall tax levy for our citizens, or decrease for our citizens.
Thank you, it's a great point, because one of the things we get questions on internally, and I'm sure you folks do as well, is that, you know, they look at, someone gets their tax statement and all of a sudden they think it's all in the city. Why did my taxes go up? And they blame us. And we've handled numerous calls, and you try to explain that it's the city, it's the school districts, the county, it's DART, it's for Polk County residents, it's Broadlawn Hospital. I think out west there might be a drainage district, but regardless, there are a number of taxing districts that have the authority to do things. And also your assessment goes up, if the value of your home goes up, if the rollback changes. And some residents are a little bit more receptive to that discussion, some aren't. But we just do our best to provide that. And it is one of those things, I think, again, I think we're the most visible service, because they see our trucks plowing snow, they see people in the parks, those types of things, so I think they naturally gravitate toward us. When we are more than happy to point them in the right direction as to who made your tax increase. Again, if you look through the documents that we provided, an overview of, if you go, again, through the document, it outlines it fairly well. One of the things I know Nikki will touch on is the requirements for the reporting when we have to adopt, 2 years ago or a year ago. Last year was our first year that we had to make the biggest change based on the state changes on revenue. That no longer, if you were over 2% growth, you had to have 2 public hearings to adopt your budget, and the majority of your council, a super majority of your council, had to approve it. Again, last year, we made changes in how we structured our various levies to think that we were going to get ahead of that issue. they caught up to us, but I think we still made the adjustments and we have latitude to do things. But that was a major change last year, and Nikki and her folks will make sure that we get those particular dates for either publications and or the public hearings, but that's just a continuation. Again, I won't go through all these pages individually, but you know, if you look 3 pages in, it tops it, it says fiscal year 21-22 operating budget, significant budgetary factors. That's right before the first colored graph. Again, it shows, and it hopefully you've had a chance to read that, it gives a very good overview of not only the revenue, but expenditures as well in those following pages. Graphs always, you know, a picture tells 1,000 words. So the graphs are very representative of what we have and what we're projecting as we move forward. Again, as I mentioned, property taxes are still our bread and butter. That's the major source of our revenue coming in for the operational. And for the foreseeable future, it will continue to be that way. From an expenditure standpoint, public safety is still our largest expenditure that we have, a combination of police, fire, EMS. And that's not untypical of communities. And in Iowa, property taxes is still the majority way that cities and counties predominantly pay for their services. School districts also have an opportunity to levy a tax, but they also have a stronger connection to the state for the revenue that they need to operate. So for our state, at least, these are those 2 categories as far as the revenue coming in and the expenditures. You'll see that in most communities. That's fairly typical. With that, I'd answer any questions you may have in the overview before I turn it over to Nikki, and she'll go over some of this, but also some of the financial policies.
Yeah, AJ, a couple of things. On your first page, I don't think this math is going to work. Kind of muffled. On chapter 411, I see where that's going to increase by just not quite 1%. Mm-hmm. So my question is, why do we need to raise it a nickel to pick up that 1%? Is that because it translates almost a 1% increase in 411? Does that then require an entire nickel to make up that difference? Or, as you indicated earlier, you are anticipating additional costs because we're bringing on more firefighters?
We've already brought them on.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do we really need an entire nickel when the 411 only went up less than 1%? That's my first question.
Do you want me to go ahead and answer that piece of it? So if you refer actually to the budget summary, page 8, which we'll go over all of the levy items at the very end of the day after you've gotten a chance to see what all the expenses that drive these. The police and fire levy is recommended to go up a nickel, but on that page BS 8, for fire and police levy at the very bottom, it shows you we actually need another 29 cents to fully fund it. So if you step back a few years and remember, and actually the table of your levy in this page we were just at, you can see that that used to be at 58 cents. That was when we were fully funded. And when we shift the property tax model to switch it to max out our 810 levy, we took it off the 411 levy. That was the best place to take it. That's totally fine to max that out. So now we've maxed out our debts or our general levy. So now we need to start incrementally growing that back to actually fund our pension. So yes, the 411 contribution rate went up just shy of 1%. That really has nothing to do with the levy. We're not trying to account for that entire change there. We just are starting to step it back up to start covering that cost again. So that's where that BS 8 shows, here's the actual expenses that we incur related to the pension versus how much the levy is actually covering. So you see that in the 21-22, that should really say proposed, we're not quite adopted yet, but police pension is $1.2 million, fire pension is a little less than $1.1 million. We're only covering 1.26 million of it with the levy. So that's where we're showing that calculation. So a little bit of a phased approach like we did about 5 years ago. We did that over 7 years, raised it 10 cents. At the time, we thought it would need to get all the way up to 80 cents. And Thank goodness the 411 contribution rate did not go to 40% like we thought it was going to. So we were able to stop at 58 cents, and that's funded us through that. Now we've added 18 firefighters. Since that has happened, we have another set of 3 that's in this current budget. So it's time we need to start pulling that back up because I can't absorb any more in the general fund. So that's the point. You have to shift from one levy to the other. So that 5 cents isn't directly tied to the state contribution level. It's a contributing factor. It's going up. But we're just trying to start, so you'll see me recommend that probably over the next 5 or 6 years, 5 cents a year to try to get it back up to that. As long as the general levy, valuations keep going up, it should be a relatively minimal. So that's kind of what that ties to. Does that help answer your question?
Sure, and so the total of 37 cents is enough of a levy then to meet that 411 obligation?
No. It's 29 cents short. If you wanted to go all the way back to full funding, I need the 5 cents I'm recommending plus another 29 cents.
So we're
I
funding
need
the
30.
balance then out of the actual levy, the general levy itself?
Correct. The general levy is supporting anything that this levy is not. So it's just diverting it from the expense out of general levy support to this direct. And this is the only thing this can be used for. That's why we adopted it, 10 years ago when we started the incremental phase-in of this type of levy. It's a direct cost, and legally I can only use it for that cost. So it was a good tie-in when we were moving from a part-time fire staff to a professional staff that we're now under this 411 pension program. We're forced by state to pay into that. So it was a good way to tie those costs together, and so that's where we're at now.
So why don't we do all 29 cents and drop the general levy accordingly?
We can do that.
Because there was a time where there was a fear of something with the legislature, that if our general levy is too low, we had an issue.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Has that legislative fear passed?
In last session so far, but we never know what they're gonna bring back. So it's because that's a cap, part of the cap levy. Originally, the discussion was they weren't going to include pension as a cap on revenue.
Right.
That's why we shifted it all, because those were gonna be left out. Well, then they pulled them in at the last minute, so it didn't really, it's a 6 and 1 half and does the other, for sure.
Right.
But yes,
So I mean, we still have obviously a 5% total decrease, but we'd better
Yes.
reflect where the money is.
yes, you could do that.
And I think that might be some of the confusion that I had, and certainly I think if the public were to look at that, they would see 37-cent levy for the 411, when in fact, that's really not the true number. And if we were to back that out, it sounds to me like, what'd you say, 37 plus 29, that number's with the math, that's what the true cost of us to contribute to the 411. So
Yes.
wouldn't it be better if we advertised it or displayed it in that fashion? Let's lower the general levy. It's all the same dollars, I understand, we're
Yes,
shifting back
it
and
is.
forth. But someone can look at this now and say, oh, this is how much is required, or how much the levy is to meet our 411 obligation.
Yeah, but if we fully fund it with that, and there's a decrease or an increase in the percentage we're charged, we're gonna have to adjust that every time. And one thing I've learned over the years is you don't wanna shift your taxes around very much. It's better to keep them steady as opposed to making them go up and down, so. That's the other side of it.
Correct.
And I understand why we ran it up to the 810 cap because of what we thought the legislature was going to do a couple of years ago.
Right.
And so we just shifted it there.
The other benefit of being at 810, which most cities are, we're one of, three? That weren't at 810 prior to that. It does allow us access. You have to be at the 810 maximum to access the IPERS levy. So this is 411. You can access that at any time. We've always been able to get to that one. You cannot access other employee benefits, which is IPERS, any insurances and stuff. We can't access that levy until we are at 810. So it leaves the door open as well. It gives us the maximum flexibility if something would change significantly in IPERS or anything like that. That's the door open for that. So instead of waiting for the 810 to be filled up again, so if we would shift it all, now I have to wait again. I can't access IPERS for the rest of our employees, which is about half. Half are in 411, half are not. So that's the other benefit of leaving it at 810. That's kind of the common bucket, to max that out first and then shift to other levies.
Okay, and
It
what's left?
absolutely is totally up to you. Same dollars, not saying that, but it does also open us up for access to the IPERS and other benefit levy if we would so need.
Yeah, so it's easier to actually take the 411 levy, up and down as, tweak it, if you will, each year based upon
Right.
expenses.
The idea would be to gradually start growing that back up, because I'm maxed out on my general, so now my only access is to the other employee benefits. If you would choose to start accessing the IPERS one instead, we could do a little bit on both, totally up to you. It's just those are directly restricted for that use, which is actually very transparent to the all citizens, everybody around us, of this is what the cost of that is, and that's why we're accessing those when we need to go up. So that's my 2 cents.
Good.
5
And
cents.
then the other question I had, just going through your summary, AJ, was, and you touched on it, the property tax, that's residential versus commercial. You have the chart on page whatever, there's no number on these pages, but there's the chart with the red and the blue.
Yep, 70/30.
Yeah,
In the 70/30.
right.
And I've noticed this over the years too. To me, it certainly tells me that Urbandale is very dependent upon residential property taxes for our revenue.
Sure.
And then we all know and acknowledge that the residential properties are certainly the most expensive to maintain and provide services for.
Right.
So my question is, 70/30, shouldn't we be trying to increase that 30 and reduce that? And how does that compare with other communities? It just seems to me that we're certainly depending upon residential property taxes to pay the bills, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
And we're not,
Ideally, you'd be 60/40, 50/50. And you're right. Typically, because of residential rollback, property, a single-family home pays less in taxes than a commercial property.
commercial, sure.
And they demand more services. Because you want, that's just the typical general thought process, is that they pay the less and they cost you the most as far as being able to provide services or provide direct services. For example, if you have a large office building and you have, I'll use Marsh for example, 1,400 employees go there, used to go there, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Generally, we didn't provide many services at all to them. They didn't use our library, they didn't, they drove on the roads. Rarely did they use police, fire, or anything else. They didn't use those services. They came in and they left, unless they lived in the community. If I take those 1,400 and put them as new residents, then their demand and expectations for services are greater than if I have an office full of people.
So if we had more
Must be more.
commercial, but if you had more commercial property taxes coming in, that could lessen the burden of the residential.
No question about it. And so one of the things that we have seen is that we've seen that number from the fiscal year 11-12 go from about a 60-40 split to the 70-30 where we're at now. And when Curtis is here, he will underscore the issues and the efforts that we've been making over the years to increase our commercial base. Part of that is that we are in competition throughout the metro and throughout the state for commercial property. And that's just the reality. We also have a community that is a traditional first-ring suburban community that has a historic perspective of valuing and promoting single-family home ownership. So that's where our growth has been in the single-family area, and it just has. Developers buy property, they develop homes because they believe they can sell them, and they can sell them in the community. The commercial side is much more difficult, just because, as we mentioned, there's so much competition in the metro. I'll just use that for example, that you have commercial activity that can go anywhere. And I think that's going to change also when you look at the results of the pandemic, is that you still may have, and I'll use Marsh for an example. Marsh is still employing 1,400 people. But now those 1,400 people, let's say 3/4 of them are working from home, because they've made that adaptation.
But Marsh will still pay the same amount of commercial property taxes, whether there's 1,400 of them in the building or
They will.
not.
And
But Marsh might decide not to expand to another commercial, or another business coming in.
that's correct.
Because of that.
And so also, Marsh as an example, if another company that employs 1,400 people is looking at our community, instead of having a 50 to 75,000 square foot building, they maybe need 15,000 square feet. And so they have their employees working from home. They have employees who may not even work in the area. Remote employment will probably become more of an option for employment in the future. And that's what we try to crystal ball and look ahead. So the 70-30 split, we've seen that developing, and it's for a lot of different reasons. And I know Curtis and Aaron they work constantly. They have, we've made significant financial investments on the interchange. We have very aggressive financial incentives for people to locate here, but so does everybody else. And that's where your competition is. What's going to attract that company to increase or to place that office building, that commercial structure in your community? And there's so many different factors, and we try to identify them and be as competitive as possible. But at the end of the day, we don't get to make those decisions. It's the company that is moving in, it's the developer that's developing a building. They look at an area where a company wants to be, all those things we talked about, tax rate, accessibility, what's around you. Do you have restaurants, do you have retail? All those things go into the mix, and Mr. Caduce could probably speak more intelligently than I can, but it's an extremely competitive environment. And I think we're still competitive, but everybody, as much as we think that we've got a great story to sell, and we do, every city out there is saying the same thing.
So what do you think this graph is going to look like in 5 years? Is it going to be more red or is it going to be more blue? Because we've increased that commercial. And I guess I'm just saying that if we continue to go along this trend where we're so dependent upon residential property taxes to pay the bills, that at some point in time, that won't be sustainable.
Well, Dave, I think that's why we need to, that's why we're going to look at our comp plan again this year. I think it's everything. I mean, obviously it's a trend that we're seeing, but I think what AJ is saying, there's only so many things that we're controlling what we can control, but by a number of factors, other cities and other players have done other things, and we've seen more commercial development probably go to Waukee and Grimes lately than Urbandale. So. It's something we need to be aware of, but we can't predict it. All we can do is make our environment the best that we possibly can to attract some more commercial development too. I agree. I don't like the number, but I don't think we can fret about it or we just have to be aware of it and realize also that our community, a lot of the growth in the western part of Urbandale is residential. I mean, that's just the reality of it. We are poised yet for some great commercial development along the interstate corridor, and I do think that's going to happen in the next 5 years. I think we're going to see that trend reverse. Actually, is my thought. But we just need to be aware of it and understand how that impacts our budget.
Yeah, it is a real. I wish we had more definitive answers for you, other than. We're prepared as best we can. The mayor touched on it. We have to revise it's in the budget to revise the comprehensive plan, and that's going to look into try to look to the future because of things that we've talked about already. What's that environment going to look like? Yeah. And, I had a meeting yesterday with several city managers, and we were all talking the same thing, is that, some communities bet a lot of money, if you will, on certain things happening, residential or commercial development, not commercial, but retail development. And that's not happening as quickly as they thought that was going to happen. Residential still seems to be very strong throughout the entire metro. If you read articles that are in real estate periodicals, they'll tell you that home ownership is up. People can't buy them fast enough. You know, it's a seller's market. And so how long will that take? I don't know. But at the same time, you know, you don't turn away development, even if it's residential. But at the same time, you want that balance as best you can. And I wish I had a better answer for you. I had a more clear.
And I just bring it into focus only again, because if you look at the trend, you know, it's a trend that I don't think want to continue along that. And, you know, and if it's something that we are aware of, and certainly Curtis's department, and we're doing all that we can to make that graph more blue than red.
All right, that's what Curtis and Aaron are all about, and,
Okay.
Yeah.
you know, they're very cognizant of it as well, so.
David, I'll just add it. I think the comp plan updates are gonna be a good opportunity for us to review that. There's been, AJ alluded to it, there's been a lot of changes in the way people are using office space today, post-COVID, even without COVID, than they were the last time the comp plan is updated. So I think we're gonna have an opportunity as a part of that review, to provide more opportunities for commercial development in Urbandale that meet what today's retail workplace look like, so.
As the lone
Curtis
Dallas
knows
County are you done, Adam? I'm sorry. As the lone Dallas County representative out here, besides AJ, you know, people want to live in the Waukee School District, and I'd just as soon see them choose Urbandale over Clive or Waukee or West Des Moines, because we want people, you know, we want to grow our community. I think there's plenty of opportunity in rooftops to see more retail development, commercial development. I mean, I can count with these two hands the number of retail options. You know, I've come and go, and a nail salon. I utilize those frequently, but, you know, those are about all of my choices in Dallas County. So I'm more than welcome to, you know, continue to grow our community out there over, you know, Clive or West Des Moines but I think it's short-sighted for us to not encourage that development and, you know, see what we can do to grow commercial and any other non-residential uses in Dallas County. But if people want to live there, we should sure make it a possibility for them to live there.
There's just no one right single answer. There's a whole host of things, and again, we're probably getting a little off track, but it does say, you know, school districts have a play in it. Location to your workplace, location to the type of housing unit you want. I mean, there's just so many factors, and tax rate's one of them. And we'll talk about this at the February Lunch and Learn, because it was raised about our community survey that we did and some of the trends that we're seeing that have changed. And some of those can connect to a lot of things we're talking about this morning. So again, good question. I wish we had a better answer for you. I'll have Curtis pull out his Ouija board, and he'll come up with some better answers than I can.
Just one more little tidbit of information. Approximately 20% of the students in the Waukee School District reside in Urbandale, which I think, you know, there's 4 to 5 communities that draw to the district. And so I think we're definitely pulling our share. You know, we've got a couple of schools out there now. So I think we'll just see it grow as the community grows. There's no end to the Waukee School District. And there's no end to Urbandale out there either. No, 20% of the Waukee School District population is from Urbandale. Yeah.
I think I've heard a number that only 40% of this. The crossover, because the boundaries for municipalities are a little bit more specific and rigid, and school district boundaries, when they were established years ago, they are much more expansive. And when you think about, you know, where Waukee's districts are in Dallas Center Grimes, you go across Meredith and you're into Johnston, where 1930, that wasn't thought of. So it's a different, and if you think anything would be tough, you change school district boundaries. I think that would be, you'd spend a lifetime trying to do that. Anyway, so if there are any more questions on that, we've taken probably a little bit more time, but always good questions, good dialogue. If you'll turn to the budget summaries, and I'll turn it over to Nikki for that one. Paul?
Okay, so first I'm just gonna point out the couple of free-floating documents that you had. These were in the front of your binders when you got them. This is just for your reference throughout the day. This is our evaluations, what we just got done talking about. The breakdown between Polk and Dallas and by class. Lots of people like to know kind of what that looks like. And you can see the changes in residential rollback that's across the top of that. The percentages of taxable and commercial, which sync to that same table that's on there, but those percentages come from that. TIF and then averages over the 5 and 10 year period. And then behind that, everybody always kind of likes to know from a residential and commercial perspective, if I have a $100,000 business, what does the proposed tax rate at $10.11, what does that look like for me on my tax bill? So they're going down, and that shows it on the residential side too for various levels of house. And that is the assessed value. The next line is taxable value. So that's always kind of a common, you don't have to know what your taxable value is. You just know what your house is assessed at. That's the closest we can go through to that. So those are just for your reference. I point that out. The other two documents that I handed out were at your seats this morning. The bright green one. This is what the new budget form looks like. So the property tax valuation system had a complete overhaul this year. They finally got it live pretty much last week. And it looks kind of ugly, but it is the new form that we certify. So this is what's going to get published compared to what the normal format that you're used to. It's just a little clunkier. And then on the flip side of that, as AJ mentioned, the two-step process that we have to go to, this is the max rate levy publication. Again, very plain looking, not super easy to interpret, but this is the one that we have to publish saying we will go no higher than this levy. It does not include debt service. So that's the really lovely part of that. So it's gonna look like our rate actually went up to $8.57 because it only includes general and the 2 employee benefits. Debt service is not one of the capped levies that we were referencing earlier when we shifted to the 810. They tried to show what your revenue should have looked like if you asked for no additional revenue. So the first column shows what my current levy is in this current year. If you brought in the exact same revenue dollars, so 0 growth, our levy should have gone to $8.14. And then the last column is what we're actually proposing to use, $8.57, because the 5-cent 411 levy did go up. Our offsetting doesn't get to be reflected. Legally, we can't show that here. So it's just showing that the annual change is 5.22, and that is what AJ referenced to, is if you're above 2%, it just requires a supermajority vote when we actually adopt the budget, which we did last year as well. But this is what's gonna get published. I just wanted you to see it because it looks different than it did last year, which was our first year through the process. This is what will be in the paper. And I won't go through all the fiscal performance goals because most of you have seen those. The narrative is there. I'm happy to answer questions on those, just kind of reflecting what the new proposed budget looks like as far as our trends. But we'll kind of hit on most of those topic areas. Debt service is our biggest area that affects those, and we'll hit that at the very end of the day. So I don't want to spend too much time on that. And just to hit briefly on this is the budget summary section, as I mentioned earlier. This is where all the revenues reflect. Everything else in this document is going to be expenditures, okay? So the revenues that tie from here into each section that we go through, that very front page of each department, the narrative that has the bullet points, the up and down arrows of what changed, that's where the revenue that is applied to each section shows up. So it's just a way so that everything I certify to the state is incorporated in this budget, and this is where all the summaries are. So expenditures, revenues, and then all the funds, TIF fund revenue, road use, 411, loss, all of those funds that we actually incorporate into the budget so that you guys can see everything that goes into our certified budget. So kind of high level, we'll hit every single thing today, and then at the end is when I'll talk about the debt service levy, the local option sales tax, employee benefits, all of those things after you've seen everybody's expenses, so we'll have a full picture to work with. So kind of high level, but we'll have lots of detail all day. Any questions on that piece before we jump into departments?
Nikki, I just have one quick question. What's the I think it was in here, but now I can't find it. What was the percent change that doesn't require the supermajority by council vote on the budget? 2%.
If you're under 2%,
Then you don't have
it's
to.
just a normal, so it's just 4/5 versus 3/5 vote.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Otherwise, we can begin. James has waited here very patiently. All right. Yes. Yeah, hold it. Let's change that. You wanted to be here.
Correction, I wanted to be here.
Okay, thank you. If you will go under the general government tab, and it's GG15 is the technology department. If you're all there, I'd like to introduce James Breyer. James is our IT director. He and his staff keep the city wired in one way or another, and they do a great job at it. So without any further ado, James, I'll turn it over to you for a review.
Okay, good enough. Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Mr. Mayor and council members, thanks for joining me. I'll keep it brief to try and reclaim some time. I'll start with the COVID impact. Actually, from a material standpoint, aside from minor things like web cameras, extra laptops, things like that, we had a lot of stuff on premise for my staff and I to work remotely. As you can imagine with IT, there's a lot of after-hour support, so you do a lot of it from home. So we essentially extended those tools out to the staff at large. So a lot of our cost was just in licensing. There wasn't like, there was a lot of equipment rollout, aside from minor things like webcams and laptop for staff and whatnot. So a lot of it was just licensing for VPN. Every user that uses the VPN consumes a license. So you go from just my staff using it to a lot of the city employees. So that was where a lot of the cost was incurred. As I said, laptops for management, for staff rollout. To be fair, a lot of that probably would have happened in the coming years anyway. As with most things, COVID just accelerated certain things. So overall, there's kind of a push to remote work, not specifically just from home, but giving workers the ability, giving workers the ability to work remotely, either from a disaster recovery standpoint. You know, if you have a DR site, they can move to said DR site and work remotely, or if there is a disaster, they can go home and work as long as they have an internet connection. So frankly, we were probably moving that direction anyway in slow increments, and COVID just sped it up. So that was actually the actual budget impact for my department from COVID. Moving forward into next year, basically it's a continuation of licensing costs, essentially support contracts for our equipment, licensing costs for our actual applications, continued support of, last year we budgeted for the Office 365 rollout, which was essentially moving our email infrastructure out into the cloud along with a lot of enhanced tools for the employees. We're just now getting around to doing that. COVID somewhat delayed it. I didn't want to do a rollout while everyone was home. So now that we have a few more people in office, we decided to kick it off and start rolling it out in earnest after all the prep work was done. So for next fiscal, then it's going to be the continued licensing cost for the security stuff for that. There's a per user cost that's assessed. Every new employee that comes on will need an account, and that has a monthly cost associated with it. I also did add additional funds into my line 27 just to cover any additional laptop purchases, any other work from home stuff that may be unforeseen. I thought it would be best to have a small number in there. And then notable rollouts for next year, we're going to be continuing the expanded use of Office 365. Normally when you roll out a new package, you kind of bring it up to status quo. Everyone starts using email. You know, everyone has email. They have email now. But they'll start using email, but then there's other enhanced features like, you know, Teams for meetings, things like that. There's other packages that will eventually get rolled out with that at no additional cost. It's baked into it. But, and then a secure DNS solution. In my line 27, I have it in there under Cisco Duo. And basically what that is without getting too down in the weeds, it's, DNS is what every network device has an IP address, like Google has an IP address. DNS is what lets you type in Google and get to that IP address. So they've started rolling out security where they block content at that level, so external to the organization. So that's kind of like the next tier in DNS security that we'll move forward with next year. So I've budgeted for that. Aside from that, there were no real major budget deviations over last year, so I'll answer any questions you may have if you've seen anything that piques your interest.
James, I just wanted to say thank you, because I think your department's ability to move very quickly allowed us to continue our operations pretty seamlessly from day one. So I just wanted to thank you for everything you and your team have done. Every email I get is not in English from you guys. I have no idea what you're doing, but I know it's important.
So you're
And-
saying I need to staff a translator?
No, you speak that language. That's what we pay you for.
Right.
But no, I just think that you were at the crux of our ability to continue to provide excellent service to our community. So I wanted to thank you
I
for that.
appreciate that. I'll pass that on to my staff. That was kind of one of those 5-day rush, like, oh crap, we have to do this now. So, yeah, they did great. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you guys need me, you can't get rid of me.
And having this set up, with the WebEx and everything, it's like you knew we were gonna need it,
Well, WebEx was certainly something that I knew would be nice moving forward, but a lot of this goes to Nicole making it work with this.
Yeah.
Because this was essentially me being like, here, make it work. So
Well, thank you too,
did
Nicole.
most of
So,
it.
no,
yep.
She's hiding behind all the monitors, but that's okay.
Ones. Public Wi-Fi is something AJ and I have talked about how do we expand public Wi-Fi access points in the city? Is that fall your department or?
Yeah, we've actually been working on that for naturally our outlying facilities. So, we started blasting it out all over the parking lot, external to the library. We actually started running it outside of Giovanetti. When you start talking about, let's say, hypothetically, because Jan and I have spoke about this, when you start talking about broadcasting it, like blanketing like a softball diamond or something like that, I mean, being able to slap APs on the side of a building and broadcast it out, that's well within the scope of what we can do with what we have right now. When you start like, let's say if you wanted to cover an entire ball diamond for events and things like that, that's when there has to be more of a discussion if you want to partner with an ISP to get that done, or if you want to absorb the material cost yourself. Because as you can imagine, you're talking about, at an event, you can have 500 people.
Yeah, I guess initially I'm thinking of that we're taking sewer electrical to certain park shelters.
Sure.
And so while we're doing that, would it be?
That's well within the scope of what we can do.
Okay.
And that's like $1,000 job, basically.
And I'm guessing that's not in this budget. And do we have, how many shelters are we going to electrify this year, AJ or Nicole?
Oh, we have, the new one we're gonna build in the regional park will have electric to it.
There's two.
Yeah,
There's two in the CIP that are putting the
Electrical.
facilities there, the
Yeah,
flushable
flushable
restroom
and
and
the-
shelters. So I know there's two probably each year, and there's funding in there through that project as they get it built, so that's probably
that's
something
where
to
we
just
can tap into
incorporate.
doing that.
And like I said, if you're talking about just broadcasting it around a building, you wanna take the immediate area and bring it in. You can do that almost as an
Right,
afterthought.
but to build a whole mesh network around Lions
Right.
Park, whole different issue.
Right, and then you're
But
talking
at least for
about-
now,
Right.
starting to add the Wi-Fi points in at the shelters that we're electrifying, is that something we could?
Yeah.
Add
and we
in.
did- we
Absolutely.
brought- This summer we took, summer 20,
Mhm.
the library was the
Yep.
first one, and then we
Giovanetti.
did Giovanetti. And because those were activity areas that we thought had the most
Right.
usage. And so,
Specifically during COVID.
yeah,
Yep.
and so now we have, again, with the two new shelters, we can incorporate that into that. Lions Park may be one we can look at.
Yeah.
So it's not an expensive proposition that. for-
Like if we're digging conduit for electrical, laying in the,
Then it's already there, that's usable for something like that, so that we don't have to dig again.
Right.
But then when you're talking about, that would almost be more of a project scope by itself, if you're like, hey, we want to take the whole softball diamond,
Right.
and do
but it
this.
is, because like I know my kids love it, with as much remote school and things that happen, yeah, they got their Chromebooks, but where can they plug into them outside of our house?
Right.
And so that's what I wanted to see was more, hey, it could go to this shelter, it could go to these points and not just stare at the four walls.
And also the other part too, like I said, you can partner with an ISP for something like that. There's a lot of times you'll get basically promotional rates for, hanging a banner that says someone's providing said Wi-Fi, at this location.
Right,
So
I
there's
think
two different routes you
There's
can go.
Mediacom Wi-Fi around
Right.
Walker Johnson, so.
So you can definitely, at that point, when you're talking at that scale, you have one of two decisions to make. And then at that point, it's just a project. So, but yeah, for this minor stuff, it's just almost an afterthought.
Okay,
So,
so yeah, turning that into a reality would be something I'd like to see.
yep, absolutely.
And we
Something
have,
can talk about in the
again, the
future.
2 shelters we have, Lions Park would be another one we could get into relatively quickly.
Yeah.
The school is redoing Valerius, beginning this summer. And I sent information to you folks that it looks like we're going to have a partnership with them, that we're going to allow them to encroach on Walker Johnson Park for part of a parking lot. And for that, we're going to get an open field space to the east of the building before you go down the hill to the creek. That space will give us a new play area, 120 by 250. But the point is that they're going to take Valerius down and build a 2-story structure there. And that could be an opportunity to do something with the school that would give us an additional point of access to push the Wi-Fi from that south end of the park into the tennis courts, into that other area. And if we have control over that play area, which we hope to get, at least for weekends and nights, that gives us, again, that opportunity for that new play area there. So.
Right, well, it just, we got Walker Johnson and Lions Park, but there's 34 other parks.
True.
I think Murphy Park's one that we're looking at, so how do we make it more the neighborhood pocket parks that have a shelter, that have power, also have those? So.
Yeah, and as long as you have conduit in the area, those little tiny jobs are easy. And also, to be fair, this is something that's definitely on Jan's radar. Like, we've spoken probably the last 2 years about it, like about twice a year we'll speak about, what that's gonna look
Good,
like.
we'll add this continued discussion to it too.
And we also did have a discussion with Mediacom about doing it, but they had a stipulation they were gonna provide it free. But their stipulation was that basically only Mediacom users could use it. So if you're a Mediacom user, I think if you have at home, you've got like an access code. So you
Yeah,
could
their access
literally-
code doesn't work, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad we didn't do it.
Right.
But yeah, so no, it was definitely something where we've been investigating it. We're kind of at that point where it's like, do we want to do it in-house? Do we want to the small stuff we can absolutely do in-house. But yeah, for the bigger stuff.
Yeah, that's what, yep.
Yeah, I mean, that might be something that I haven't explored that option with them, but that is a very good point. That might be something where they're looking for promotional stuff. And that's something. Right, absolutely. And we could probably do that with the larger environments, like doing, blanketing an entire park, and then keep the smaller satellites, here.
One of the things that we know that the city of Clive did with their agreement is that said that the city of Clive, at their cost, can have an additional conduit put in when you're putting conduit in. And they've agreed that they'll allow us to do that as well. So right now, they're just putting some of the backbone in. And so that's something that Curtis has been directly in contact with the MetroNet people, and they said that won't be a problem. Now, there's an expense to us, but we think it has value, is that we may not use it immediately, but to have the conduit when they're placing theirs in, put our conduit in for whatever purpose we want as things get more technologically based, it's just an advantage. And it's the old adage, you don't tear the road up twice to repair things.
Yeah.
When it's torn up, you put in the conduit. So they've agreed that they'll allow us to do that. That'll be an expense though, but I think well worth it.
Yeah, because there's certain agreements, like I know we've had other agreements, Mr. Larson can speak to some of this, where you're not even sharing the conduit, you just literally have an agreement where you break off 2 strands. You don't need a lot to run something like this, just a pair out of, 36.
Right.
So, yeah, so there's lots of options.
So do we need to do anything within this budget to accommodate this discussion?
I would say we could, you want me to go ahead?
Please.
Okay, sorry. We could go ahead and honestly do the small satellites. I could almost just absorb that as, we roll it out, like the smaller stuff, and then have a discussion in an entailing year about what we want to do for like an actual project for like a big location. Explore our options between now and then have it land I mean, because this, like I said, have to explore it with MetroNet. Maybe there's a different package. Maybe we'll deal with somebody else at MediaCom. CenturyLink would also, I know CenturyLink's feeling a lot of pressure from MetroNet, so they're starting to roll fiber out into areas where they said previously that they would not be able to roll, you know, actual fiber to the home out. So I have a feeling in the next couple of years, we're gonna have potentially a lot of options for this.
In the CIP, we've got fiber going in, and at least with the CIP, we talked about that of MetroNet. Putting that fiber in for us, probably a little bit more ahead of schedule than what's in the CIP.
Right.
But
Yeah,
But utilities, putting in access to parks is a part of the CIP as well.
Right.
And you have a couple of those shelters, actually, they're on tomorrow night, or Tuesday nights, I feel like it's Monday. Tuesday night's agenda to go out to bid for the Murphy Park and Days Run, I
regional.
guess.
And so maybe in that bid,
Two
we
of
could
them.
add fiber
Yeah, the
connection
two
piece.
shelters with a flushable restroom.
Regional Park and Murphy.
So those two are coming through, so I think it's just, and when Jan does her presentation, I think it would just be something good to reiterate there that these need to be incorporated into those plans, because it's minimal cost, so I don't feel like we even would have to adjust bids, we just need to
right.
get it in and connect it at the
For
time.
$1,000, let's say,
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
even
and also
2,000.
like so much of this is just an initial rollout, right? Like you're slapping an AP on the side of the library, pointing it out here and just blanketing it.
Yep.
We can do that at some of the existing areas too. Like I know at Giovanetti, like that little skate area, we could definitely direct it that way too. You know, we kind of focused on, because of COVID, people coming and sitting in a specific area. So
Yeah.
there's even work to be done, you know, not expensive work, but there's even stuff we can do to expand what we've just put in,
Right.
so. Any other questions? All righty.
James, thank you.
All right, well, email me any questions you guys have. I'll gladly answer them.
Okay, we will do, under public safety next, if you'll turn to your public safety tab. The first one we will have will be Police Chief Johansson. He'll speak to the police department and the ever-popular animal control. That will be followed by Chief Holt with fire EMS and emergency preparedness, pardon me. And then we'll talk a little bit about the retirement special reserve fund. So, here he is. Good morning, Chief. Good morning. All right.
All right, Chief.
You are up, so if you want to make sure you hit the microphone too there, Rob, so the public can hear you. All right, so if you'll turn to your public safety tab. PS1 is an overview of the entire public safety operation, which includes those categories I just mentioned. And that gives you that overview by the categories of personnel services, contractual supply, and capital outlay. If you turn to PS3, that begins the overview section for the police department. And again, as I mentioned, Chief Johansson is here to make the presentation today. Rob, it's all yours.
Mayor, members of council, we'll start off just talking a little bit about the COVID impact on the department over the last 6 to 8 months that we've been dealing with that. Currently, we don't have anybody out with any COVID. We have had cases in the department throughout this pandemic period. We've been very fortunate that they've come one or two at a time. And pretty much it seems like the schedule's almost been about the time they get healed up and back into work, then somebody else goes out. So we haven't had that big loss of personnel. So we've been very fortunate there. We've still got our front lobby closed to the public. We do bring people in on appointments as needed. Our main impact that we really felt at the police department was in our outreach program, and then also our training. Obviously, a lot of that got canceled. A lot of conferences, a lot of training classes got canceled. We're very hopeful that late summer into the fall that we'll be able to get our community programs back up. We're hopeful that National Night Out and Trunk or Treat, some of our two of our really big events, or I hope the timing of those. National Night Out's usually in August, so that's going to be close, I think. And then obviously Trunk or Treat right around Halloween time. We're hopeful to get those back up and running. We did continue with our culture of integrity was in the schools this entire time, so that did not, it was changed. There was some remote stuff that happened. There we go. That'll help. I think I set my book on top of there and turned it off.
So we have been able to do some of our programming, but very limited, obviously because of the COVID. Looking at the fiscal year budget that we're in now, we are on pace to be under budget just a little bit. We did have some savings and training in that area. We did have, I thought we were gonna have some savings in overtime, but those dissipated quickly with the unrest this summer. And then the staffing that we had to bring on to handle some of those situations. We're on budget with our overtime, but we're not gonna have a lot of savings there that I was anticipating initially. As of January 1st, we have 9 openings in the police department, which is, seems like a very large number, and it is for us, unusually large. Just break those down for you a little bit. We have 3 retirements that we have to fill. We have 3 new positions. 2 of those were for this budget year. We pushed those hiring dates to January from July because of the COVID, and we weren't sure exactly what was gonna happen with calls for service. Those things had slowed down just a little bit, we felt, and we weren't sure what the budget impacts for the city were gonna be, so we pushed those hirings until January. So we have those, and then we ended up getting the COPS grant, which we've talked about at a prior council meeting. We initially thought we were not getting the COPS grant, and lo and behold, it materialized. So we have those 3 positions, including them, one of those being the COPS grant. We lost 1 officer, left us and went to Des Moines PD. We lost 1 officer to private sector. And we lost 1 officer, his wife is a family issue. His wife received a job promotion out of state, and they will be moving out of state. That's the 9 positions, just to kind of break them down for you. We did hire 2 of those 9, and they started January 4th. Both are certified officers, so that'll be some money savings for the city, and also, more importantly for us, a quicker turnaround for training. They've already been through their academy training, so we just got to get them through our FTO, our field training program, and we'll be able to get them out onto the street.
So you'll be able to say in a couple of months that we're only down 7?
We are down 7 right now, technically. January 1, we were down 9, we hired 2.
Okay.
So right now we're at 7. Those 2 aren't out on their own yet, so they're in training.
Okay.
They're really not a lot of use to us yet because they're riding with another officer. But hopefully be around end of April, May, they should be able to be out on their own.
Great, thank you. Sorry to
certified.
interrupt.
Yep. And then currently we have a hiring process started again. So I believe interviews are the first week in February to put another certified list of officers together. Have some really good candidates on that list. So we're anticipating we'll be able to get 2 or 3 more of those hires done during that process, maybe more. And then we'll just go at it again. And my goal is to, by the end of the year, we will have those positions filled and be back up to full staff. It does take a while to get an officer trained and out on the street. If we hire someone that's not a certified officer, it's right around 10 months to a year before they're actually out on the street by themselves. Because you got 4+ months of academy training, and then you got about 4 months in the FTO program. So anywhere around that period, and it fluctuates a little bit depending on how well the officer picks up on their training and how quickly they can get through it. So you're looking at that 10-month, 11-month period before they're actually out on their own. One of our main focuses for the second half of 2021 will be getting our community outreach programs back up and running. We're a little scared of what's gonna happen when we do fire up National Night Out and Trunk or Treat, how willing people are gonna be to come out and gather in groups. So it's really a kind of wait and see prospect here, but I think even if it starts out a little bit slow, I think over time when we hopefully whip this Corona thing, that the numbers will come right back up again and we'll have really good turnout for those programs. Just jump down and go through a couple of the bigger budget items that you'll see in the specific lines. One of the things that we're proposing this year is to start recording our traffic cameras. I believe we have 40 traffic cameras on intersections throughout the city. we would like to start recording those. Currently, you can just view them live, but they're not recorded anywhere. That's an investigative tool that a lot of other cities are implementing, and we would like to implement that as well.
With that, how long do you look at to retain the recordings?
We're not going to retain it very long because of the number of cameras, so we're probably only going to hold on to the data for, we haven't established it yet, but we're thinking a couple of weeks is probably about it, and it'll just wipe off.
Yeah, I figure it's a lot of data, so it's like if we're we're retaining now we're suddenly our data storage keeps going up every year, so.
Right, we're going to dump it fairly quickly because we figure if we have an incident that we need the camera data for, we will know that fairly quickly, and we'll be able to grab that data, and then we'll just let the rest drop off.
Okay.
And it shouldn't take up a lot of server space.
Chief, is there I guess I can see the obvious reason to keeping the recordings is if there is an incident, you can go back and look at it. Are there other good reasons to keep the recordings? Are there other reasons that would support the police office, to have those recordings?
You know, we worked with engineering a little bit. They didn't see the need to record as badly or as much as we did. That's why we put it in our budget rather than them. But I think engineering would also be able to use this to go back and maybe do traffic counts eventually sometime. There are a lot of enhancements you can do with these cameras, up to and including, it was crazy what they showed us in the demo. I mean, facial recognition stuff, plate reading capabilities, that would have to be enhanced with more cameras at these intersections, not something we could get into right away or even want to do things like that. Some of it was more specific to a different environment, like your parking lot, with the facial recognition. And it's, as you're all aware, technology is crazy and it's just what you're willing to pay for. We just want the basic ability to record. So if we have an incident, we can pick up a car, description, color, occupants, maybe see a little bit into the, how many occupants were in the car, direction of travel. We've had a few cases where we've had, a convenience store robbery, that type of thing. And we're trying to track back, where did that car come from? Where is it going? What's the plate on it? If we can get a still photo of that and maybe enhance it a little bit and get the plate off of there to help us get an investigative lead out of that.
I appreciate that. I was concerned they're going to see Bob and I coming out of Highview with wine all the time, so. But, thank you very much.
Yeah.
It'd be great for accident investigation.
Yeah, and accident investigation. There's, again, this is our dipping our toe in it, if you will, and we may have to add a camera or two once we get into it and see, okay, are we catching enough of the intersection to be able to go back and say who ran that red light, who did this, those kinds of things. That will help us with that as well.
Chief, if there's an incident at an intersection, will we automatically save that even if you guys are done investigating? Reason
Yes,
I bring it up
if we,
frequently lawyers in the subsequent civil litigation will want that.
yes, if we have an incident where we capture video, we will pull that video, save it, and then let the rest of it, that's where the other data will drop off. But we will actually save that to wherever, on a server, another server, or burn it to disk, whatever we need to do for a case. If we use it in a case, it will absolutely be preserved for the duration of that and civil litigation as well. Yep.
See all the lawyers shaking their heads.
Yep, they're like, yep, we gotta keep that stuff.
Well, I don't want to tell you how much money we've paid to get police reports and to do all that other stuff. And it, so it would maybe, pay at least your time to save it and to charge the lawyers for it when they come around.
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah. Lawyers rip off funds,
Pay for 83,000, okay.
It'll go into Nikki's slush fund, so.
Okay, there they are again.
There it is again. The next item is computer replacements, and that's a schedule we keep on with IT, helps us with that, which units need to be upgraded. You will see that there's more laptops this year. These are gonna be the type of laptops that can connect right into your desktop, and then you can go mobile with that and go, but when you get them to come to work, you can just plug it into that docking station and go with your screens. It makes us a little more mobile and able to take our operations either to work from home or out on an incident, if you will. So we're moving a little bit more towards that laptop model than the desktops, but we still have a need for some of the desktops as well. Our cameras, our video cameras, WatchGuard system, is our body cameras and our in-car recording systems. As we've developed that system, we currently do not have a backup for it. So if the system were to go down, we would be without body cameras and without in-car cameras for a couple of weeks is the estimate that we would be down. In this day and age, I just don't think that's a viable option for us anymore, because I don't think the public would appreciate if we had a critical incident and we said, well, our system was down. So we just have to have a redundant system. And of course, when we looked into getting the redundant system, the current system we have is too old to upgrade. So there was an additional cost that they told James that they would have to get our current stuff up to speed to match the backup system. So it's an expensive item, but I think it's critical in the environment that we operate in. I'll jump down. We are adding 12 additional cameras to our reserve officers. This is part of our phase-in period over this time. Our reserve officers are currently using our old model cameras that we've phased out for all of our regular street officers or all of our regular patrol officers and invest, as the batteries were not lasting long. And I liken them to a cell phone. After so many years, they just don't, the technology's not up to date in them and the batteries don't last anymore. The reserves were still, because they have limited hours that they've worked with us and stuff, we were letting them use those old cameras. They've well outused or went past their usefulness. So we're gonna replace those with regular body cameras that we're using with everything else. So that'll be the last phase-in approach, and we should have everybody covered. You will see, and I lumped them together a little bit here because we have some in a couple different areas of the budget, but we found out during the civil unrest this summer that we were short on some of the items that we need to help us work in those conditions, specifically gas masks. Ours were extremely old governmental models that were given to us about 20 years ago. They are no longer useful. We didn't have enough shields for our officers that were out there. But we also were short helmets. The batons, the long batons that we use when we do those types of activities. And then there's also a new thing that's happening is in the civil unrest, people are using lasers to point into the eyes of the officers, and officers across the country have had permanent eye damage from that. So we are getting some laser block glasses for at least our CERT unit. They handled a lot of that civil unrest that happened and helped our other neighboring communities as well. So we're getting some glasses for those guys to operate under those conditions. Currently, we have 20 sets of all these items. We just need a few more, is what we found out. So we're jumping that up. Once we take care of our CERT guys and get them everything they need, that's the 8. Then the other 10 will go there, so we'll have 30 sets for the police department of those items. Other significant items that are in the outlying years here that need to keep on your radar, if you will. We have a couple items in the CIP for a parking lot and covered parking expansion at the backside of the station there. This is getting almost to a critical point for parking for our employees. We just don't have the room anymore back there. So that will need to possibly be moved up in the CIP. I'll need to take a look at it in the next year or two. And then we also have a building expansion on there that would come out onto the south side of the building. It's a 10,000-foot expansion. And with that, we would need a space needs study for the police department as well to go along with that, to kind of make sure that we're utilizing our current space as appropriately as we can. Manpower needs, as the community continues to grow. I update that annually in a multi-year report that I provide to AJ. And a big part of that multi-year report is our manpower needs. And it lays out what we project we will need based on population growth for the next 10 years. So in a nutshell, I can tell you that we need 1 to 2 officers a year for the next 10 years, just kind of steadily increasing as the city grows. And that's if the growth holds and those kinds of things. I will tell you, with the COVID year, we thought things were gonna slow down. We actually ended the year with almost exactly the same number of calls for service as we did the year before. So it's just a hair over 16,000 calls for service, this 2020. So with that, I will turn it over to you guys for questions. If you have specific items you'd like me to address, or.
I've got some questions, Chief. So we talked about this, I don't know, over the last couple of months about the need for recruitment. And do we have enough money, I mean, to be able to recruit the number of people that you need? I mean, we had talked about bonuses. I mean, can we offer bonuses for certified
Certified
for
officers.
certified officers to come here, so we would, maybe giving them some of the money that we'd send to the academy.
Yep.
I just, I feel very strongly that we need to be up to, knowing that we're gonna, get retirements every year. And I'm still very concerned about COVID because you guys are on the front lines. And I was fairly disappointed to see the number of folks in the police and fire department that didn't want to get vaccinated. And if you're having a couple gone all the time, as they come back, you'd said somebody is rolling off again. I just, it's very important to get up to strength so that we can absorb. I mean, I know we can't mandate them to get the vaccine, I don't think, but they are our front lines, they are our ambassadors, and I just really want to see us be able to be at our maximum capacity and to be able to absorb somebody being sick and somebody retiring. And I just have lots of concerns about that. So would love to see some creativity, and I don't know if we're too late, but in terms of offering sign-on bonuses or things like that, to be able to get especially certified officers who we can get on the streets in 4 to 5 months versus a year. So I don't know if there's a question in there, but.
Yep, and I'll address, yeah, so the COVID stuff, I am a little disappointed in at least the initial numbers that said they would be willing to get the vaccination as well. I know the city as a whole is talking about maybe doing a little incentive to get people to do that. Kind of the carrot and the stick, if you will. I'm hopeful that when we actually are getting ready to get vaccinated, which, our group goes February 1st, and not sure how quickly we'll get it once that starts because of the large group of 65 and older that will also be eligible to get them. But I'm hopeful that we will get them fairly quickly. So that being said, I hope everybody kind of sees that it's a good thing and we can get more of our officers to get vaccinated. We have a young group, and I think part of that is, and it's speculation a little bit, but just in talking, is the ones that have gotten sick have not gotten really sick. And I think they see their colleagues that haven't really gotten sick, or they personally have not gotten really sick, and they're questioning whether they need the vaccine. And I think that's wrong, but that's what we're battling a little bit, I think. I'm glad that they haven't gotten really sick.
I mean, one of the things that I had to get involved with from a complaint situation was, an officer entering someone's home without a mask.
Right.
This summer, I'm sure you recall the situation, but I mean, as our emissaries in the public, I mean, they are transmitters of, I mean, so it's just important for our community that they get vaccinated, as
I agree.
them not seeing that their colleagues are young and healthy and not getting terribly sick.
No, I agree, and I completely understand that thought process, and I agree with that thought process. So we're working to try to get as many of them as we can, and I know the city is working on plans as well to help that push a little bit, if you will. As far as incentives to hire officers, We're in contract negotiations right now with the union. Just had our first meeting last week and not gonna get into a lot of details of that, but there is provisions in there for a hiring bonus for certified as part of that contract talk.
That's new.
That is new. That's new language that we're wanting to add to the contract, and we're working with the union to potentially add that to the contract. So that's one piece of it. I will tell you that the comp groups, at least on initial review from that, just preparing for that contract negotiation, we are compensating right in the ballpark with everybody in the metro. Des Moines a little bit higher than everybody else, like they always are when it comes to the police and fires things specifically. But other comp groups with all the other metro agencies, we're right there, right where we need to be. And I think we're as competitive for those positions as an Ankeny or a West Des Moines or anybody else would be. Like I said, we have decent numbers still, yeah, even though they're down from what we used to get. I think back in the heyday when I was doing before I became the chief, we were getting 200 applications plus initial, before you even weed through them or look to see who's qualified. This last time, I think we had 67. So it's definitely different than it used to be out there. And there's a lot of factors in that, obviously, but I think we're still able to compete for those positions and offer a really good job to somebody that wants to get into this field. Did that? Yeah. Okay.
Johansson, this is Erin.
Talking about including this in the contract
Right.
language, because I think that could be a way to, it's money we would expend and
Right,
save
exactly.
time. But it's everybody's benefit from our community to the morale of your team to have a full strength, so people aren't
Absolutely.
having to, pull longer shifts and
Right.
those sorts
In
of
the
things.
past, when we've had negotiations and we brought this up, it was really more of a point of contention, and it really wasn't because we were getting 200 individuals looking for jobs, it was something we'd bring up, but it would be something that, quite honestly, on the union side, they would say, well, we're really not quite sure we need it, and some of it was, why am I gonna pay this person extra money when I went through the academy and they're starting out with this bonus and I didn't get it? And we were expecting that, but at this point now, when it's a much more competitive environment, the bonus is much more important to us. And then to your point on the vaccination, the chief alluded to it, is that we're kind of looking at, we did a survey, and Erin can speak to this when she has their HR review, and I think she's on the screen somewhere. I see her up there in the screen. She did a survey with our employees, and I shared that information with you, and surprisingly, overall, we had a really good response in the survey about people responding to the survey and those responding positively that when the vaccination is available to them, that they would take it. I think the chief's right. We haven't offered it to our folks yet. When it's offered, they may take a different look at it and say, I'll go ahead and get it. But we may run into some obstacles. If we do, we'll look back, and we've talked about an incentive program. If you get the vaccination, then there will be something on like a day off or whatever it may be that provides that incentive for you. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we can require them to be vaccinated. We've just chosen that it's really not at this point, we don't believe, we'd like to see how it goes through our organization and see from there. Also, my discussion with other cities is that I'm not aware of any other city in the metro that's going to require the vaccination for the COVID, that they're all taking a wait and see to say when it does roll out, how many people are actually going to take it. And I think Chief Holt can address how many in the fire department signed up, because they're the first group that has gone through, I think even second dosage for the firefighter paramedics. I think he's kind of our guinea pig, if you will, that he can give us a better handle on what they've had. And they're the ones who, along with police, really face it firsthand when they have to respond to an emergency call.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Yeah, is there any other questions on the police issues or budget items that I could answer?
For recruiting overall, though, Chief, are you seeing the pool I mean, I know it's obviously very competitive, but I mean, are we, relative to other cities, are we doing about as well as we can?
I think so. And like I said, this current process that we're in, you know, we look at the applications. We know some of the people that are applying, some of them are interns that have interned with us, those types of things. We see some really good candidates on that list right now where it's at. Obviously, you're getting ready for the interview stage and you have to pass, you know, every one of those steps. But I think we definitely have identified 6 or 8 really good, strong candidates on there, and that's really good. If they can get through those processes and everything works out, that'll take care of our problem right there, just in that one shot. Now, me being, knowing a little bit more about it, usually, if you get 6 or 8 on a certified list, about half of those don't make it through the background.
Right.
It's about 50%, and that sounds crazy high, but when you do polygraph and you do, you know, you start looking into people's backgrounds, there's just things that come up. Sometimes it's a medical issue that they weren't even aware that they had, that they have to meet the standards for 411 and they just can't meet it. So there's a few things that wash people out. So if we get 3 or 4 out of that process, I'll be super happy. We'll start another one. We'll get some more candidates because you always get that next class of graduates out of the colleges and those things, and we'll pick up a few more.
But are these candidates on multiple cities' lists?
They are.
too?
We're competing. Ankeny right now we're running neck and neck with them as far as where we're at in our processes. So we keep it moving, right? And they do the same thing, right? I'll tell you, our last list, we had 5 certified on there, 5 candidates. One got taken with Des Moines with their processes, like we lost one to Des Moines. One of them went to Waukee. The other 3 we offered jobs to. One of them didn't make it through the background, so we got 2 of them hired. That's kind of how it all plays out when you start looking
Are
at
you
this.
seeing a good response from your recruiting video and what you've been doing there,
Yeah,
though?
I think so, right. And 67 to me in this time and place where we're at, I think it's a pretty good number.
All right.
I'm optimistic that we will get it done.
Well, okay. Yeah, I can only imagine it's a scheduling challenge to keep enough cops on the streets when you have that much vacancy right now.
Right. I got animal control next. I'll hit that while I'm up here real quick before I run off on you guys. So it's pretty simple, I think.
TS 21.
No more Bud and, who was it, Bud and?
Bud and Art.
Bud and Art. I always remember the days of Bud and Art in the pickup.
So I'll just, COVID had a minimal impact on animal control. There was a short period where Furry Friends was concerned about taking in a large number of animals because their volunteer staff had dissipated with the pandemic. That has kind of rebounded a little bit, if you will, and we are in a good spot with them again, where they're taking the animals that they need to from us. There's no known budget deviations for the current fiscal year that I'm aware of. West Pet is not asking for any new positions for next year. They have 4 full-time employees, and that's what they're staying with for the next fiscal year. They provide, just to real quickly, they provide services for us Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. They will come out if needed in the overnight hours, but we kind of have our officers fill in, if you will, to handle some of those late night things. They work weekends 8 to 4:30 if needed, or they're out there working and can be called on. If it's after those hours on the weekends, the same thing. They'll come out as called if we needed them to. We try to handle some of those things as well. They got a new vehicle in this current fiscal year that it's a police Interceptor, similar to what the officers drive around, and they got that up and running and are utilizing it. So overall, the West Pet budget for this next fiscal year coming up that we're looking at now increased by 2.4%. And that's overall, that's for all 3 cities that are involved in West Pet.
One of the questions I have on this is compliance of our pet license fees.
It's not as good as it should be. We're exploring a couple of options on that. And quite frankly, the pandemic, we decided to hold off a little bit. We didn't feel like with some of the financial difficulties that people were experiencing that we needed to be knocking on their door and asking for a pet license fee. It just didn't seem appropriate. And so we kind of held off. But what we're exploring is partnering with a third-party vendor that will guarantee a certain amount of license percentage, you know, like their compliance rate, but then they want to, you know, they get a certain amount of that. Our revenues will go up, but they'll take a chunk of that. And there's some downfalls with that because then it looks like it's an out of area or out of state person that's collecting these fees, and people don't like that. They like the local, that they've dipped their toe in this before, and when we went with the group out of Omaha, and when people were getting licensing fees and stuff requests, and they were sending their money to out of state or somewhere else, they just felt like that wasn't where their money should be going, and there was a little bit of pushback from that. So they like when their money goes to the city and not to some entity.
And is it it's annual, but is it calendar or is it annual from when they signed up?
It's
Calendar.
It's calendar.
It's calendar,
year,
yeah.
right?
April to April?
It's got a renewal happening
We
right
send
now.
out the renewals all in one big batch, and then we
Right.
send out reminder notices to the ones that don't.
So I guess
comply.
at least marketing wise with Derek and so forth, could we maybe more voluntary compliance measures?
Right.
Since everybody's pet license is up and
Absolutely.
there
And
seems to
like
be
I
a
said-
lot of new pets because of COVID in people's homes.
Right, right, and it was it's something that we discussed as a West Pet group, and it's like, how do we do this? We actually were in this beginning stages of going out and doing these pet licensing clinics, like at PetSmart and those kind of things, and then COVID hit. And everybody just kind of drew back and said, let's ride this out and see what happens, and then we'll revisit this.
Well, I mean, a lot of the vet clinics are still seeing the pets too. So I don't know if there's a way to partner with the vet clinics instead of an outside
So
entity.
there is a requirement that if the vets have to send us the records. So if you see a vet, but again, because I live in Urbandale, I don't necessarily go to the veterinarian in Urbandale, and I could go out of area, but the area veterinarians are required to send us the documentation that this person has a pet, so we know who to send the license request to.
Okay.
So there is that partnership that helps us get quite a few of the licensees on board.
Right, so we want voluntary compliance. We don't want to,
Right.
like I said, you don't want to knock at the door saying you owe us for your pets.
Right, yeah.
I don't know, we have these new shields coming.
Yeah,
No.
so, but yeah, I think there's significantly more pets in our city than we're getting licenses on.
Absolutely,
so.
I would agree with that. And we got to get more creative with how we get those people on board.
How many calls for service do you get? And like, how, do you keep track of who gets their pets back, you know, that are.
Right, we
around,
do,
or
and I
who
don't-
ends up in adoption or?
Yes, and I can get you that report. I don't have it in front of me right now. I apologize, but it tells us how many animals were taken in, how many were actually returned to owner, how many have been put out for adoption. Furry Friends is a no-kill shelter, so all of our pets go to Furry Friends. The only ones that are euthanized are the ones that are medically unable to save, or something, like if it was hit by a car or something like that, or if it has some type of ailment. But otherwise, they adopt out all their animals, so that's one of the reasons why we partnered with.
No, I think we have a cat from them, and their new facility looks fantastic. Did that open just this last year, or?
Yes, it did, and we have yet to see it because of COVID. We were gonna do a tour of the facility as a West Pet group, for one of our meetings. We meet quarterly, and we just haven't got that done because of COVID. We've been waiting as well for that, to get over there and take a look at it. But it's been a great partnership with them.
Well, I think it's a great way to, consolidate services and save everybody money, and then partner with a great nonprofit in our community as well.
It's been a journey. We started out a little rough, but we've
Yeah.
got the partnership all worked out.
And not to get it off topic too much, but we continue to deal with issues with feral cats, how to handle those. It's like a lot of things in this country, there's about half on this side of the fence and half over here. Half say, we don't want feral cats, get rid of them, euthanize them, whatever. And the other's like, we need to leave them alone and do the spay and neuter program and leave them in the community. That's the best way to handle it. So that it's very differing opinions on how to handle that. I will tell you that Urbandale hasn't been overrun with feral cats, but we have had a few pockets of incidents. There's one incident during this COVID period specifically where we trapped 10 cats out of one lady's yard. And she's very adamant that she wants them out of there. And then some of the neighbors are not so adamant about them wanting them out of there. So we try to balance that out. And I think it helps that it goes to furry friends because then they're not being put down. They try to adopt those feral cats out to farm places where they're out of the, outside of the metro, if you will. So when they're able to, they do adopt those feral cats, but they are a problem for them as well because it's hard to adopt out a cat that's wild like that. Any other questions on animal control or police budget? Thank you for your time. I appreciate it very much.
All right, thank you.
Rob, thank you. Can you get Jerry? Next up will be fire. That will be PS 11. It'll be fire EMS, and then emergency preparedness will follow that. Jerry Holt, our fire chief, will handle that review. You guys want to take a quick 5-minute?
Yeah, let's do.
Okay,
Yeah.
Jerry, we're gonna have a 5-minute, okay?
So the live feed is like 2 minutes. Rob was still talking when I opened the door. He'd already left.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Very low.
Did my email make sense to you? I wasn't sure what you were looking for, Adam, so I covered everything.
Yeah, so. So you know the budget dates?
Yeah.
So I was looking through the cheat code.
Oh.
There's things in this budget that we could go without impacting, but it's not essential. And there's things that are asking for if they know you're gonna say no.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I was looking for the both sides of that.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Yeah.
it may be, this, the redundant body cams is the extra thing that the police department really don't have to have,
Right.
but it is a good to have.
Yeah.
We just looked at that.
Okay, I see what you mean. All right.
And so, I looked at
Okay, I think we're ready. Jerry, you're up. Jerry Holt, our fire chief, is here today to review. Oh, sorry.
All right, we're back in session again. Now, Jerry Holt, our fire chief, will review the fire department and EMS operational budgets. So Jerry, you're up.
Great, good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I don't think this will take too long to go over with you, that I would tell you that this is pretty much a status quo budget request, other than the 3 new positions that we'll talk about when we get there. Just to kind of wrap up last year for you, our calls were up 5.9% over the year before, so a little bit busier last year. A lot of that's due to COVID, which we'll talk about shortly. We did have major fire loss with the Patricia Park apartment fire back in March. That's about a $6 million fire loss. And we had 3 injuries in Urbandale from burns over the year, one of which required a trip to the burn center at the University of Iowa. But our biggest highlight of the year was been opening Station 43 in March. And unfortunately, we weren't able to do the big opening that we wanted to do because of COVID, but things are going very well there. So how does COVID impact us? Well, every aspect of what we do has been impacted by COVID because we're taking care of sick people. And when we started, we had a very good handle on asking questions on whether or not somebody would be affected by COVID or could possibly been. And that went away pretty quick. So it went from, you could just question these certain people to now somebody's fallen, which you wouldn't think would be related to COVID. But then when you get there, they're like, yeah, I've fallen, but I've had this cough for 2 days. So essentially everybody has COVID as far as we're concerned when we treat a patient. But we did treat 261 patients with COVID indicators last year, so quite a few people. 23% of all of our patients had the criteria that could be COVID. That's a respiratory problem, fever problem, or something like that. We are certain that 144 of them had COVID, but the rest are in that category that we suspect that they did, but we don't know. When this was first started, the hospitals were doing a really good job letting us know if we transported a patient that had been COVID positive, but as the numbers grew, it became too big to be able to continue to do that. So again, we were treating everybody as they were COVID positive anyway, so taking all those precautions. 23% of the staff at the fire department has tested positive for COVID during this time. That's been a major impact for us because when they're gone a shift, we have to still maintain staffing. So that's really affected our overtime budget, as we'll talk about here shortly. Any unknown budget stuff that we still have out there for the current budget, well, the overtime budget we're well past that already, so we're continuing to work with trying to be as conservative as we can with overtime staffing. And we also have a ladder truck that's facing some repairs, and we're hoping that's going to be much better than the initial discussion was $100,000 plus repair. It involves some rusting of the frames of the truck that are going to have to be sanded down and taken care of, but we're hoping that we can be a lot less than we thought originally, which was a pretty major repair. Staffing, during the year, we lost 7 employees. Right now, we are almost full. We have one person that has had a job offer, and we're waiting the okay for the physical for that person to start. And once that person starts, we'll be back to full strength. Again, the biggest part of that is staffing Station 43. We also hired those people through the SAFER grant the years before to make sure we had enough people to do that. But then when you lose that kind of numbers, it's difficult to get them back in and get everything back up. And starting January 1st of this year, our 28E agreement with the City of Clive requires that we maintain 6 people staffing at that station 70% of the time. So that's something that we continue to work on. And as part of that, this current budget requests 3 new people to replace one of our part-time positions. So just to give you a brief reminder, there's 16 full-time people per day, and then there's 2 part-time positions per day. Oftentimes, we're not able to fill both of those part-time positions, and contractually, we have to let 2 people off per day. So anytime somebody's out sick or on vacation, then we can quickly get into a point where we need overtime if we don't have the part-time people to fill that. So the 3 positions will replace one of those part-time positions. We're also facing the retirement of our billing specialist, Leslie Osaski. If you know Leslie, she's a longtime employee. She was there when I got here, so I think she's close to 25 or 28 years. I'm not really sure, but she's going to be retiring in May. And as part of that, we're looking at outsourcing our billing for our ambulance services. So that's obviously takes most of her time today. And that's something that we're researching right now and taking a look and see what we can find. But what we're looking at so far is a cost to do that of anywhere from 4.5 to about 6% of our income. So that's much better than what we anticipated and what we had heard years past when we looked at that. And I think that that field is much more competitive now, and there's a lot more people doing that. So it's something we continue to research. Our new budget request is mostly unchanged except for the new positions. There are no new mission equipment, but there is some replacement equipment that's standard for our budget. The replacement of fire hose, the replacement of some thermal imaging cameras. Thermal imaging camera, a lot like a computer, in a short period of time, they're outdated and they have new technology that's so far better. So we want to make sure that we have a thermal imaging camera on all of our fire trucks. And we've also went to issue in all of our firefighters a little personal one that's swapped every day. So we're not buying one for everybody. There's just enough for every position there. So nothing new from the equipment. Ongoing issues that we will be facing. Probably one of the things that is mentioned in the budget is the need for an EMS, full-time EMS person. Right now, our EMS assistant chief is a part-time person. It's putting in about 32 hours per week. He's been on the department for, I think, 33 years. He was part of our paid-on-call staff and has just stayed with us all this time. It's Rob Light, if you know him, he also works for the water department, does a great job for us. But we do, there'll be a day that he retires, and then at that time, we're going to need to do something with that position to get it the time that it needs. And one other position in the future that is certainly worth being talked about, and that's a battalion chief. And that would be the shift supervisor, a person who's on charge, doesn't go to every call, but goes to every major call and takes control of that. In our 2017 standards of coverage document, what we did in cooperation with Clive, that position was identified for both of our cities. And what we talked about at that time is if we ever did that position, we would do it with both cities funding 1.5 positions so that we could reduce the cost of the city of Urbandale. And that person would cover their station and our 3 stations as well. So it'd just be one position to cover for both of us. If you look at the significant budget impacts, the biggest impact for us is obviously the request for 3 new full-time people. There is some increase of professional services. We have a new SCBA fill station at Station 43, and then we have the annual cost to maintain that. An increase of $100,000 in contributions to other agencies. That's for our GEMT reimbursement, which is Ground Emergency Medical Transport and Medicaid program that you guys approved us participating in, which last year brought in about $235,000 for us. We're thinking that will continue to rise. And I think collectively, we were just at about $1 million worth of revenue last year from our EMS services. And then the last major increase is in building maintenance, and that takes care of the new station coming online. So basically, we've added a third of operations to our department. That's it in a nutshell. If there's anything specific you'd like to talk about, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions before we move to emergency preparedness.
All right, thanks, Chief. Any questions?
Gary, you might want to just address the COVID shots you guys have gotten and the percentage and
Yeah, so you're talking about shots for our personnel. So I think it's right at 40% of our personnel requested the shot and have already received the first round of shots. Next week we'll be starting our second round of shots. So our first people that got them will start getting the shots the second round next week. And then I think it's a 2-week period that we get everybody through that process. Like Chief Johansson said, I would like for it to have been higher, but I appreciate the approach that we're taking. We're trying to incentivize people to take it, but we're not mandating that they take it. Just like all of you, healthcare choices are very personal, whether somebody wants to take it. I think that what Chief Johansson said about them seeing a lot of COVID patients that weren't that bad has not really given us the effect of, oh my gosh, this is bad, we should all take the shots. I would stand before you and tell you that I got in, signed up and got the shot to set the example. I believe that we should take the shot. But again, I think it's a personal choice that some people are just going to choose not to take the shot. And I wish that number was higher, but it is what it is. So we're right at about 40%.
Is part of that low number the fact that people who have had COVID are electing not to take shots? Matter of fact, University of Iowa asked employees who have had COVID in the last 90 days not to take a shot.
Right. And we did have one that was in that time frame that got down there and it's like, nope, it's too soon for you. And the reason that I've been given for the 90 days is because you have some immunity because you've been exposed and they don't want to waste any vaccinations on somebody that may already have some immunity. But I think we only had one that was within the 90 days that was turned away, and that person was going to take the shot. But I think that reinforces some people's, in their minds, why not to take a shot, because they had COVID and they didn't have it, it wasn't very bad for them. And, you know, I keep up at the national level, and I will tell you that in 2020, we lost more firefighters to COVID than to any other cause of death. So nationally, it is a problem. And every year you hear that somebody that gets the flu, a normal healthy person, dies from the flu. And that's usually big news. But it's happening much more commonly with COVID, that normal healthy people are being affected by it and dying. And I've never seen the numbers, you know, we never had flu that had this kind of numbers attached to it. The upside to all this is because of all the efforts that y'all are taking, and people are wearing masks and people are washing their hands like they haven't before. There's almost no flu this year, which is a good thing. I mean, it's a good result from a bad deal, is we have way less flu than we would have had otherwise. So a little positive note on that. Any other questions? The next one is emergency preparedness, PS 17. It's pretty straightforward. This is where we take care of our storm sirens, our outdoor warning sirens. It's a standard quo budget, because in the current budget, we're building a new siren in the area of the new school on Alice's Road to serve that area. Hopefully, we've received a grant from the state to help fund that, but we're struggling to go through all the state's hoops to make sure that it works. And the example I will give you is, we have to bid sole source. We have a system that's built of one type of siren. We did all the competitive bidding years ago, and that's the sirens that we built into. And so when we bid this time, we only received one, because there's only one place that can sell that siren into the state of Iowa. So we're working with the state to try to figure out what we can do to get more bids, even though we know that nobody can build a siren but that one company that services the state. I mean, it's just like anything that's protected by the vendor. They only let one person sell in that state. So we're working through that. But that we hope to have that done and built before the end of this fiscal year, so that'll be out of the way. It's been in the last 2 years, 2 budgets, because we knew the grant was coming and we were trying to get it, and we didn't want to go forward without making sure we did everything we can to get that. That particular siren will be a little bit different than any other ones we have in our system, in that it will be a solar-powered siren, so there will be no electricity going to it, which makes it a little bit easier to place. And the way that they work is the solar power just charges the batteries, and the batteries are what make the sirens go off. All of them are just run by a deep marine battery, if you will. The only electricity you see going to it is just to charge the batteries. So we're doing away with that, and the batteries will be charged by solar power, and one less wire there and one less thing to have to worry about.
So how many more sirens, say if Urbandale fully builds out in our current borders, how many more sirens will we be needing?
Well, we're in good shape right now. This will complete what we need today. As we go west, every time there's an annexation, we'll have to look and see what we cover. But this would cover the mile to the west that we are right now. Even though there's not a lot of people there, it'll cover that area, and it'll cover some growth. Any future annexation would require us to look at that and see. And I will tell you, one of the biggest complaints that I get from emergency preparedness is I can't hear the siren in my house. And I can't tell you how many times we have to deal with that. They're outdoor warning sirens. They're designed to be heard outdoors so that you go indoors and turn on the TV or news and see what the problem is. But a lot of people are used to hearing them in their house. And if you live next to one, then you have that added warning that you get woke up at whenever it goes off. But you'd be surprised over the years, I've heard people complain, it's like, this siren's too loud, can you move it from where I live and to the other side? If I can't hear the siren in my home, and it's just not designed to do that, to build one system that would alert everybody inside their house, we'd probably need about 50 to 100 more sirens. So it's just not practical to do that.
Just get marine horn ones up there, you know?
Yeah. And there's so many other ways today to be alerted to severe storms. I mean, people's cell phones are going off. There's just so many other ways to do it. I think that the storm sirens is some dated technology, but that people will demand that we keep doing that for a period of time.
Right. But that idea of going indoors and turning on the TV, I mean, a lot of people don't have broadcast TV anymore to see it.
Right.
So
that's pretty much it for those two budgets. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Two assistant chiefs are on the call, but not on the panelists, and that's Chief Lyon and Chief Cardwell. Chief Lyon covers operations, and Chief Cardwell covers training. And we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thanks, Chief.
Gary, thank you so much. All right, we have the Police and Retirement Special Fund. Nikki?
Yes, we kind of actually talked over most of this section, so we can kind of breeze through it. This is PS 25, the last department within the public safety function. This is directly the levy that we talked about this morning. It just outlines the items we already covered. It's going up 5 cents to 37 cents. And then if we were going to fully fund it, it would need to be 66 cents as of today, an additional 29 cents, which we are not currently recommending. And then the rate went from 25.31 last year to 26.19. So that's the employer's contribution into that pension system. And then list how we allocate that. So questions on that one, I'd be happy to revisit again. Okay.
One of the things, the state legislature is taking up some discussion on the 411, and we're closely monitoring that. Not so much as the contribution rates at this point in time, but the coverage under 411. And the bulk of the language that we reviewed and are keeping track of essentially would allow for an extension of 411 medical coverage past the point of retirement. So if you're a police officer or firefighter and you retire in 2020 and in 2022, they discussed this last year, and they talked about a 5-year period and they reduced it to a 2-year period. 2 years after your service, if you then have a disease or a condition that may have been reason for a disability retirement if you were employed, that is extending outward. And that means for the city, then we would have coverage for that particular disease or condition. So if you retire, police officer, 2 years later you have a heart attack, that heart attack would be on us, that we would pay all the expenses associated with that. And so that's being discussed at the legislature, and we've let, through the league and other contacts, we've let them know that, and they've also restricted that you can't cover that under your health insurance, nor can you cover it under workers' comp. So that's an expense that we would have to categorize singularly and say that Officer X had a heart attack, and we pay that out of the general fund to take care of that person's expenses related to their heart attack for the rest of their life. That's being debated. That's been introduced to the state legislature, and that's a 411 related one. May not have an impact directly on the rates that the levy that we have, but it would have an impact potentially on future expenditures or exposure that we would have for medical expenses. So we'll keep our eye on that one. If not any other questions, we are going to move to roadway maintenance. There's John Larson. If you look at, under the Public Works tab, and this will cover all those activities. I'll let you know that as of Monday, John is our newly appointed Public Works Director and City Engineer. John served as the assistant for 17-plus years, and when Dave McKay announced his retirement, I worked internally to review the opportunity, and John and I had a nice conversation, and certainly it was my pleasure to make that appointment for John. John can also introduce the other members of his staff, because we had another promotion that occurred at that time as well. So John, if you would, please introduce your staff.
Okay, thank you, AJ. So we'll start with, like AJ was saying, our new Assistant Director of Engineering is Kristen Rostrom. Our current Assistant Director of Public Works is Tim Sobey. And Patrick Halsey is our Fleet Manager, our Fleet Supervisor. So let me just start.
Well, again, on PW1 is the first, and that gives an overview of all the public works summary. And then we break down as according to your agenda and all according to the book. It starts with the roadway maintenance, and then it goes through all the way to our fleet management internal service fund. And that is one of our newer ones. As we come near the completion of our new public works recreation building, we made that determination last year that you would allow us to hire a fleet manager that would manage the rolling inventory for the city. So with that, John, you can take off on PW3 then.
Okay, thank you, AJ. Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Since we have several different budget items that fall underneath Public Works, I thought I'd just kind of a COVID update for the entire department instead of by kind of each category. So far, we've had 7 cases or positive cases in Public Works and 1 in engineering. So I think so far we've been fairly fortunate that they haven't really impacted how we do our day-to-day operations. Just to kind of let you know, our protocols, other than the citywide of, wearing the masks and everything within our department, the way we've been handling things is, for instance, within Public Works, we basically limit the number of people that can go into the break room at a time. We keep it to 1 person at a time in the locker room. We've also done where we give the assignments to the people before they get to work, so they can basically go from their personal vehicle right to their work vehicle, and they do not have to come into the building. With engineering, we have the vast majority of our people are working at home. The ones that are in the office, I think there's only probably 3 or 4 of us are there, and it's more what I'd call the essential, the people that are doing the one-call locating, where we got supplies and software to use in the office, and then they're out into the field. When we had our inspection going on through the summer, predominantly our inspectors would come to work, go right from their personal vehicle to their work vehicle and out to the field. So we've really tried to limit the number of people that are in the office at any one time. So kind of going into our roadway maintenance budget, currently probably the biggest thing to note in the existing budget is under our repair and maintenance supplies. We're estimating approximately that we'd be 100,000 under budget. That's primarily due to salt savings. So far we've been fortunate, had a fairly good light winter with some warm temperatures. And the other part is kind of due to derecho, cleanup, and the COVID. That's really limited how much we could do as far as street patches, intake repairs, just our normal maintenance activities have decreased this year due to other things. With the COVID, it's tough to get a full patching crew together, so we've delayed some of that work just to kind of keep things separated. As far as our staffing, within the public works side of thing as a whole, come early February, we'll be back to being fully staffed. We have a couple openings that we're filling right now, but the good news is we'll be back fully staffed. As far as new equipment that we have, really the biggest change in roadway is a change within the equipment replacement fund. Currently, we have a couple backhoes that are used much more for storm sewer type work, so we're gonna move those over to the stormwater utility, kind of more where they belong, than keep them and moving them out of the roadway budget. Another key thing maybe to talk about overall to note is we're looking at fuel savings in all of our budgets. When we locked in that last price, it was really good, really low. So we're looking at across the board, we'll have savings in all our fuel line items. One other change within this budget is our Assistant Director of Public Works is moving from the roadway budget back into the Engineering and Public Works admin budget. I'd also note, there's in the roadway budget, we have a allotment for an overlay on Merritt Drive. This would be west of 170th, the west half mile, really west of 170th over to 184th. The reason to point that out is it was not in the CIP. We have in the CIP to reconstruct Merritt Drive in 2023. Unfortunately, now past, I guess, CIP time to now, conversations with Clive, and unfortunately, they did not have the money available in 2023 and are asking that we delay on when we do that, and we're really pushing for that overlay. So we're looking at doing the overlay, and ultimately next round of the CIP, we'll have to push the full reconstruction back a little bit. That would be a joint shared cost with the city of Clive.
John, what's the cost to overlay that?
We're estimating our 50% shared about $120,000.
So Clive would still cost share the overlay?
Correct, they would have their own $120,000.
Okay, but then we would still defer the reconstruction?
Correct, we'll push back the reconstruction until they have the funds available, in which case then we'd still, since we share, the north side's us, south side's them, we'd still be a 50-50 cost share on that.
Thanks.
Let's see, then just kind of point out, as far as road use, right now, the DOT is projecting that it could be down maybe 4%, which isn't as bad as some of the initial projections. So I think that's encouraging for us. Just one thing to draw your attention to. We've been kind of bringing our road use fund balance down slightly. It's one of those things in the next few years, though, we could get close to where we're almost depleting that balance. And one of the ways to kind of deal with that is we can go back to what we used to do is to do the, like our patching programs with bond funds instead of road use money be one thing that could happen. But it's not dire at the moment, but I think it's something we'll have to watch on what we need to do with our road use balance going forward. And then I thought I'd give you an update on our new Parks and Public Works facility building and how that's coming along. All things considered, I'd say I think it's going fairly well. Unfortunately, like any building project, we are a bit behind. I think that always seems to happen. Probably the biggest issue they had a hiccup on one of the walls, and they actually had to take it down and start over. And for the longest time, the subcontractor that was responsible kept thinking they could fix it. So that kind of cost us some delay because they weren't willing to give in, nor was their insurance company that they had to take it down. Finally, they got to the point they agreed, yes, we do. So that cost us a little bit of time, and that was a wall that's on the main admin building. So that's probably the part of the building that's the furthest behind. But their most recent schedule, they're looking at the possibility of maybe being able to start moving in, say, in the sanitation area, which is almost kind of a wing by itself. Maybe mid to late February, we could start using that piece. And then over the next few months till maybe April 1st, they're hoping maybe the rest of the building, we'd be able to start moving in. And then maybe in May, we'd be able to get to where the admin could move in. I think that's maybe still a little aggressive, as you can imagine. The admin part, there's a lot more finish work in there, but that usually takes longer. So we'll kind of see. And then they're targeting July 1st to have the entire site done again. I think that might be a little aggressive, but we have a nice dry spring. Maybe that all does come together for us. So overall, I'm still excited. I think, having been through the building, still amazing when you see just the workers and their equipment they have in there, and how much spare space there still is, so that when we get in there, I mean, for once, there'll be plenty of room. Looking at the mechanics area, just, going from what they had, which would you know, not much different than probably working in your garage and being in tight space to being what you'd see at an auto dealer showroom type thing where they actually have space and the equipment they need to fix things. So again, I'm pretty excited about getting that building completed. So I guess with that, I just ask, is there any questions related to roadway maintenance?
I'm not sure if this is particular to roadway maintenance, but where are we at in terms of how much money or how much gas we have left in that tranche, or I don't know what the right word was, with
The contract that we've done? Tim, do you know that number?
Yeah, we will probably,
Gotta be Mike.
we did a 2-year contract it started last July, that'll go through the end of the next fiscal year. And you buy fuel in 42,000 gallon increments. And I estimate that the diesel, we'll use that diesel really late in the fiscal year. The unleaded may be April of 2021. So we've got that $1.50 per gallon diesel unleaded. That price will go essentially through the end of the next fiscal year. And then once we use up our quantity, then we just buy it at market rates at that time.
Is gas price still at a really low price like we were able to get then, or?
The last load of fuel we got, our fixed price for that load of fuel was about $2,000 less than the market price at that time. Does that answer your question?
I think so.
It's, we've been doing this for 6 or 7 years now. The savings is, the first year we did it, we lost $50,000. Ever since then, it's been better. Some years we break even, some years we save $10,000, $15,000. This year, this contract's looking good, like a real substantial savings.
No, that's great. I just didn't know when we would need to replenish that contract.
Well, the next, probably year from April,
Okay.
we'll look at doing that again, if the prices are right. If the prices are real high, we can hold off. If the prices are good, we'll pull the trigger again.
Now, is that something, if we see the prices starting to go up, we could do before then, or?
Yes, I mean, we could potentially, like, let's say next, December 2021, prices are real low. We can lock in then for July to start a new contract.
We're kind of lucky now when we're at the low. It's a little tougher to do when they are kind of fluctuating greatly to try and guess when do we lock in on everything.
Well, great. I mean, I just think it's fantastic how much money we were able to save by doing that this go around, so.
It's a good insurance policy.
Yes.
Is what it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else related to roadway? Okay, and I think that our next one is streetlights. There's not much to this one. Basically, this pays our bills to Mid-American Energy. And that Mid-Am's completed nearly all their LED conversions. So basically, our rates are should stabilize now, and we just won't be seeing the steady decreases that we have been seeing over the last several years. So with that, I guess I'd be glad to answer any questions related to streetlights.
I think it's streetlight related, so the 5G rollout. The cellular 5G stuff that's going on the street poles. It seems like there might be some more lights being added in on certain streets. I was thinking on 95th and, I think it's 95th-ish area, Timberline, I think it is.
Okay.
Or Tanglewood, I think there's one that kind of got added in there. And is that normal to see more streetlights getting added in because of 5G?
That would be about the only reason they would be added is because of the 5G. Basically, the intent is for them to go on existing streetlights. I think they're finding some areas where the coverage, they need to add another pole to get the coverage they're looking for. There's also a lot of them where they're changing out the light poles just because they need a different footing, a bigger base to put their equipment on.
Right. So we aren't seeing a lot of new light poles because of that then?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
John, just to clarify, the street lights in Urbandale, Most of them are owned by Mid-American Energy,
Correct.
and they maintain them and just send us a fee.
Correct. Yep,
If-
we pay a flat rate for the poles, per pole, you know, they can calculate how many we have, and that's what we pay. The only streetlights we have are on Douglas from kind of 72nd back to the mall, and then we've got some on Hickman, west of the interstate.
So on any new construction, if we're putting in streetlights out west somewhere on a new,
If it's a brand-new development, the developer pays Mid-Am to install them, and then we take over the costs of them. If it's one of our CIP projects, that's where we bring the Mid-Am proposal to you, and then we add the streetlights on the project, yes.
so in essence, all of the maintenance on streetlights and things like that.
Correct. Yep, we see ones
their
on,
end.
we contact Mid-Am, and then they take care of it, yep.
Somebody runs into a pole and knocks it down, that's on them.
Correct, yep.
Great, thanks for that clarification.
Like our next item is traffic safety. Kind of things to note with the current budget here. It was a little while ago that we came to council and we added the speed, you know, school zone speed reductions by Webster Elementary on, Aurora Avenue west of 128th Street. Those have been installed and they are up and operational, but that was an item that was not originally budgeted. But fortunately, through savings and other things, we're able to cover that cost. Similarly, we have 3 different pedestrian crossing locations on Aurora Avenue by the middle school. We originally constructed those in 2009, so they were kind of coming to the end of their life, and unfortunately, we had several maybe hit the end of their life at the same time. The way they work is they're pairs, so if one of the 2 goes bad, you really need to replace both of them. The reason being, it's a different voltage system they use now than what they used to, so we can't buy parts, we can't repair them, can't really do anything. And we had at least three that completely just all of a sudden quit working on us. And then we had another couple that maybe had some issues here and there, so we thought it was best to replace all 6. We were getting calls from parents concerned that they weren't able to use those during school time. The good news is all the parts just came in this last week. So hopefully Iowa Signal will have all that up and running for us in the next week or so. But again, that was just kind of something that was not budgeted, but something we could cover through savings throughout the budget.
And are the new ones where the diamond itself lights up, not just a flashing light on top, or?
These will be very similar to the ones we had. So basically it'll still have the solar panel on the top and the same lights.
Okay. So I've seen a lot where there's like, you know, the borders of the sign itself have, I'm guessing, LED lights in them that are flashing to bring a lot more attention to the sign.
Yep. And with ours, just to kind of save costs, we were keeping things the same. We're reusing the same poles, just having to replace the push buttons and the solar powered parts of it that make it function. As far as staffing, we currently have 1 opening, and that's for our traffic signal technician. We do have an approved certified list, and we're working on filling that position. As far as new equipment, the biggest thing is, and we'll be bringing this for your consideration Tuesday night, is to replace the controllers for our traffic signals. With the joint project that we did with Clive to do the adaptive system on Hickman Road, with that, we also get a central controller software, and that will help run these new controllers that we're looking to purchase. What's really nice about the new system is just how it interacts with staff, really. So for instance, if a traffic signal goes into flash, this new software will be able to email people, text people, and let them know right away that we have an issue. Or if we lose power and the battery backup kicks on, you know, we'll get that text or email letting us know that happened. With our current system, the way we find out is the battery goes dead and the signal turns off, and then we find out that it was, you know, the battery backup was running. So this will help us be a lot more responsive and really help us monitor our traffic signals a lot better.
John, is that a system that can be expanded to other signals and other thoroughfares? You know, we can put other
Basically, well, as far as changing out the controllers and the software, that'll be all our signals in the city that we're responsible for.
Oh, it's everything, okay.
We're gonna do all of those. The adaptive is only a separate project. That's with with Clive on Hickman Road. We'll look at other opportunities for the adaptive. You know, it's possible you could do like the 86th Street corridor, but we'd need to work with West Des Moines, Clive, and kind of work through that system. We did get a grant for the Hickman one. I hate to admit it, but this thing's been going on for several years, just kind of been different things through the approval process and getting things. And, you know, it's a little different than our normal, go let a project, build it. Here, you come up with your specifications, you have different companies bid on it with their proposals, evaluate it. So just everything seems to have been taking forever on this one. But I think there's possibilities in the future we'd be looking at other corridors.
Okay, great, thank you.
I guess maybe one thing to note with those, biggest thing that, you know, they'll help move your traffic based, you know, they're adaptive because they'll change by how many cars you have. Problem is if you do not have enough lanes or enough turn lanes, they're not gonna help you. They're not magic, but they can help you maybe in not all your peak times that you can get flowing a little better. Then also wanted to note that Public Works crews have been completing the replacement of a lot of our signs. Federal government had mandated and the reflectivity needed to be improved on several signs, and they're completing that this year, so we'll see a savings in the budget going forward. We'll be done replacing those signs. Yes, with that, glad to answer any questions related to traffic safety.
I'm just having a burning desire to know what bags of glass beads are for.
No, that's when you do the pavement markings, that's what helps it reflect.
Okay.
So you got the paint there, you put the beads in, and that's what reflects back on your headlights.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was crafting or, you know, or what, but
And it's a very technical process.
Yes.
If you ever see the guy with a bucket and he just throws it on the road, and he's putting the beads in there.
okay.
Our next one is engineering services. As far as staffing with this one, we're in the process of hiring a GIS specialist. This was a position that was added in the budget this year to help out with the right-of-way permits, mostly with MetroNet coming to town and how many permits we'll be dealing with. Ultimately, the position will work with these right-of-way permits and will also just help with general maintenance of our GIS system. Currently, our GIS is maintained by one person, our GIS coordinator, with the help of all the different engineering technicians in the engineering department. So having a second person dedicated will definitely help us maintaining our system. And then just to kind of give you an update, excuse me, on MetroNet. Currently, they do have 5 crews going in Urbandale, and they have just recently received their building permit to build their fiber hut, which is on Buena Vista, just west of 104th Street. So it's my understanding they want to get going on that shortly too. In some of the areas they're working in, they're working, they're working on Merritt Drive in the 121st to 128th Street area. They're also working south on 121st. So I think as you kind of go Douglas, Meredith, 121st to 128th, that's one of the first neighborhoods they're going to work to go into. They're also working, they're also working at, on 104th Street between Hickman and Douglas. They're working in that area. They're working around Meredith Drive and Northwest Urbandale Drive area, so they're working through there. And they're also looking shortly to start on doing their overhead installation. So they'll be over on the east side where we have poles, and they'll start hanging the lines there as well. As a whole, I think so far it's been going all right. It seems like they've been very responsive for us. If something doesn't seem quite right, we can get a hold of them. They react. Every morning, I get an email that tells me where they're going to be, what they're going to be doing. It's the best that they can figure. Because the challenge they've really had is the Iowa One Call system. They've completely overloaded it. They're just not used to saying, okay, I need this area marked all at the same time. Sounds like the utility locators have said they've come up with a system. We'll see if that works. Also, with the snows we've had, once it snows, they got everything remarked again, which again has just been kind of overloading the crews to get everything marked. I know Tim Terrell, who's doing our locating, it keeps him fairly busy, and he's also doing the coordinating with them, so he knows what they're doing and where they're at. So far, he's pretty happy with how they're backfilling their holes, doing that kind of stuff. The true restoration, we won't be able to see that till the spring when they can start planting grass and doing those kind of things. But again, so far, they seem fairly receptive for us. So I think it's only been going a little while, but it's going fairly well for us. I guess with that, is there any questions related to engineering services? Okay. Our next one is solid waste collection. Probably the biggest thing to note on the current budget is our contributions to other agencies. We're estimating that could be approximately 56,000 over budget. That'd basically be from just an increase in the volume of our collections and the result of the 2 spring cleanups. Since we delayed our spring cleanup into the fall, we'll have our next one this coming spring. We end up with two spring cleanups in the same year. But we figure we can handle that additional cost through, again, savings elsewhere in the budget. As far as staffing, we're figuring that we could have a couple of retirements in the next year or so. But again, that's typically we can continue to replace from within and then hire new laborers. As far as new items, we're not expecting any increase in our tipping fees, and then we'll see curb it just increase slightly. I guess with that, any questions related to solid waste collection?
Can I add a few things, John?
Sure.
It's been an interesting year with solid waste collection. Last year in 2019, we collected about 12,500 tons of solid waste. Last year it was up about 1,300 tons. And obviously that's from people working from home, but also just cleaning out their houses. And so what that resulted in is about $45,000 in additional landfill fees. So last year, your average resident threw away about 160 more pounds than what they normally do. The spring cleanup, well, it was a fall cleanup, but that resulted in a record tonnage. We collected about 923 tons that week. We collected a record tonnage of yard waste. It was about 3,000 tons. And that's good. The more yard waste you collect, the more revenue you get. Metro Waste Authority reimburses us about $135 per ton for every ton of yard waste we collect. In 2019, we did about 1,000 bulk item collections. Last year, we did 1,500. A strange thing too is in a normal year, we hand out about 350 95-gallon garbage containers. Last year, we handed out over 700. And I think a lot of people were at home, so they upgraded their size. I think they finally got around to calling us and saying, hey, my container's broke. Can you replace this? Which we're more than glad to do. So we had to make an emergency purchase here in the middle of the year to get additional containers. Another thing I wanted to add is with our new facility, I think it's gonna give us an opportunity to kind of expand our service, make service a little bit better. Even before the construction, our public works site wasn't a place where you'd really want the public coming in and out. But Metro Waste would like us to put some recycling facilities there. We haven't told them yes or no, but we'll make that decision later. We'd also like to start doing like periodic scrub events where residents can just bring us garbage at no cost. It's a lot cheaper for us to have some staff there on a Saturday, just getting the stuff residents bring in than it is collecting it at spring cleanup at the curb. So it'd actually be a money savings for us. And
can we do a cardboard bin at the new facility too?
That is the main reason Metro wants to put it there, yep. It's for cardboard.
Right.
And speaking of recycling, there's been a lot of requests with COVID to have weekly recycling collection. I tell residents it's really not realistic. Waste Management in Des Moines would have to double their staff, double the amount of trucks they have. And it would, also the residents pay about $3.50 per month for recycling. That would probably go up $3 too. So it's very unrealistic. And I know Metro Waste Authority and the city of Des Moines have no plans to go to weekly recycling. So an option the residents have, they can get 2 recycling containers. So I think that's covered there. Now, one thing, we are this year going to replace our fleet of automated garbage trucks, which is about $1 million investment. 7 years ago, when we last replaced those, for the council members that weren't around at that time, we had a third party do a study for us, basically saying, you know, is it a wise decision for the city of Urbandale to continue collecting trash and yard waste and not leave it to a contractor? And the decision at that time was, you know, the residents could save a quarter a month, maybe 50 cents a month if we went to a contractor, but the extra service that the city provides is well worth that. So we don't have any plans this time around to do a similar study unless, you know, unless we're directed otherwise. And another thing too, I mentioned the yard waste reimbursement that should go up, and Ron may know more about this than I do, but I know Waste Management is gonna have a significant increase in their reimbursement for yard waste next year, and we should too, so could provide for.
Some discussion, taking yard waste every other week, every other week during the summers, because you're heavy in the spring, you're heavy in the fall, and in the summers, you have these trucks going up and down and up and down, they're not picking up anything. And so there's some talk about that, and I think the board's in favor of that. But from, you know, the company's standpoint, they gotta have the trucks anyway for the heavy part, so I'm not sure what's gonna result in that.
Yeah, and I understand from Waste Management standpoint, in the spring and the fall, you're making money. When yard waste is light, you know, you're losing quite a bit of money. It costs $1,000 a day to run a truck through a route. You might only get $500-600 in revenue for that day, so it's understandable.
I don't understand and Ron, you can jump in here, the need to put these cardboard recycling, what is bad about putting them in your cans that can?
There's nothing bad about putting them in your can. The problem is that I think with the amount of shipping everybody has to their house now, they just can't control the amount of cardboard. And so Metro Waste is putting several different containers out. They have one up at the site in Grimes, and the day after Christmas, they dumped that twice, and it was still full. And so there's just a lot of cardboard out there.
Yeah, I do my share of contribution, but I just didn't understand. I mean, does it keep it cleaner? I mean, is it for the market or?
No,
just?
It's mainly just so people, I mean, aren't overwhelming their recycle bins otherwise.
Okay.
It's a convenience to people more than anything else. Metro Waste gets advantage of it because they bale it and sell it. If you put it in your bin, it currently goes through Mid-America, which is our recycling company, until Metro Waste finishes their MRF. But right now, it's just a convenience to people and companies as well. They're just overwhelmed with their cardboard. And that's one of the few commodities that the price is held up on is cardboard.
And then my other comment would be, I think it's a great idea to have some Saturday events for people to bring stuff to the facility. As a former City of Des Moines employee, my good friend Pat Kazitsa could walk on water with the neighborhoods because he was able to provide those scrub days. They all just loved him because he was the man that brought in the equipment to their local parking lots at their schools and stuff like that. So I think whatever we can do to increase those opportunities, I think the citizens are really going to be happy about that.
Anything else, Tim? Thanks, Tim.
Still one of our most popular services by the citizen survey.
I don't disagree. If we can, it'd be convenient if you could drop it off any time of the year instead, or, you know, certain times of the year instead of everybody saving it in their garage till once a year. I think people would use that.
You learn very well that you don't cancel it.
My garage for the next cleanup, so.
It seemed like a really good idea at the time. What's that? I probably was. That was the decisions between the rest of the staff. But no, it seemed like a great idea given everything. And then, boy, that just went south real quick. So we learned our lesson.
Okay, our next one is sanitary sewer and wastewater. This budget is totally funded by the two sewer districts. Both of the districts are meeting next week to discuss the budget. Some items to note, our agreement with Windsor Heights has been approved by everybody, and we're just starting to work on figuring out what our maintenance plans will be, getting up to speed on their system. And then just to let you know, we're also working on a rate study to determine our actual overhead and what we should be charging the sewer districts for managing their infrastructure. We have a meeting next week to start discussing their preliminary findings. So just to let you know, that is moving forward with the intent of, depending on how much it is, it may be a 1 or 2 year thing phased in with the districts. But again, they were supportive of it, and again, we'll work through that process with the sewer districts. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions related to sanitary sewer and wastewater. Okay, our next one is the stormwater utility fund. Some new equipment that we're looking at is a floor cleaner, and basically the best way to describe that is kind of a mini street sweeper. When you consider the size of the new Parks and Public Works building, this will greatly help us to keep the floors clean in there. And then I'd also mentioned in the equipment replacement fund that we'd be adding the 2 backhoes that are currently in roadway. Some other items to note, just to give you kind of an update on our stormwater grants. Each year we put the $200,000 in there that allows businesses and residents to apply for grants that will help them with their stormwater issues. In 2018, our grants totaled $112,000. In 2019, it was $137,000 awarded. Right now, we've actually paid out $76,000, and we have about another $40,000 that's been committed. So I guess I know we get asked a lot, is the $200,000 enough? I still believe it is. We have not been hitting up to that max yet, and any money that's left over stays in the fund, and we can keep rolling over year to year. We still doing our PR campaigns through social media, things like that, to make sure people are aware of the program. Also kind of wanted to let everybody know.
Well, I guess on that, we've got a cap in there of 20 grand per project and a one-time per property.
For that instance, correct.
Yeah, so I guess since we have extra dollars in there, is there allow some of these properties to come back a second time and or increase the 20 grand?
So maybe Kristen can help me here, but I'd say a lot of times what we're seeing are much smaller than the 20 grand. We have a lot smaller grants.
Yeah, this year was almost entirely small, very small projects from homeowners that they weren't, was small projects from homeowners where they weren't even using their full 5 grand allotment for their house. So just really small projects, which was great. We had a lot more applicants this year, even though we had out less money. We do allow the larger properties to come back in subsequent years. So if you've got a larger project that expands over a couple of years, they can reapply the next year for that project. Certainly these large projects often run for 2 or 3 years to get them completed. Keeping that $20,000 max per property, I think just helps make sure that one group doesn't kind of monopolize the funds. And that would be available both for like HOAs and for larger commercial projects. We haven't had any commercial properties apply the last couple of years, but those funds are available for them as well if they're interested.
Okay.
I know the commercial pay the vast majority. I don't know if they look at it as they don't want to be taking it from, have the businesses take all the money and the residential people not get it. I don't know how they're looking at that. But like Kristen said, it's rare that we do have a business. But as she said, a lot of times if you have some creek work, they may do, a third of it 1 year, max out their money, come back, move a little further downstream, do a third of it. So there are ways that you technically are getting more than that 20,000 a year.
Okay. Yeah, I guess when I read the rules, it was a one-time 20 grand shot, no matter how much on the commercial side, how big the project was, so.
Right, we've been allowing some flexibility. It kind of depends on what it is. That's the other part we want to try not to let people where we start seeing, the repair work starts getting inflated because they know they get more money each year as well.
Yep, okay.
What would be an example of a project?
That was my next thing. Yep, that's what I wanted to say is, so far to date, we've done 30 rain barrel reimbursements, and we've only done one soil quality restoration so far as well.
What would be some examples of some of those projects that you could fund with a grant?
A lot of what we do is, one, say that somebody's yard is holding water and wet, we'll help them out with a tiling project. If they have where they have a drainage way in their back and it's eroding, we'll help them out with stabilizing that. The HOAs, a lot of times, they'll work on cleaning out their detention area, or if it's one that's had a failure on the side, we'll help them rebuild that. So it's really the fund came about is we used to get a lot of things like, well, I got this problem, city, how are you gonna help me? It's your problem. Well, now we've got a way to pay half, and then they also pay half.
I guess I try to block out my homeowners association experience, but I guess I was under the assumption that we did not assist homeowners associations, or at least not mine, for the dredging of the pond at Walnut Hills Elementary.
That was made a little different, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the school's responsibility.
Yeah, not so much.
It also doesn't cover dredging of ponds because, dredging of ponds is not part of the stormwater management of a subdivision. It's only the portion above the normal water level that actually helps with detention. So the pond itself is an aesthetic feature, and the maintenance of the pond is the responsibility of the HOA.
I misunderstood your question, correct. It's only for the detention portion that we're helping out.
Okay.
We've had similar with, like Hallbrook, they've done some where the water that's coming in, they've created some check dams and things to catch silt, but we don't help clean out the rest of the pond.
I joke that one of the reasons I ran for city council was so I could get off the homeowners association board, because we were, luckily we had city attorneys and other really good folks in our homeowners association. But I mean, we are making these homeowners association make really, really big decisions and really big sums of money. I mean, we're dealing with $100,000 dredging on a private contract in my homeowners association. I mean, I don't know how a homeowners association can be expected to do that if they didn't have a retired city attorney on their board and, engineers that were willing to step up and do, volunteer work. But I think as we continue to grow and we have more of these, we're gonna have more issues, regardless of whether they're aesthetic, they're not functioning, but to expect our homeowners associations to be able to manage these assets without guidance from the city, I think is a little bit of a push.
Just so you see from what we're looking at on our side, since it's stormwater money, we look at it as the detention portion, how we benefit by making the detention areas the size they should be, which again holds back the water and helps the erosion downstream. It's just how we came up with it out of the stormwater money and not doing the amenity part of the water below.
Well, I guess I'd like to see if we can figure out a way to, because the detention is not functioning as it should. I don't know. I could talk for hours on my particular situation, but I think as we see more of these subdivisions developing out west with these major ponds and other facilities, we're asking these individuals, just average citizens, to take on humongous responsibility in dealing with them. And I don't know if there's a better way that the city can provide technical assistance to homeowners associations when they are having to manage these situations. But like I said, I could talk for a long time about this, but I will stop.
John, I see you have a line item, $250,000 on PW 31 is the page number. and you have that as a floodplain home purchase.
Oh, yes.
I wasn't aware that we were actually purchasing homes. I know there's been some discussion of partnering with FEMA
Correct.
about that, but I did not know that we had agreed to a home purchase out of floodplains.
Sure. And this is one single home. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I believe this is in the CIP, is it not? Okay. I thought this was listed in the CIP. There's one property that's been flooded out several times. It's right next to a creek. So they've approached us about doing the buyout. So we are proposing to purchase this one house that, again, has been damaged a few times, has some issues whether they could actually rebuild or not. So we were proposing to purchase that one property. This would be separate from any kind of FEMA buyouts or anything like that.
Would it just been outright, the city of Urbandale is gonna pay someone $250,000 to move out of a floodplain?
Actually, in the 250, the intent is to purchase the house and tear it down is all within that money.
But that item hasn't come before the council yet?
Correct.
Okay.
But this is a person's primary residence, not a rental.
Correct, that is their primary residence. So what our process would be is we would look to get an appraisal. We'd end up talking to the property owner, reach an agreement, at which time we'd bring that agreement to the council for your concurrence.
Okay.
One of the things also on Monday night, depending on if as we go through the budget and we go into our final discussions on Monday, we want to have an opportunity to talk about some stormwater related issues, particularly as they associated with the mall. And we've sat in, I think you've all sat in those conversations where we've had that conversation with mall ownership and their desire and working toward a much more aggressive stormwater management program. And as we look at our participation, whatever that level may be, it really is going to require some discussion from you folks and some concurrence that we may alter previous positions that we've taken on stormwater requirements on property. You know, looking at that as a particular, a one-off exemption, if you will, that because it has such a big impact on stormwater related issues, not only on site but downstream, is that something that the council would be agreeable to make some deviations from current policy? So again, it kind of links to this, but we'll have some further discussion on Monday.
To expand on that a little bit, that's where we've been working on the unified sizing criteria and doing that. I think we just need a little more direction to, when we look at a site, when do we require them to come fully into compliant and when do we grandfather them? So we, like I said, when we're talking through all that, just to get a little guidance so we can finish putting together that ordinance for your review. Also want to update you, we've hired MSA to basically study all the watersheds east of 86th Street and come up with a plan for what is undersized, what needs to be replaced. Unfortunately, they're maybe a little behind schedule too. I think this turned into being a little more work than they thought. They were supposed to, at the end of the year, to get us a full preliminary report of all the areas. What they have done is given us a portion of it for us to check through and make sure they're heading down the right path on everything. So we're looking more like the end of February to get that full preliminary report. We'll review through that, and we'll still have a lunch and learn. Could be in the April-May timeframe, but really we set this schedule up originally to make sure we had some ideas where we were going prior to the CIP process, and we still have enough time that we'll be able to discuss things, and then depending on the findings, look to put stuff into the CIP. I guess with that, any questions related to the Stormwater Utility Fund? Okay. Our next one is the Engineering and Public Works Admin. On staff, and as you all know, Dave's retired and everybody's kind of slid their positions, which created an opening for a senior engineer within our department. So far, we've received 6 qualified applicants. So one of those positions when we recruit, not a lot of interest, but we're working on setting up some interviews with those individuals. Also within this budget, we're proposing a new administrative technician. This position would be located at the new Parks and Public Works building. And their main task, or one of their main tasks, would be to help with all the invoicing. As fleet maintenance and everything gets going for all the city departments, there's gonna be a lot of invoicing, a lot of budgeting to keep track of, but this individual would help with that. Also with Parks and Public Works being located together down there, there's a lot of other general invoicing that this person could work on. They would also help with concerns from the public, getting those things routed to the correct people, and they'd help on several of the different reports that the departments put together.
So when you're saying invoicing, internal invoicing or external?
It'd be a lot of the internal, every time we buy the parts for, brakes, wipers, keeping those so they get charged to the right budget categories. I'd say we don't do a whole lot of invoicing to outside agencies within those departments. A lot of that comes maybe more from engineering. I guess they could help some on the bulk item cleanup, and also, I'm drawing a blank here with.
Special services we do,
Yeah.
So I guess we've created an accounting system so difficult that we need to hire a person to deal with it?
No, it's the pure volume. Right now, it's currently being done with the secretary that's at Engineering and Public Works. I think the volume is gonna increase so much, we need more than one person to handle all that. And then some new items. I know we've mentioned this at a council meeting before, but we're working on implementing the C-Click fix, which will basically replace our YourGov system, which is what allows residents, if they want to go online, they can ask questions, voice their concerns, different things with us, and that keeps track of it and gets to the correct people to deal with them. Or they can call in, and then our staff enters a request into the system, and that's how we track it and process our work orders. The new system, basically our YourGov is going away, so we'll be switching to the new system. We're kind of working through them on the implementation process. We're getting close to where we'll get kind of the dummy system to start practicing with, making sure it works the way we'd like it. We're hoping within the next couple months, we'll be able to have that fully operational, and then we'll use social media and things to kind of roll that out and let everybody know that we have this new system up and going. Some other things to note, since we'll be covering the satellite maintenance facility, utilities out of this budget, we're building that maintenance facility building out at 170th and Waterford. The contractor has the footings installed, and they're predicting on February 8th, they'll start bringing in the walls, the hollow core panels, and the steel. So it's one of those things where that building should start taking shape here pretty quickly. I guess maybe, since we're in that same area, just kind of let you know on the fire station. I think we had an electrical issue out at the fuel pumps. I think the contractors fixed that. So one of the last things we knew is get things certified, and we should finally be able to be up and running as far as the fuel portion of it. We'll be coming to you in the very near future. The architect is putting together a set of plans to do the remedial brickwork that needs to be done. Once we have that out to bid, at least know a price, that kind of helps answer some of the other questions we have with the contractor. So where we're at really is we've got a few loose ends on things they need to fix, and then it's the difference on penalties for them being late versus what they say is extra work and coming to resolve on that. Again, I don't feel we're any closer than the last time we talked to you. I just think it helps if we know a firm number on kind of, I want to call it fixing the damage stuff that we know we have. At least that kind of takes that out of the equation, with the goal, by the end of spring, at least have all the brickwork fixed, and then it's just really comes down to arguing about the numbers is where we'd be at. With that, I guess, any questions related to engineering and public works admin?
Streetscape banners, looks like you're not buying as many this year. Is there, I guess, I assume the life of a banner was about a year, or is it a longer life than that?
No, we get more. Tim can tell you about
the
life.
decrease of 15 grand.
The reason is we're, what is there, $5,000 in there?
15.
It'll allow us to buy a couple of batches of the temporary banners The reason why we're spending so much this year is we're refacing the permanent banners downtown, the steel ones. So we pulled those down. We're currently getting those designed and refaced, and those will probably have a life of about 5-6 years, so.
Okay, I guess the cover page I was looking at was a decrease of 15 grand.
I think we might have been at 20 grand. Well, there's 5 for the normal seasonal banners, and there was 15 for the refacing of the other signs.
Okay, so this year it's a decrease, got it. And then like on 100th Street, those banners didn't ever seem to be up this year much at all.
I thought we had those up. We pull them down during the winter.
Okay.
Just because they get damaged by the winter winds, but our goal is to keep all those temporary locations with banners 8 months a year.
And the other issue we did have with the derecho, I know, like, we have a lot of the banners on signal poles. We lost a few of those as well that we had to take care of.
Yep.
So right now, we've got a couple batches. That additional $5,000 next year allow us to get a third batch, so the spring, summer, fall banners out there.
Okay.
I appreciate the expansion of banners into the western part of our community. I was incredibly excited the day that I saw them for the first time and made my kids stop the car and take pictures and drive around each intersection at 156th and Douglas. But no, I think it does a great deal to let everyone know that you're in Urbandale, and we're proud to be in Urbandale. So thank you.
And we'll put them up on all the signals out there. You know, the problem is all the utilities are below ground. We can't put them on streetlights. We just don't have a location to put the banners out west.
Well, I appreciate them at the intersections or wherever we can find a place for them.
Scavenger hunt for 2021 COVID activity for you, Bridget. Find all the, we're gonna start hiding them, so it'll be like a scavenger hunt for the family. COVID activity.
My kids were thoroughly embarrassed. Well, same with the stone entry feature there. That was pretty
Yep. Yeah, and just, again, we're going out to bid on the next round of those, but just let you know. The signs are pretty much built at 156th Street, just south of Maple at our border, and at 100th and Hickman. What we're really waiting for is Mid-Am needs to get everything set up for the power to run to those, and then they'll be lighting up. So again, those are, call them about 90% done. You just can't see them at night yet till we get that last little bit done. And then our final budget area is the fleet management fund. Not a lot to report here. The budget's very similar to last year. We're really still working on implementing it. We're working with our software to get all the vehicles in. We're working on, getting our supplies added into there. The biggest thing is there's a lot of stuff we can't do until we're moving into the new building. It makes the most sense to start adding supplies and getting more supplies once we're moved into that new building. And we're also working, with other departments on finding out what their purchasing needs will be, because we'll be doing the, vehicle purchasing and things like that for them. I think that'll be one of the best parts of the program, or one of the best, because I can tell you from doing the vehicles myself, when you do it every few years, it's kind of hard to make sure you got all the process covered and you're always doing it right versus having one central location that'll go through, is familiar with all the steps. It'll also be nice to, have one central place when you do need any maintenance done on any vehicles that, you know who to get a hold of and it can get taken care of versus trying to figure all that out on your own.
That's on page IS-13 under.
Up at the end of the book.
Sorry, internal service tab, the one that's clear at the end.
Yep. Oh, sorry. No.
Sorry, that jumps to a different section.
So.
Yeah, you're not the only ones. I was starting to look, wait a minute, did we forget a section of the book here? Wait a minute, I must be further back.
This is fully implemented. Any vehicles need to go out of our service basically to get repaired at all? Because
it depends on what it is.
A highly complex thing, but normal, regular maintenance is all supposed to be dealt with internally.
Correct. Yep, we'll do oil changes, wiper blades, that kind of, tires, that kind of stuff.
Brakes, the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
Warranty work will still be sent out.
Yep.
And still, fire trucks and all that is part of it too. The capacity is there to do those.
Except the intent is we will eventually, but we'll not day one. I think we got to get up and running. Again, there's just due to the size, there's certain things we can do or can't do.
Yeah, and there's certain things associated with some of the equipment that it just doesn't make sense for us to do, for maybe there might be some technical aspects of a fire truck. Probably about 5, maybe 6 years ago, we really had an active discussion with the city of Des Moines about, they built a new facility, I think, on East Euclid. And they put in a full maintenance operation there for their fire trucks. There was some initial indication that they would be willing to work with suburban communities, allowing us to bring trucks over there and having them do the work. That, for lots of different reasons, that discussion ceased. Jerry's gonna be looking to initiate that and see if they'd be willing to do some things. Fire trucks, because of their size and their complexity of all the mechanics inside of it, are typically things that we wouldn't do, but the longevity of those trucks also says that they typically don't, you don't need to work on them all that much on a frequent basis either. So that would probably be the only thing. And then again, the warranty work. Our current system, we just don't have the capacity to even lift some of those vehicles.
It's the complex systems, it's things with the ambulance, fire trucks, but basic police cars, the building department, public works, engineering vehicles, that kind of stuff, we would be able to service.
And actually with warranty work, it's actually an opportunity for us to create revenue. We can do warranty work and get reimbursed for that. So if we have the time, we certainly will. And I'll give you an instance. Last year, we've got a fleet of 8 garbage trucks, that's all right, 8. And we did 100% of the maintenance in-house. So that is our eventual goal.
I think that takes us through all our items here, unless anybody had any other general questions. Looks like we picked up a little time, get you a little closer to lunch, so.
Which is here.
And I saw that it was delivered, so
You don't wanna let your cold lunch get cold, so, I guess we could break now.
there's not a reason we can't go ahead and break now, or we can do some of the areas that we could do, up to you guys.
Yeah, we could probably, what time did you have, Nikki?
It's 11:40. We were scheduled to break from noon to 12 to 12:30. Library is coming in at 12:30. So we can either go ahead and take lunch now and come back early and we can fill in until library arrives.
Yep, let's do that.
Does that sound like a plan?
Yep.
Or we can, if they're not here for a while, we can cover something else that
Yeah, that's absolutely.
That's
we
fine.
can do
There's several
finance.
departments that AJ and I cover anyway, so we
So
figured.
you can do finance and records or city council.
Yeah,
mayor-
we can do mayor and council, city manager,
Yep.
finance,
Yeah.
clerk,
So,
HR is here.
Let's go to general government then.
Oh, but when we come back from.
I'm sorry.
We'll fill it in after we come back. Stop talking.
Stop talking.
All right, so for purposes of our recording and people watching, what time will we reconvene?
30 minutes.
10 after? Okay, excellent.
12:15 reason, 12:10.
Sure Dave didn't mind missing today.
Probably
Sure, I'm
not.
sure Dave McKay didn't mind missing.
Yeah, he didn't cry about missing
Running them out. You enjoyed your look?
I'm sorry. All right, we're back in action. Culture and recreation, you turn to that budget tab, please. This includes library and park services, park and recreation services. The first orange tab, pardon me, gives you an overview of all of those who, all those activities that are classified under cultural and recreation. So that is the more aggregate look. And if you turn to page CR3, that begins with the library. And so if you turn to that page, our new library director, Nicholas Janning, is here today, and he's prepared to answer any and all of your questions. Even though he's still new, he's got all the answers. We told him to make them up and make it sound good if he didn't. So, Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Nicholas, welcome aboard.
Thank you, AJ. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, like AJ said, I'm Nicholas Janning, the new library director. I'm joined here today with my assistant director, Catherine Mannion, library trustee member, Carrie Van Kieft, and then also on WebEx, we're also joined by Marva McCarthy. So I want to thank all of them for being here with me today. So today I'll talk a little bit about the library's COVID operations, and then I'll go into the budget requests for the next year. And then if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any of those for you, or hopefully my assistant director will help me out there. But yes, like everyone else, the library has been impacted by the COVID situation. Obviously, we're used to people coming in the library with, checking out items, materials, using our computers, attending story times, the different events and programs that we have. So we have been impacted quite significantly. We did close our doors in March of 2020. So it's been a little bit different not having all of the people in the building, but the staff really has done a great job of adapting and still working hard to deliver services to our library patrons. And I really can't take any credit for that. Really, all of that is to the library staff. So they really have done an outstanding job on that. Like I said, the main area of the library has been closed, but we have been open for computer lab usage. Our computer lab has been open every day, so people can come in, they can use our computer lab, they can make copies, faxes, they can also do notary appointments if they'd like to do that. So that is one service that has been pretty popular during our closure with the pandemic. Most recently, people have been coming into the computer lab in order to sign up for vaccinations with COVID. I guess with some of the providers, you have to register online for that, and that is one thing that we've seen increasingly people coming in and using that with our computer lab, and we're certainly happy to assist with that. The big service that we have been providing while we've been closed is our curbside service. So if people do want to check out items, books, magazines, music, whatever it is, they can certainly still do that. They can make holds on items on our catalog, or if they'd like to call us, we are very happy to assist them with that. They can schedule for a curbside pickup. And since we have been doing curbside pickups, we've had over 20,000 different appointments for people coming in. So really that average is over 400 items a day that we're checking out to people. So I do think that has been pretty impressive. And the other cool thing is that when a lot of the other libraries were shut down in the Des Moines metro area, back in March and April, the Urbandale Library was already doing curbside service. So I think staff really deserve a lot of kudos for being on the forefront and really doing that when a lot of the other libraries were closed and not doing that at all. We're also providing reference services with our email, phone, and then also chat. A lot of people are still a little bit cautious about coming in using public computers, and so we've been happy to help people out if they have requests for information or questions. We're happy to do what we can to look up that information for them or help them use our digital services, our digital books and audiobooks. Those have continued to be very popular during the pandemic. And we're also very used to having a lot of different events in the library, whether it be story times, lecturers, workshops, things like that. The staff has really done a great job of pivoting and offering a lot of those on an online format. So a lot of the story times, the adult book clubs, those are all offered online right now. And a lot of our special events as well with presenters. We have a Nancy Drew program with the 90th anniversary of Nancy Drew this last month. And we were able to get a lot of great presenters that were able to do it digitally and online. One of the cool things is that in some ways we've broken records for some of our events because we've had so many people attend virtually that we, traditionally have even had in person in the library. So that has been kind of a cool and exciting feature that we've learned. Looking forward, we don't really know what the future will hold with COVID. Most likely we will be doing some kind of a gradual reopening. It's not going to be us throwing open our doors. Gradually maybe expanding computer lab hours, maybe opening up the library for a limited amount of time for people to come in and browse the collection and check out items. The one thing that we do think that we'll be doing going forward is curbside service, because there will probably still be a segment of the population who are hesitant about coming in using a public space. So we'll be using curbside service, and probably a lot of our events still for the foreseeable future will be offered online. We can get this situation where you have 40, 50 people in the same room for story times, different events, and we'll probably likely still be doing all of those online for the foreseeable future. When it comes to the budget, what we've tried to do is craft a budget that is largely the same as our previous fiscal year, really with not a lot of deviations, at least as of right now. There are a few areas I can draw your attention to that there are slight changes from the previous fiscal year. Our revenue, normally we're not a big revenue generator for the city, but we were for a while not collecting late fees on items when we first were closed in March, so we have not gotten revenue from that. We have reinstated late fines, so we are starting to collect those again. We are not collecting late fees for patrons that call up with COVID. If they have, items, we're very happy to have them hold the items. When they do get well and healthy again, then we're telling them they can certainly return those items then, and we're happy to waive those fines. In addition, we're not really renting out our rental rooms at all, so we don't have any revenue from those. And then also our printing and our copying services have been impacted, obviously, as well, with not a lot of people coming in and paying for faxing and printing and things like that. Going forward, we are going to be canceling a few things in our budget. We're canceling Collection HQ. That is a service that has looked at our statistics and recommended different things to add in our collection based on the popularity of the items. Going forward, we think that will have limited, usefulness for us with our collection numbers being so weird and strange because of COVID and being closed. So we'll be cutting that out of our budget for the next fiscal year for about $7,000. We are reducing some of our operating supplies and our office supplies because we've not been spending as much on those for the previous years and have not been spending as much with not many people in the library, so we are decreasing that by about $5,000. We're also eliminating a few IT things that we've either found free alternatives for those or we've not really been using those at all, so that's savings of a couple $1,000s as well with decreasing the, eliminating the deep freeze software and then also the hardware support. There's a few areas that are different that we would like to add into the budget. The first is a service called Hoopla. With the pandemic, our digital ebooks and digital audiobooks usage has absolutely exploded. We've broken new records each month for people checking out items online. And so Hoopla is a really great service where you can check out books and audiobooks. And we'd like to add that into the budget for about $5,000. And we do think that that's going to be increasingly popular in the future with people doing digital items, checking those out.
Quickly, don't we already have Hoopla? Okay. I was like, I thought that's the app I use to check out books.
Yes.
Okay, I was confused there, sorry.
Yes. Yeah, we certainly do still have hoopla. With the increasing amount of circulation, we'd like to add a little bit more money in the budget towards
So
that.
increasing the capacity of hoopla, not adding hoopla, in other words.
Yes, that's true.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry.
Yep.
Misunderstood that.
Yep. The way it works is that we don't actually, with the digital services, we don't actually purchase the book. It's just, purchasing a certain amount of licenses or usages of that book. Yep. The next thing is we're increasing our website service fees by about $3,000. We've been using our website a whole lot more with communicating information to the public. Usually we're used to people coming in, asking us questions and using, talking to the staff members, looking at posters, things like that. But we've been using our website a whole lot more to communicate that out to the public. We've added a new feature, a chat feature on our website, and that's actually been used pretty popular. So that is one thing that we're going to be adding into the budget as well. In terms of staffing, we're not really asking for any new additional staff members. We didn't really know how COVID would impact the turnover with our staff, but really it's been pretty typical. We haven't really noticed a lot of people leaving the library. We do have about 3 vacant library assistant positions and about 2 page positions that are vacant. Right now, we don't really have a need for those, so likely we will probably still hold off on hiring those, at least for a few months at least.
Nicholas, didn't you guys furlough some folks early on? What's the status of that? That was before your time. So I'm looking at AJ.
No, we did. At the beginning of the pandemic, we took some of the less than 20-hour individuals who were working part-time, and we did furlough those folks. And I'm trying to think of the number, probably, Catherine, help me out, do you remember 5 or 6?
I believe 5 or 6 is about right of our part-time staff under 20 hours.
Are they still not employed, or I don't understand how that works.
The furlough part of it is that they were eligible to receive unemployment benefits. And so right now, we do not consider them part of our staffing, although they can be brought up under our normal staffing and normal hours. Again, the hours that you folks expanded last year, those positions would be refilled. So if person X, we furloughed in April, if they're available to come back, they can come back. If they're no longer available or no longer want to come back, we would fill that position with somebody
So
else.
are those the positions that he was talking about that are open?
I think we need to clarify, because we furloughed them because the building was closed. We didn't terminate for unemployment purposes in the library.
No.
I think the pool we did.
The pool did, yes, I'm sorry.
There were 2 buckets of them. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So for the library, we were able to bring everyone back on their normal hours, I believe in July. The positions we have open are all people who have actually left employment.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, at least at this time, we don't really see a need to fill those immediately. As we gradually reopen, most likely we will start hiring out for those positions. But at least as of right now, we don't really need those. But at least in terms of the budget, that really is it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those for you.
Do you know, or do you have an approximate date on when the library would fully open? What steps it would take for it to be fully opened? And the second part of the question is, I just came back from Chandler, Arizona, and their library's open, and now there are certain requirements and certain hoops. But I also understand that here in the metro area, West Des Moines never closed, and there are other communities that the libraries are open. I was just wondering what makes us unique, if you will, and what it would take for us to be in a position to open the library.
Yes, good questions. The library has worked. We've come up with a plan to prepare the library for reopening. That's included getting plexiglass installed at the library. We just have a few more pieces of plexiglass that we're expecting to get. Once we get that, we really think all of our staff areas really will be properly equipped with plexiglass. That is one of the big things that we're working to install. So really, when it comes to preparing the library, we've got the plexiglass. We've removed a lot of the furniture, so that will also help, I think, with a congestion of people there. So really, right now, the library, the interior of it really is ready to be reopened. So what we've been doing now is just watching the city for the city's criteria in terms of reopening public buildings. Right now, the rates are still higher than the, I believe, at 5% that were established. But we think probably with West Des Moines reopening and some of the other libraries reopening, we'll probably be doing some kind of a phased reopening, like expanding our computer lab hours to being offered in the morning. So we'll definitely do that. When it comes to actually reopening the library, we'll probably do some kind of a limited amount of time that we're open. And when that might be, I don't know. There's a lot of libraries that are opening in the metro area. So I can probably foresee us doing that, probably sometime in February or perhaps March, based on, obviously watching the numbers, following the city for your criteria and your guidance as well.
Yeah, those are, again, the library's been very, joined at the hip with us as far as what our hours are. And admittedly, we've been very aggressive about keeping our buildings closed for safety reasons, and particularly at the library, where you have the potential for a large congregation of individuals for a longer period of time. In this building, they'll come in, they'll get a permit, they'll get registered for a class, and they'll leave. The library, they can come in when you open the doors and stay all day until you kick them out at night. So we've been very, very cautious with that. I know with the ups and downs during when COVID first came, and then we thought, oh, this is only going to be a 90-day event. Then they had a plan, and then that 90 days turned into 120 days, turned into the remainder of 2020. So I'll give the library staff credit. They've come up with a number of different plans for doing that based on what we thought was going to happen. So we'll continue to work with them, but the numbers that Nicholas made reference to is what we determined, or what we discussed previously, is the 8 and 4, 8% for the public meetings and 4% for opening the buildings back up. That's certainly, that number can move. And again, I know the other libraries are open, other services are being provided. There's just a level of comfort, and you can open the doors and you'll have to see if anybody comes back. You're going to probably have a very limited audience, but it just kind of set the tone. We were very aggressive up front, and we thought that was appropriate. We've received criticism from that, particularly from some library constituents, but again, not knowing what we were facing, we'd rather take their criticism than having problems arise.
Well, I, for one, have been very appreciative of the conservative nature that we've taken with the closure. And I appreciate that we have set these benchmarks for opening, City Hall. And I appreciate that you're kind of trying to parallel those, because it goes back to the science, and that's, the 8% or the 5%. So I cannot say enough about how much I appreciate Urbandale being on the leading edge of offering services from the get-go in terms of curbside pickup, the summer reading programs for the kids, the continued story hours. It's just so impressive what you're doing, and to hear that the numbers are, increasing every month for the curbside pickup. I think that's I'm glad to hear that you're going to continue offering that, because for me to be able, I live out in Dallas County, I want a book, if I can just swing through, I know what it is, I'm much more likely to check it out from the library than buy it on Amazon if I don't have to go into the library, if I can just, swing in. So I appreciate that. Another couple of items. Dave and I fought really hard last year at this time to get the hours brought back. So I'm assuming that when we're fully operational, we'll be able, the money is still there to operate until 9 PM or whatever hours we negotiated last year to add back in.
Right, 70 hours a calendar week.
Okay.
And we'll pretty much leave it to these folks to determine what's the best 70 hours to use. But yes, we went back to 70 and that's still in the budget.
And then the other thing is kind of a philosophical thing I'd like to throw out there and maybe have further discussions about is I see a lot of communities are going towards waiving late fees altogether. And I'd like us, after we've had an experience of not collecting it and maybe looking at that impact on our budget to see if, and knowing more communities nationwide are going that route for, a lot of philosophical and sociological reasons. I'd like to have us discuss that at some point in the future. I don't know what that really would entail, but I would like to see if that's something that we could be a leader locally in doing away with, if that wouldn't be a dramatically significant impact on the budget, which I don't really think it would be, but you just put that on your list, AJ.
Got it?
So, but again, I can't thank you and Catherine and your board enough. Just personally, my kids being able to do the summer online book clubs was great to make them do some reading, and I got to watch my West Wing finale just last week, the inauguration, because it got off Netflix. So, no, I just think you guys are doing great work with the situation that we've been handed. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Nicholas. Yeah, and Bridget, you said it well, but I think really the key difference here is that we have been able to offer a lot of services through the library despite the closure of the front door. So, I mean, it's not like it's been shuttered. It's obviously been very well used and appreciated by our constituents, even during the physical shutdown of the building. So thanks for your staff. And Catherine, thanks for the interim between before Nicholas was on board for what you did as well for us. So you handled a lot of those early COVID issues during that interim period. So thank you for that. And Carrie, thank you for you and the board too. So appreciate it.
We hired during the pandemic and we did it successfully.
There you go. There you go. All right. Any further comments or questions for Nicholas?
Yeah, on the future budget considerations, it talks about the maintenance of the library building, and I think it's one of our unique buildings that has a lot of normal public traffic. But building maintenance fund should be taking care of all that maintenance. This probably maybe more a question for Nikki, correct? Mm-hmm. And are we reserving enough for all the projects that need to be done at the library in that building maintenance fund then?
Yep, and that's a good thing to bring up with when Dick Lilly is here later this afternoon. He's the building maintenance supervisor. So one of the recommendation is to update the preventative maintenance plan. It was done 12 years. Was it in 2012? I can't remember. It's been a while. So we're down and through all of that first wave. So they want to re-up that to go look back out at the 20 facilities, update it again, make sure where we're at. Because I think the library roof is the last piece that was not covered in that, and that has been being accumulated for. So I think it's, did you get an answer from him? Next year or the year after, I think. Yeah, because this roof is the next one. We did the other side this year. So yes, roofs have been covered for that. So it's coming, but not going to be a budget impact to them because we're already accumulating.
Right, I mean, like 300,000 is going to the building maintenance fund from them this year, obviously, so hopefully.
Right.
You're getting it back in stuff that needs to get fixed too,
Yep.
so.
Yep, that's exactly how the building maintenance, just like equipment replacement fund, building maintenance fund, the fleet, everyone pays in their share. The building is based on square footage and the level of occupancy. So a fully inhabited, finished plumbing, heating, cooling, all that stuff. People in it building pays way more per square foot than the open shelters or something, but they still pay in something because eventually they'll need a roof and whatever. So they pay in a large amount because they have one of the maybe the largest facility of the entire city.
Right.
And it's inhabited and the public accesses. So they pay quite a bit for that big building, but all of their major expenses then get covered from that.
Okay.
My question. All right. Is that it? All right. Thanks.
All right,
Very
thank you.
much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Economic development. We need to get Curtis, there he is, snuck up behind me. Economic development is under Community Development tab, Community Economic Development tab, and that would be CED 1. Again, the first orange sheet is the aggregate of both economic development and community development. Curtis Brown, our Assistant City Manager, Director of Economic Development, is here this afternoon to answer all of your questions. Dave, all your economic development questions you had earlier, there's the guy. But with that, I'll introduce Curtis Brown, our Economic Development Director, Assistant City Manager.
Just as long as you move the blue line up.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here again. Provide this annual touch base on the economic development budget. Before I get too far.
Just tilt your mic this way a little bit.
Thank you. Before I get too far, I want to make sure that we acknowledge Aaron DeYoung online with us, and also Derek Zarn is with us as well, Marketing and Communications Specialist Derek Zarn, Assistant Director of Economic Development Aaron DeYoung. So appreciate both of them being here. Their efforts are absolutely critical to any success we have in moving that blue line. So to follow the pattern that we've established so far, just to touch base on economic development and COVID. First of all, the remote work for the department works well. I think that's evidenced by the fact that we've become familiar with Aaron in that room. We've had a lot of meetings from there, and it's remarkable how seamless that has been. So credit to IT there as well. It appears that the major business disruptions of COVID have largely peaked. Businesses as well as us have figured out the way forward, how to use the tools for the most part. Now, thankfully, moving into the process of how do we roll out vaccines. So while we still do field some calls, this second round of PPP did get an inquiry the other day from an Urbandale small business, but it appears that the large impact has largely passed. The challenge has been, how do we stay in touch with the broker and development community? That's a real core constituency for us. And the answer has been through more advertising, through more video being pushed out. And then actually just yesterday afternoon, we sent out a mailing to about 200 brokers showing all of those opportunities for development in the community. And I thought, since it came up this morning, Aaron had prepared for us in our presentations out to brokers and developers just a future development potential for commercial, retail, and industrial property. In that analysis, which it's not scientific, but really looked at all the parcels available across the community, we'd have about 900 acres left for commercial, retail, and industrial. That's within the current city limits, which could ultimately yield around 32,000 jobs, 11 million square feet of building, resulting in just under $1 billion of investment. So there is room, obviously, to continue to grow our tax base. That ratio will also depend on how fast our residential base grows as well. We know that our ultimate build out is probably around 80,000 or so. So we're going to see more residential as the commercial increases as well. But actually caught up with Steve Franklin there in the lobby before this, and we both agreed that's where the comp plan will really be important, to look at the balance of what we have left and how we want it to develop. Another item that came up that AJ and I touched base on is that MetroNet conversation from this morning about how we can work together. Well, MetroNet has been remarkably open to discussions about that. And in fact, we do have an open door on that possibility of running conduit at the same time, and so gaining some efficiencies from that. We're just waiting for Metronet now on, they want to put out some language that would essentially be like an addendum to our original letter agreement with them, just specifying how that relationship would work. So that appears to be something that we can work on with them. And then as far as wireless service or Wi-Fi service out into the future, as they have indicated they're open to partnerships, that's certainly something we could look at down the road after James gets through that initial rollout this year. Okay, enough for introduction. Really no major budget deviations this year. We do expect that we are incurring more than we would have in consulting and legal services, and that's mostly related to the Merle Hay Mall and Bucks project. I would classify that as a good problem to have, that we're able to be working on those. And of course, the advertising and mailing. So since we had planned on more in-person events, a lot of our letting people know about Urbandale happens in person. Since that hasn't happened, we've had to do more advertising and more mailing and printing this year than we might have otherwise. No changes in staffing for this coming year. Last summer we had to nix our annual intern program, but we do want to bring that back on a part-time basis this year. We really need that annual help to hit reset on all of our building and property records, make sure that's up to date, and there are always projects that we can use an extra hand with. So hopefully COVID will allow that to happen this year. Looking at next year, no major changes in services. We're hoping for a return to the pre-COVID business as usual of sorts. Of course, we're all getting better at this, and there are efficiencies that we're certainly going to use going forward. But one major item in our budget every year is that center spread position in the business record every month. That's been a marvelous way for us to stay in front of the regional business community. And we know that business record has readership statewide. So every third Friday, we get the opportunity to put our message out there. So that is something we've retained for this year, as well as the professional writing that's included with that. Finally, just a few major notes, or a few final notes here, and I'm going to ask Aaron to chime in with an update on the Bucks and Merle Hay Mall project. Aaron, I'll save that for you at the end, but I'll just touch on the Urban Loop brand sustainability. Now that those interchanges are open, we don't want them to become an afterthought. So we're working on ways to continue letting people know what's happening out there. A huge part of that is the brokerage community, highlighting those opportunities in the Urban Loop. So really working to reach out to them, and then cooperating with our neighboring communities as well to really see that as a joint asset. We are still getting inquiries for projects. We often get asked that, how have things been in this downturn? The good news is, while the volume is down, we still do have projects that are coming in. They're in ag-based R&D, information technology, and logistics. Not surprisingly, those are areas where Urbandale really excels. And then into this next year, of course, we'll work to continue our business visits. We conducted at least 50 of those last year, sometimes with the same business at the onset of COVID and then in the summer, but staying in touch with our existing businesses is really important. Aaron, since you're live, just an update on where we're at with the Merle Hay Mall Bucks project, and then how that relates to downtown Urbandale. Would appreciate that now.
Sure, thanks, Curtis. So we've been working feverishly on the Merle Hay Mall Des Moines Buccaneers project in converting the Urbandale properties to that ice arena and training center. So we're working on the application to the state of Iowa right now. That's due on February 22nd, so lots of work yet to do on that. We will be checking in with the city council on their first meeting in February with that application, so more to come for the details on that. But looking more holistically in that project, we really see that as a catalyst project in helping, continue the growth of the Douglas corridor further to the west, with, having all those new access, new visitors in the mall corridor, growing to the west and helping out those properties that haven't seen a lot of investment. So it's definitely a catalyst project that we see a rising tide lifts all boats type of scenario. So we're working on that coming to fruition.
Excellent. Thank you, Aaron. And with those overview comments, any questions from you, Mayor, or the council members?
Can you remind me what the North Park Plum Drive corridor consultant is?
You bet. That is actually an item that you would have seen in last year's budget as well. What that is we have heard from some of our businesses in the North Park corridor that they look around at the amenities elsewhere, the walking trails, the landscaping, parks, different streetscapes like banners and things like that. And we heard, we want more of that in Urbandale as well. We want to create competitive office park areas that really are places where, given all the other options, workers really want to be. And so what we looked at doing was an area study, basically a master planning study for North Park and Plum, to really look at what we can do to add to those areas, make them more competitive. The idea was to look at it, get ideas generated, and then see how we might enter into public-private partnerships to do that. Last year, we ended up not doing that because we realized, well, a couple of things happened. One, we thought this is better as a part of the comp plan. And so as we were working to get that underway and getting the annexation first, that delayed doing the area plan. But then second, we repurposed that 40,000 for the the feasibility and economic impact study of the Merle Hay Mall in Bucks Arena. So we used the 40 for that, that was in there last year for the feasibility and economic impact. But when we do the comp plan in this coming year, we'll use this 40 again to make sure we have the resources for an area plan. You bet.
Curtis, I just wanted to pass along, I feel like your team through this year has been really accessible. So I appreciate the efforts that you and the team have put together, because when we have projects, we call, whether you're working at home or here at City Hall or wherever, it's been really easy to get in touch with everybody. So I appreciate that. You guys have made it a really seamless transition. So kudos on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that business record piece is great visibility for the city of Urbandale, especially right now where you and Aaron are not able to be at events. None of us are. The events just aren't happening. So to have that piece that comes out every Friday that updates people on the good things that happen in Urbandale, and it's not just economic development news in there. It's you see law enforcement, fire updates. You just see all kinds of great updates about Urbandale. So it's been great to see that and keeping Urbandale top of mind. So
thank you.
Nope, that's great, and looking forward to the comp plan. The nice thing is you get glad to have you as a part of that, because you get to hear from people like me who have hear from clients and yays and nays, and so looking forward to having your input on that and seeing how we can move forward with that. So, but thanks to your team for everything you've done this year to make it easier for our organization and those like us.
That's what we're here for. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, if that is economic development, the next up is the marketing and communications, which is in your general government section. Very last tab, GG 37. And as we begin here, Derek, heads up when we get to the end of the list here, we'll have you give some updates on social media and video this year. But to begin, the main impacts of COVID really have been, especially in the early stages, keeping the community up to date on what the city was doing to respond to COVID. I want to really acknowledge the excellent efforts of Derek Zarn in working with the mayor and working with videographer to produce and edit these videos, which were really well received, kept the community up to date on what was happening. So as in economic development, some of those early things have moderated somewhat. But as we learn more about a vaccine and hopefully the tail end of all this, certainly we'll be using that tool again. Video and social media posts have been a very important part of our communication strategies and are clearly growing. And also with regard to the COVID impact, like economic development, Derek is able to work remotely very well. Certainly with some of the programs he works on and some of the scales, the projects that he does, it is often easier to be in here, but given the safeguards we've put in place, that has worked really well. There are no major budget deviations for this fiscal year, thankfully. In the coming year, we are recommending or proposing a promotion of the Specialist 1 position to the Specialist 2 position. It really recognizes the increased scope of the work and responsibilities. But then also, very importantly, adding a marketing and communications intern for this year. The truth is, we asked Derek to do an awful lot. He's a bit of a Swiss Army knife and does everything from graphic design to social media posts to working with the media, really, and even can work with the city clerk and IT on some of these issues related to public access to the council meetings and producing those videos. So having an extra set of hands will be a great help to Derek, being able to take care of some of that baseline work that just needs to be done all the time, responding to a lot of social media inquiries, monitoring that it's a big job. So providing some extra help for him will be very welcome. Besides that, no major adaptations or changes to the budget. The one item with regard to the printing and mailing, we've learned that these every door direct mail postcard mailings are really effective. They get a something in every household's hand. They see it in their mailbox and then can take action from it, and allows us to pass along information quickly. So that's been a really successful tool. And it helps to convert people to the citywide monthly newsletter, which launched late last summer. And the subscription rate on that has continued to climb. Those digital communication tools are great because the marginal cost is almost nothing on them, and we can reach a lot more people more quickly. One small technology upgrade of $250 is requested this year for a product to produce graphics for digital marketing and video use. And Derek, if you want to provide just an update on any other items from your perspective, and then we can take questions.
Thank you, Curtis, Mr. Mayor, and members of council. 2020, I wish we didn't spend most of our time talking about COVID, but a lot of our posts and our engagement and things we were talking about was related to COVID, just sort of the nature of what we were dealing with. In 2020, we published 1.4 thousand posts across all of our platforms. We increased our followers by 2.6 thousand, and we had more than 300,000 types of engagement on our social media channels. So it was a good year, and hopefully it'll continue to be that way. I can take any questions or anything else that you would like to talk about.
First, I want to also recognize Derek helped us to do an upgrade to our logo, just a bit of a modernization. So really another example of the benefit of having that expertise in-house. And that logo update will be on the council agenda on Tuesday night. And Derek is also in touch with the chamber and school district on that modernization as well.
Derek, I had just made a note that we need to probably do another video here sometime soon. So we've had a little lull, but we need to probably do one again. But, you know, we did, I mean, what's that, Derek? What's that?
I was just thinking that.
Okay, well, let's schedule one for next week. But yeah, I found it as a great communication tool over the last year to communicate with residents during COVID. So I appreciate everything Derek did on that. You know, we also pivoted on the state of the city. Derek really did a great job, I thought, as far as coming up with that and getting that out to the public, and including filming something at the all-inclusive park ground about 15 minutes before the derecho hit. So I think, did you ride that out in the car in the parking lot there? You rode the derecho out at the all-inclusive park?
Yeah, I drove very quickly back to City Hall and probably a little too quick. I was not going to stay out there.
So I just want to say kudos to Derek for your creativity and being able to pivot in such a unique year. So thanks for all your help on getting the word out for us.
I'll piggyback on that. I mean, Derek has really been a jack of all trades for us this year, from, I don't know, fixing my connections and doing all sorts of other amazing things for each and every one of us. The implementation of the council summaries, I think, is huge in terms of getting out what we're doing on a very timely basis. The one question that I have is, the marketing intern seems like quite a lot of money, and I don't question the value of what that is, but I'm wondering what it would cost to have an actual part-time person that is not a student, that maybe I could use all sorts of stereotypes, but, you know, somebody wanting to get back in the workforce that was looking for a 20-hour or something job. Would that be a more effective use than hiring an intern? I don't know what the cost differential would be, but I think it might be worth looking into seeing if there would be a possibility of getting maybe a more experienced person that's looking for part-time work, but I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there because it looked like a lot of money for an intern. Even I realize it's year-round, but
right,
it might be worth spending more money to get someone with more experience, but I'll defer to you guys on that.
Certainly, and I'll explain the logic, and then Derek, if you want to explain the types of skill set we would look for. What that's based on is an up to $15 year-round. What we know is that we wanted to have the flexibility to offer it year-round, but if we do hire a student, that they might not be available at specific times, but we wanted to make sure that was there. But I think your point is well taken. One of the other thoughts is where do we put this person right
Physically?
now? Yeah, that was one of the considerations we had in mind as well. And when do we bring somebody back in here as well? Derek, do you want to comment on the types of skill set we would look for and how you might use a person like this?
Certainly. So our thought was we could ease into an intern would be a great choice, because they could do kind of some more low level things such as posting on social media, which is something that has to happen relatively frequently, but is a skill that could be accomplished by an intern. Maybe we get an intern that is excited about social media and also has some graphic design background, so they can work on creating sorts of more regular communication pieces and materials, such as our newsletters and our mailers. Those types of things we could look to the intern to do as well.
And as Chief Johansson mentioned, internships are also a great way to scout talent.
Well, I guess I'd like to see us, I mean, I think, Derek must, in my mind, works a zillion hours a week. I'm sure he doesn't, but he's, always doing everything, and, getting stuff put out. I'd love to see more, I mean, if this is successful next year, then, maybe the following year, continuing to look at the need for hiring permanently.
Definitely.
That's something I guess I'm very open to, because I think this year has definitely shown the value of community. I mean, I can't imagine if we wouldn't have had someone in Derek's position, what we would have done to get word out about, anything and everything, but.
That's valuable feedback. Thank you.
So I'm very open to, increases in this area as needed.
Good, thank you. Any other questions for Aaron, Derek, or me? Okay. Yes, exactly. Move the blue line.
Move the
There
blue
you
line,
go.
got it.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Curtis. All right, next up, we have Code Enforcement and Community Development. And so if you'll go back to the tab entitled Community and Economic Development, CD1, of course, is the aggregate we talked about earlier with Curtis's department. And included in that entire category are the community development operations, which include administration and code enforcement. So if you would please turn to page CED7. That begins with the Community Economic Development Code Enforcement. With us today is the Director of Community Development, Steve Franklin. Steve, it's yours.
Thank you. Hi, good to see real faces. Been a while.
Even though they're behind masks, but.
That's right, that's right. One of the things we take for granted with COVID, right?
That's right.
Okay, so to keep with the process here, I believe Roger Shumley, building official, is on the line here as well. So if you had any questions that we would need Roger's input, we can certainly do that. Obviously, I'll run through both 530 code enforcement and 540 community development, since those are both within the department. We just keep them separated for budget purposes. So first item is COVID impact. One of the few good things I would argue from COVID is that sometimes, as in our position, when you think maybe you can cover something, if we had some sort of a disaster and we needed to work remotely, we thought we could probably do it. We weren't sure. Now we know we can. It's unfortunate that this is what it took to have us be able to do that. But really, for most of the year, almost the entire department has been working remotely. Currently, Christy Bales, chief planner, and myself, as of last week, we are both in the office all day, every day now. Working on things that are going to start ramping up here in the spring, but all of the building official, associate building official, the 5 building inspectors, they are all working remotely. And I'm happy to say, sad that I have to say, but happy that I can say that working remotely has really been fairly seamless. What we offer in terms of our department and what the public needs from us with the construction industry and the real estate industry just hasn't really been affected. And the proof in the pudding is, I'll give you 3 statistics. While working almost completely remotely, we issued 244 single-family housing permits, which is the 6th highest and the highest since 2013, so 7 years. We issued a total of 1,149 permits, so that's commercial, residential, all types of permits. 1,149 permits, which is the 4th highest ever and the highest since 2005. And our valuation of almost 141 million is also the 4th highest ever and the highest since 2005. So we've got COVID-19 amongst us and we're working remotely, but yet we've issued the 4th highest valuation ever for the 4th highest number of permits ever and the most single family houses since 2013. So, it's good to know going forward that when this is all over, that particular aspect does work. So that's a good thing. Next on the list is any known budget deviations, in part because of all the numbers I've just quoted you. I don't believe there are any. Nikki, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think hopefully, I don't remember what my estimate was for permit valuation, or for permits coming in, but hopefully we're even a little bit above what the estimate was. Number three, staffing. No new positions in the budget. That said, I will say, last year, as we analyzed what we were doing, we indicated at this time last year we would probably ask for a new position. As we looked at it, with the permits, number of permit inspections exploding, and this year with, frankly, code enforcement issues exploding as well, we did ask for a new position this year. That is not part of what's being recommended to you in the budget, and we understand, can't always do everything. However, if in fact that is a position that we just can't fill this year, our hope, and might even beg you, is that we can do it next year. Because if we don't, we're really gonna just start kind of losing the battle, particularly when it comes to code enforcement types of issues. Let's see, what else? New and changing services, don't see anything on the horizon that we really need to change, as well as it appears to be working. New technology and equipment, once we would add that new staff position, there would be another vehicle associated with that. We've got the spot to put the person. So that's taken care of, and I don't think anything else that I would want to mention at this time. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have. Yes, yes, the food has settled in. You know, we kind of do what we do, you know, there's not I don't want to say it's boring, but we kind of do what we do. And like I said, I think we are all relieved that we know that it does work. As long as we've got online access, and with MetroNet's project going everywhere, you know, presumably that's going to get better for everybody. As long as somebody's got a web connection, they can take advantage of the mass majority of the services that we offer, and that's a good thing to know.
Falls under code enforcement or general community development, but you have, I mean, the ability to do your pre-application meetings or whatever, you just do those on Zoom or WebEx. I'm sure that might actually be more effective use of time.
I think that's one of the things, and I'm sure that there's some other departments that either have or will mention that. You know, that's one of the things that may not change a whole lot going forward, to be able to use that technology and not necessarily have to come down here for a meeting. There are some, I'm trying to remember now who we were meeting with last week. Might have been Hubble on something where we admitted there are some times when you do just want to meet face to face to kind of talk through some things, but I think a vast majority of the meetings that we're having, particularly pre-application meetings, the WebEx works fine, and we have had a number of them, been very busy with that this year as well.
I just know from my experience with Des Moines, I mean, those are such a time suck that if you can make the getting going and leaving, you know, just, I'm sure you're saving it, you know, a lot of time on the margins, just having those at a set start time and a set end time. And
yeah, it has worked really well. And we've even, in our review process, both engineering and community development, we still like to look at the paper sometimes. That's just a better way to do it. So it's been pretty easy to just to make arrangements with people to have them swing by. We'll go meet them in the parking lot and pick up what they want to drop off and keep things moving, so.
Question, just for clarification. What's the difference between the cell phone allowance for $1,500 for 4 and the cell phone service for 7 for another $5,200? Is there a difference there, or are we doubling up?
Yeah, no, it's the difference between a cell phone allowance means that they use their personal phone, and we pay I guess it went to $34 per month towards that, as long as their fee for their service plan is more than that, then it is a non-taxable cash payment versus the one that's down in the utilities line in line 48. So that means it's a city-owned phone that the city is responsible for. It's business use only, and we pay that bill, the city pays that bill directly versus an allowance is cash and you deal with Verizon or US Cellular on your personal line. So there is a difference.
And I think we're close to half and half now. All of the building official, the assistant building official, the 5 inspectors, and I all have phones. I think about half of us use our own phones and half of us are using
Yeah, I
city
think it's
phones,
4
I
and
think.
7 based on,
Yeah.
yeah. 7 have city-owned phones. It's about the personal versus business use. If you're not comfortable giving out your personal cell phone number, that's totally fine. The city will provide you a phone instead because they are required to have a phone. So it's just whether or not they're wanting to use a personal device or carry 2. It's their choice.
You see Roger was online.
Yeah, Roger is on.
Do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, Roger, anything you would want to add that I left out or that you would want to make known? There he is.
Greetings there. The only thing I'd add is part of that cell phone too is also each inspector has an iPad, and some of those cell signals may be part of that also.
Yeah. That allows them to process permits and things right there out there in the field and really helps with our efficiency. That's also gone very well.
God, I haven't seen Roger for a while. Your beard's gotten longer, Roger.
You've got a pretty good beard going there, Roger.
Yeah, I'll cut it when I get a shot, right?
All right, any other questions?
Everything else I think is about the same. There are a couple of things we took out. We got a new copier in the current budget, so that got eliminated. We revised our travel schedule down, obviously, to try to take advantage of as many local opportunities as we can for that. So pretty much the same budget.
Something real quick on the copier comment he just made, and James should have mentioned it when he was here this morning, is that we've tasked James with the responsibility of really coordinating and revising all of our copier arrangements. Is that in the past, we have allowed for copiers to be purchased or leased per department requirements or needs. CD and engineering typically went together because of the proximity. We have 2 machines down in the copy room, administration, library, parks and rec, and we all kind of made our own arrangements depending upon our needs. We've tasked James with saying, go out there and coordinate a better mousetrap, if you will, when it comes to making arrangements for copy machines, the type of copy machines we have, and to have it really kind of under one umbrella, that we have a better handle on how many copies we're doing and when the replacement schedule is and all of that, because it's really kind of a mulligan stew right now. And we just knew that there was a better way of approaching that, so he's been tasked with that project. So you'll see some, as Steve mentioned, they had a request, we denied it for that purpose so that they can coordinate that activity.
Any other questions I can answer about either code enforcement or community development?
Since you went general again, I guess I am not really understanding where we're at with this comp plan. I mean, it's been talked about, but when is it gonna happen? Why does it keep getting pushed back?
I would just echo, AJ and I had a conversation, I think he pushed out an email a couple of weeks, but really the process that we've talked about internally is the process of trying to get these Grimes properties annexed is underway. I am still hopeful. The ball's in Grimes' court at this point. We've gone through 2 different documents with Grimes. One is just a new annexation agreement with them to go another 10 years. Takes our current line with Grimes and moves it 1.5 miles out to the west. And then we've got a separate 28E agreement, which basically says Urbandale, Grimes are gonna work together to bring those Grimes parcels into Urbandale, and then Urbandale is gonna assist Grimes with their sanitary sewer project. So our hope is that we can still get those 2 documents back from Grimes, maybe yet in February or in March, have each of our 2 councils approve those 2 agreements, which then opens up the door for a formal filing probably 60 days or so after that with the City Development Board to actually get that process going. Once we file that with the City Development Board and kind of can begin that process to get a taste of how we think that's gonna go, we think that's far enough down the line that where then this fall, we can actually begin the process of getting proposals in here, talking to some consultants and bringing you some more detailed information about, okay, we think it's okay to do a comp plan exercise at this point. Here's how much money we think that's gonna take, and here's what the scope of what we think that's gonna take. Two of the big reasons we think it's to our advantage to wait until this fall is, actually three. One is it gives a little bit more time for the Bucks Arena situation to kind of come together. That's a major component of whatever we would do along that Douglas corridor to be known. Two, it gives us a little bit more time to just kind of see what the realities of COVID are going to be, particularly as it's going to impact the office and the retail sectors. I.e., if I'm company A and I've got X number of employees working in a building that I'm paying Y money for, and we're all working at home and doing fine, do I really need to do that? You know, what are some of those realities? So it gives us a little bit more time to understand, and I think good to be able to factor that into the mix for a comp plan study. And then the third thing is, which I think is really critical, which Bridget, you especially know, anytime you do a comp plan study, that public input is critical. You've got to have those meetings to understand what our residents want, what our residents dream of, what they would like to see. You just can't really do that virtually. You've got to have those people be able to come here and be able to draw on the wall and come up with what we want to do. And hopefully, if everything goes the way we want it to, there's going to be enough people vaccinated by this fall as we start moving into next winter that those meetings can actually happen. So I think we're uniquely poised, really, in some ways, to wait until this fall to begin that process, to kind of let some other things congeal and get where they need to be, and then we can start that process of doing a comp plan. That generally takes about, depending on the scope of what you do, 6 to 9 months, right? So it puts us in a position where spring to summer of '22, we can have the plan put together and know what all we're gonna be looking at, which kind of dovetails nicely into the CIP for that year to be able to maybe implement some of those things. So there's lots of wheels turning behind the scenes that you don't really see, but we are very interested in our intent, unless you want to do otherwise, is get this annexation moving and then follow right back in that with a comp plan when some things will be more known, and I think that'll be a really good exercise.
No, I think everything you said makes sense. I just haven't heard it laid out like that, and that makes a lot of sense.
We've been working on exactly what it does look like, and we really frankly just kind of come to, that's what we think probably makes the most sense. So your timing,
I agree.
your timing is good.
I just appreciate
Your timing is good.
you laying it out like that.
I mean, we could launch into it right now. We just think if we did that, we're gonna be missing some opportunities to have some clarity for a few other things that I think would be very helpful in that overall process to know.
Is Grimes dragging its feet, though? I guess I thought we had pretty well had everything.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that. I mean, you talked to Jake, what, right before Christmas?
Yeah, we've been using some outside counsel, and he had some surgery that delayed him getting work for us. We reviewed it internally, all the documentation, sent it to them, and they're making their final comments on it. At one time, they were, where is it? We said, we're working on it, and we got it to you, and then it kind of laid dormant. Mm-hmm. And so we periodically bug them and say, are you done with your comments? We wanted you to redline it, to get it back to us so we could finalize this. And it's probably been sitting up with them for about 4 weeks, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say closer to 6 or 7 weeks that they've had it, but.
Yeah.
They were busy trying to get at a dart.
Yeah.
I think, some other things obviously that have been publicized have come up on their radar. And quite honestly, they've been restaffing. I mean, when we had our initial conversations, it was just their city administrator, their mayor, you and I, and now that they've geared up, they've started to get more employees. They have the new planner on board that they brought in from, I can think of Ankeny? No.
Alex, where did he come from? Yeah, I think it was Ankeny.
Anyway, so they're starting to gear up, and so this, even though this is a priority project for them, they're still working it through their system. So, we've been patient with them. We don't believe that, that's still a strategic priority of the council, that we want to finalize that arrangement that particularly gives us, the community, our community, we're in the driver's seat when it comes to those 3 properties along Meredith. That's what this end result will be. And then when we decide to make those decisions, those will be left up to this body versus anybody else. Now, there will be the process you go through, and we've talked about that period before, is that when we make that decision, we have 3 parcels. One parcel wants to come in right away. The other parcel said, eventually we'll come in. And the third parcel doesn't want to come in at all. So we anticipated that, and we anticipate that we'll probably end up in district court on that. That's why we have our outside legal counsel who specializes in this, and his opinion to us is that we have a very, very, very strong case to take this to development board and through district court to win because of how we're situated. Obviously, we'd like to have a more negotiated process to bring that third party in. We're not ruling that out, but our first step is actually be in control of that process.
We approved they wanted us to approve their thing for the WRA, and we approved that, right?
We have an alignment, for.
We haven't finalized that yet with them?
The alignment, and John could probably comment on that better than I can, but I think the alignment is pretty well known. At this point, we're kind of really into details in terms of what's the language of those easements for where the sewer is going to be, particularly through Walnut Creek Regional Park and some of our parkland. So we're into those kinds of details of specific easement language. And I think if I had to guess, based on the questions they're asking, for a long time with them, it's kind of like dreaming of doing this project, and now like we're on the cusp of actually filing and doing it.
Right.
I think they're just trying to, how would I phrase it, feel a little bit better about the reality of any backlash that they may get for going through particularly the annexation process.
I just want to make sure we have enough leverage over them yet to.
I don't think that's an issue. I mean, WRA, Dave McKay had communicated that WRA was very clear with him that they're not going to give final approval to this unless we're okay with it.
Yeah.
And part of us being okay with it is to know that we're going to have this 2080 agreement that says we're going to work with each other to get their sewer project done and our annexation project done.
And
So,
when does our current annexation agreement expire again?
I think it's either July or August of this year.
Okay, so.
Yeah, so we need to redo it anyway.
Yeah.
And that's never been, that's really one of the easier things.
That they have not balked about.
But we don't obviously lose sight of that either. So
That's correct. Well, that's one of the two documents. One of the two documents is to take our existing agreement, take that out another 10 years, take where our line ended and move it 1.5 miles to the west and call that good.
Right.
And then the other one's the 2080. So those are the two documents that we have given to them, addressed their comments, and we're waiting those back from them.
All right.
Yep.
But as part of that, I'm very concerned about our southern border of that annexation agreement with Waukee.
With Waukee, yep.
And Waukee is finding out that growing is great.
Yeah.
And if we aren't in discussions, we're too late.
Yeah, we are.
Better get out there and make
We've
sure
already
we get it
completed
done.
that one.
He actually wrote that.
That's done and signed?
That's been renewed, yeah.
Yeah,
We did that.
yes. Yeah, that was an easy
And that
one.
we just left exactly where it was.
Yeah, we just extended it for another 10 years, and so we took care of that several
Their
months ago.
focus is going south at this point.
Right.
But
Yeah.
Their focus is Kettlestone and everything south.
Then that leaves Dallas Center.
I'm sorry?
So then that leaves Dallas Center.
Yeah, Dallas Center, when we take our existing line with Grimes and we move that 1.5 miles to the west, is what the proposed document says, that still keeps us, I think it's 1 mile or 1.5 miles east of Dallas Center.
Right.
So it doesn't go all the way over. And again, that doesn't mean that's what we would annex, that just gives us the right.
Once we come within 2 miles of Dallas Center, though, we have to start talking to them about whatever we do then, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there's kind of a natural boundary out there, isn't there, that,
That's correct. There's a ridge line out there that kind of dictates where that is. So, all that does is establish a line to where Grimes says, we won't come south of there, we won't go north of there. Whether or not we ever choose to actually try to annex property that far west, we'll have to see. I would say that's a long ways out.
That's a
yeah.
long way.
But it's kind of more of a natural line than an artificial.
Correct.
And the ridge line really is associated with the sanitary sewer, being able to provide that. So that ridge line really allows for us to implement more of a gravity-fed sanitary sewer versus using pump stations.
Okay.
So that's really kind of been, that's always
That
been.
really does slow downhill.
I'm
It
sorry?
does.
Okay.
It's a lot cheaper too. You don't have to
Yeah.
fix, you
But
don't have
that's
to fix
always
that pump.
been, in all discussions, even, 15, 20 years ago, when they thought about where eventually, that was always kind of that magical line that you knew that you had, that geographic boundary that really then increased your cost to go over that if you're gonna provide, well, you have to provide sanitary sewer options for people. So that's always been there in any of our discussions.
If you want to go any further west, start planning on another fire station too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked about that with Jerry. He, right now, the service area for our fire station is really very well positioned. If you, go another couple miles out, yeah, you'd have to look at something to maintain response times.
Yep.
Okay.
We can always share services with Council Bluffs.
Omaha's got a great fire department.
All right.
Thank you all. Good to see you.
All right, thanks, Steve. Thanks, Roger.
Next item we have is the tax increment financing special revenue fund. That is the next tab over. The next page over, I'm sorry, same tab.
So I'll take that one. So this is the pink sheets, if you haven't already incorporated the new documents into your binder. The pink one would be your most latest version of that. And so the reason that that changed, well, let me back up. So this is our TIF fund. This is where all of our tax increment financing revenue collections go by law. We have to receive it into this fund, and then it goes out either to debt service, or we pay our TIF rebates that are under our development agreements out of this fund. So we have 4 districts, 3 of which have active, well, Westover does not have any active right now, but the Duna and the Northwest Market districts both have active development agreements in process, in either the by right, the old graduated system that starts at 75% and works its way down, or they have a established development agreement for anything from the standard up to a 10-year rebate plan. The Duna has a 3-year 90% standard plan. So the flow of that, so the overall fund, really the fluctuation is based on how many rebates do I have in what stage. So that's a majority of the rebate line. So when you actually flip over to that CED 16, you can see how that activity breaks down. The line 77, economic development, represents the rebate payments that I'm making directly to a developer. So you can see that that number went way up, $1.4 million. So this is the first year of several of our larger development agreements, John Deere, those kind of the big ones that are coming online here. So it jumps up pretty significantly in that line. And the only other activity, like I mentioned, is the transfers out to debt service. So this is the payment to service 1 year's maturity on the TIF bonds that we sell. So that is $5.667 million. The only thing I will point out, and we'll hit it when we get down to the debt service, I have the sheet to talk about that. The difference now in the TIF bonds specifically, we normally sell 2 sets of bonds in the spring. So you just approve the CIP, right? And so we have the CIP portion that the debt levy pays, and then we have the TIF projects, which we finance through another bond that's backed with TIF revenues. So we have only $1,475,000, I believe, in TIF projects coming up in this year. So we talked through restructuring of that for several years. We've talked about lessening the 10-year maturity down because we have so much available in the Northwest Market District, which is where the majority of our projects are. We could service it faster. So we decided this would be the year to do it because we're going to consolidate and do just a single series. We're not going to sell a Series A and a Series B for the CIP and then the TIF because it's so small, less than $2 million just from the size of the bond issuance. We're going to sell them together as one, so we shorten it up to 5 years. So the CIP projects will go over 10 years, but the TIF projects will actually be serviced over 5. So we won't have the call provision. I know you're new to it, but the last couple of years we've been trying to call and pay off those TIF bonds as aggressively as we can because we have so much revenue capacity coming in the TIF districts. So we've called them at their 5 or 7 year call and pay them off. So if we issue for 5 years, we don't have to do a call provision anymore. So we'll just service them over 5 years. It falls within the cash flow perspective, and it works really nice. So that's why we had to revise it, because we decided this would be a good year if we're going to do a consolidated issue, as long as we can still structure that over 5 instead of 10. So he reran the plan for me, changed the principal amount by $130,000. So that's why I had to reprint pages for you. Does that make sense? Everything you need to know about TIF in 30 seconds? Mm-hmm.
Are they included with activities commercial
Yes. Yeah. So, well, I'm sorry. So the of which category the TIF pieces are pulled out of, is what you're talking about, yeah? So up in the balance up here, what goes into the 30 and the 70? No, it's not, because we pull 100% of that revenue out. I can get you the breakdown of which pieces the TIF comes out of. It's nearly all commercial, I would tell you that, but I believe that a snippet of it is, actually, I think I do have that. Yes, and those TIF values, no. Because that's on valuation, but same idea neither way. So the 70-30 that you're seeing on there, those numbers correspond with the numbers on this log sheet, and the TIF balance is down below that. So we're talking about the regular tax base, because TIF, we pull so much different on it, but I can tell you which bucket the TIF valuation comes from, so you can kind of feel that. It's almost all commercial. Just a second. So TIF by class. So of that total number, the 300, do you see the 311, 307, 320 on that white sheet? That's the total value. So of that, 291 of that is commercial. Industrial's 12.5, multi-res is 5.5. So it's, and then only residential is only 2 million of it. So if we backed into that, so that would be a good analysis, Ron, to pull back that by class into what that true spread is, so that you have a better, to Dave's point of how much that is commercial, because that piece, TIF is pulled off the top. That's out of everybody's calculation altogether. But to truly get a feel for what our true tax base, like if we suddenly claimed 0 TIF, all of that would roll back into general fund or into the general levy. And that's what we're pulling that down. We do 50% a year. This year we did 45 because I'm only issuing $1.4 million in bonds. The next couple of years in the CIP and TIF, we're just kind of done with a lot of the great big TIF projects. So we're going to start pulling that back a little bit and releasing it back into the general levy base. So we'll start to see that. But I can put those numbers in here, backfill those TIF numbers so you can see what class they're in to get a more accurate percentage breakdown. Yeah. Yep, I can sure do that. That's easy. That's TIF as well. Yep, that's in the Northwest Market District, the same as the building is. Any other questions on TIF? Okay. I know that Jan's group is here, but they're not supposed to start until 3:15. Do you want to just knock out all the general government stuff so we could keep them being last?
She put her people on right away.
Oh, okay. If they're ready to go, then that's fine.
We're waiting.
Maybe.
Yeah, she was just here.
Oh, they're WebExing
I
it?
just lost 3.
And they all ran. What do you want, Adam?
I'm gonna pick chocolate. Chocolate.
Oh. Well, that you gotta pick out yourself. And then I have like little.
Well, you might be interested in hot out of the oven chocolate cookies.
Oh, I'd do that because my lemon drop cookie didn't get in my lunch. I was sad.
Yeah, I tried the recipe,
We're taking a brief break here while we get staff in for the next discussion.
It's not as easy as it looks.
Okay, we're ready? Under the Cultural and Recreation tab, again, we were there earlier for the library. You'll see the orange tab, which is the aggregate of all the cultural and recreation activities. We've talked to the library director previously. And next we have Parks and Recreation and all the components that are contained within the Parks and Recreation budget. Jan Herkey is our director. Jan, if you would introduce your staff that's online or who you anticipate to join us today.
Yes, thank you, AJ. Kevin James is the Assistant Director of Parks and Facilities. Chad Malang is the Park Supervisor. Dick Lilly is the Facility Supervisor. Molly Wilhite is the Recreation Superintendent, and Carissa Williams is the Senior Center Supervisor. And they are all online to answer any questions you might have. So I understand I was listening in this morning as well, so we can go through the different steps. Some departments are affected by COVID more than others. Certainly our department in the recreation, seniors, and pool side of things have been significantly affected. Parks, not as much. As was mentioned at the very beginning of COVID, we did the same as Public Works of splitting staff 1 week on, 1 week off, and then we got back to normal operations. So our normal operations have been back to somewhat normal. We are separating staff, so park staff is at the parks maintenance building. Our facility staff we have over at the park maintenance building over at Walker Johnson Park. So we try to separate staff as much as we can and different, fewer people interacting and so forth. We have had a few people, I think 2 or 3 of our staff that have tested positive over the last number of months. When they return, or if someone has been in contact with them, we do have the ability of separating staff, so they go out in their own truck, don't come in for lunch, and they are able to separate from everyone else. So that does work of obviously for park staff, similar to a number of our operations, Public Works, Police and Fire, working from home isn't an option. So certainly parks as well for the park staff isn't an option. So that has worked out well. So overall, we haven't been affected significantly from the COVID pandemic in regards to our protocol and so forth. So the deviations for the budget, this past year, each summer we hire 5 seasonal staff, and that helps us being able to address additional, obviously during the summer we have amplified significantly the park duties and so forth. So we're able to send a seasonal staff with a full-time staff and being able to get a lot more done in the parks. This past year we didn't hire those 5 seasonal. So that certainly affected our operations. And actually, our intern at the Arboretum, he was here for 3 weeks and got a full-time job. So we were 1 less, and then the person that does the ball fields was an older gentleman, decided he wasn't comfortable with it, so we were down 2 people. So instead of 5 up, we were 2 down. But staff are amazing, and they made it through, and we're looking forward to this summer that we'll be able to get back to normal operations with that. We also had an administrative technician. So we have a full-time staff person at our Parks and Rec office for administration, 40 hours a week, and then a part-time person that covers in the afternoon and covers duties. In March of 2020, that person left, and we have not filled that position. So we're almost a year without that position, and certainly have been able to get by with not being open for the public, and staff has filled in. We'll be touching on an aquatics as well when we get to the pool, but the aquatic supervisor has been filling in our office as well as helping out in parks and other departments as needed. So we've been able to, she's been very flexible in working with us to be able to fill in our other needs within our department until a decision is made about the pool. So, and with the parks facilities and shelters not being open, a lot of them not being open, we've had a reduction in our building and grounds maintenance and program supplies expenses. So just one of those things, we're anxious to get back just like everybody else is. So, we've increased cleaning. We've bought 2 hydrostatic cleaners. I know that AJ mentioned it this morning where we do the different buildings. We have that now on a schedule, and we've purchased a second one, so we're able to do that consistently. So once a week we go through for that deep cleaning with the hydrostatic cleaner. So with staffing, it's been an interesting year. We had a staff person that was here 40 years. Matt, I would call him Mike McIntyre, and also Dan Meacham, who was here 35 years. So those two retired this past year. So we delayed in hiring for a few months for in June is when Dan retired. And then we were able to hire labor that focused more on horticulture, so horticulture technician for that position. And then also did some with staffing in regards to the facility maintenance. Instead of a laborer, we did a technician, so a little more of the administrative things. And a turf specialist, Mac, who retired after 40 years, we had an internal candidate that was able to fill that position. So right now, we don't have any open positions, and again, we're looking forward to a summer to be able to hire the 5 seasonal to be able to address our needs. And then any changes or adapted services, again, that we purchased that hydrostatic cleaner. We're really focusing on cleaning in all of our park shelters and facilities. So, and also with the new fleet maintenance department, we're working with Patrick and looking at equipment purchases and areas that we can extend maybe the number of years that before we replace a piece of equipment, and just looking for areas of efficiency. So we're excited to have that department on and Patrick on. He's been great to work with. So those are some of the changes that we've had, and no real new equipment or technology planned for the upcoming year. And anything else of significance next week, or I guess in 2 weeks, we'll be coming to you. We have our mowing contract that came up every 3 years. We renewed that. ADA Mowing has been our contractor for 12 years. They did bid again, increased maybe $2 from $25 an acre to $28, so $2 to $3. The only other company that bid $75 an acre. So we're happy that ADA is back on, and some bump in that. We did anticipate that, and that is reflected in our budget as well. And I think an impact not necessarily on our budget, but certainly on our infrastructure will be when the Grimes Sewer Project goes through the park system. That's going to have a significant impact, obviously, on the Walnut Creek Regional Park, Bent Creek Park, and Waterford Park. So after my heart started pumping again after I learned about that, and I certainly realized the need for that, and so we're working through on that, and anticipate, I believe that's this fall and winter for that project to start. So we all know that communication with the community is going to be crucial with that, because it has significant impact for our operations. So that's pretty much for parks operations. And Kevin, if you're on, if you have any comments as well, otherwise I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have for parks.
I'll just say one thing, and the most positive comments I've gotten about our parks, and everybody is using the parks and trails a lot. Most positive comments is the asphalt we laid underneath the interstate ramps, because everybody's used to going through there. You get water up your back every time you ride through there, and they're excited that they don't have that anymore. So that's a very little project that had a big impact.
Well, good. Yes, we appreciate Dave and John from engineering. They certainly helped make that project move forward. So I will make sure to pass that on. Thanks. And we do have some exciting projects coming on that we'll be presenting to you. Barrett Park Natural Playscape. The all-inclusive playground was, the level of excitement and passion for that one, I think, showed for a number of years, and the natural playscape is one that I'm very excited about. Certainly any park that we can develop, but it's going to be extremely unique to the whole metro area, and I've been writing grants like crazy, and hopefully we're going to be able to expand that, but the first phase is coming this year. So the design, we should be getting the initial design from the consultant even next week, and we'll be moving forward and sharing all that information with you. But I think I had shared with you, and you know about it, but it's called Barrett Park because Bob Bozen is the developer, and his son, Barrett, had passed away I think in the last 4 years or so, and he was very active and outdoors person, and Bob contacted me, and they have a Barrett Bozen Foundation, and they're committing up to $100,000 to put toward this park and the development. So he's been great to work with and work in that foundation as well. So that will certainly help enhance that park. So, and you might have seen the survey that we sent out, 1,300 responses. So majority of them super excited about it. So that's getting me even more energized. So I'm very excited about that one. So those are some of the projects coming up this year.
Jan, I've got a couple of questions.
Yes, certainly.
Under the public art line item, you have the community mural project. Now, is that like the manhole covers and, because I've seen, Facebook posts about them, but I've never heard you actually talk about those.
Yep.
So if you
Glad
could
you
talk
mentioned
about
that.
those, and then also tell me what the community mural project is. I'd love
Absolutely.
to know.
And I'm glad you brought that up because of all the, I mean, the city, we have a lot of commissions and boards and so forth. Public Art Committee is one of the best that I work with. They've been very engaged, and we got a grant last year for splash art. So that project, Splash Art, we got a $2,500 grant from Bravo with the city matching it, as well as Paint Iowa Beautiful grant that we put toward that as well. So those are the picnic tables and the manholes, and at Townsend, the tunnel and so forth. So that is one of the projects that the Public Art Committee has been doing and continues to do into this upcoming year. The $5,000.
That'll be done.
We're hoping it will be ongoing.
Okay.
But 2021, we have a number of those projects still to do. So
Okay.
some other,
Because I think it's fantastic just to see the little splashes here and there.
yeah, it's been great. It's been fun of positive response from them. And we have some wonderful artists in the community of Buck Jones and Kate Newberg, who's on the committee, and a number of artists that have donated their time and talents, and some of it we're able to pay some for as well. But so yeah, I appreciate that, and I'll be sure to extend that on to them. The mural project this past year, we had discussions with the American Legion and the VFW to see if we could do a mural on the side of the Legion that would depict patriotism and community and things like that. And we even had who does the painting for the, paints the rocks around Iowa?
The
Freedom Rock.
The Freedom Rock. So we had contacted that artist, and he was getting set and so forth. And then COVID hit, and we had applied for some grants through Perry Meadows and Polk County, and because it's about a $20,000 project. So this was going to go toward that. So if in 21, 22, we can, there's some grant opportunities and the Legion's able to get back on their feet as well, that's what this would be for. Okay. So we're hoping that we'll be able to proceed with that.
And then one other thing, as people have been using our trails more and more this year, I've gotten quite a few comments from people out in my neck of the woods where you can, Urbandale trails go into Clive and go back to Urbandale, and that there's not the same amount of amenities in terms of trash receptacles, waste removal stations, and things like that. And I don't know if that's something that we can take a look at throughout our trail system, or if it's, I'm not a big trail user, but if it's just out there and it's very clear when you go from Clive to Urbandale that those amenities aren't there, or if people are expecting them. I don't know, I guess I'd just like us to take a look at that.
Certainly, and we have added some of the garbage cans. We don't necessarily have as many in our parks and trails during the winter because of access, where our park staff can't get to those to empty those. So, but along trails and so forth, again, that might be one of the reasons, but also the frequency along a trail that, say, is we've added some, the Bob Layton Trail, but in Waterford with the disc golf, we'll have some, but we certainly can look at where we can add more, but that's one of the things of getting, the only thing worse of not having a garbage can is having one that's overfilled and has dog waste and so forth. So is that the image we want along our trails? Or, and that's what we've been trying to balance of where to put them, when we can access them, how frequent with the staff that we have, because we have 56 parks. and 37 have playgrounds, so they need to get to all those that have trash cans as well. So we'll certainly take those comments, though. I also just want to mention, when you're talking trails, we've been getting a few comments from residents of, how come you're not removing snow from the trail where I live? And can you remove all the snow? And just so you know, and we've mentioned it years before as well, we have 50 miles of trails. And our staff, before we address trails, the staff does all the parking lot for all the city buildings, shovels all the entrances. So we have other responsibilities as well as safe school route, so along Lakeview and out west by Webster School. So some of those trails that we're going to be removing snow as well. But the policy that we follow is if there are regional trails that have like a parking lot, so Walker Johnson, or they connect to a regional trail, so the Bob Layton Trail, and up Northview Wetlands that goes into Johnston. So some of those that remove as well. But certainly we get calls from neighbors, well, how come you remove snow from that one and not this one? And we've mentioned it at council before, it's like if we'd add, sometimes we don't have the equipment to do that much, or we'd have to add 2 more staff to be able to do that as well. So, and we've also get questions, well, once you're all caught up on snow, can't you go out? Once you start that, we've learned of, well, you removed it last snowstorm, but you're not this snowstorm. And some people like to cross-country ski as well, and I don't want that to be a fallback per se, but it's just the volume of trails, and that's why we set that criteria, and most people are understanding. We have added the section from 156th Street to Clive recently in the last 2 months, just south of Walnut Hills Elementary School, because Clive has changed their policy. They have a new director, and they now remove snow up to the Urbandale boundary, which previously they hadn't. So now the residents are like, well, wait a minute, now this is, so because now it falls into the regional trail criteria, we do remove snow. So I just wanted to mention that.
That would have been the trail in particular that I would have been hearing about, so I'm glad to hear.
Yes, so that one I would say in the last month.
I'll tell Richard thank you too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Richard did contact me saying, you know, what is your criteria? And we all try to balance those, and each community has their different criteria, but we're so excited that we have 50 miles of trails, but with that, the true volume and time that it would take, we have to prioritize those. So I just wanted to mention that in regards to that. So any other questions on parks?
Jan, a question on just a line item, CR 11. This is $9,000 for a credit card, a sportsman's registration. Is that some kind of a processing fee that we have to pay?
Yeah, it is for our software, for all of our program registrations. So when people register online or in person, there's a fee for processing that, yes.
And the one item above it too, same thing. There's just the registration fees that we have to pay a credit card processor.
Yeah, the sportsman registration credit card fees, so there, and Nikki, you can probably explain this better than I can, but our annual registration fee, so the $3,600 is the sportsman, it's an annual, membership or an annual fee to have that system. And then the credit card fee is just the fees that the city charges to cover the cost for, I mean, a credit card company is charging you to use the credit card. So that's the fee that is reflected here. No other questions? We'll go on to grounds maintenance. There's nothing really significantly changed here this year. We did add the Douglas interchange. We bumped up the irrigation a bit. Last year, we didn't know how much the irrigation would be, and with new plantings and so forth, and the maintenance for that was just a slight increase, but otherwise, no real changes in grounds maintenance. So again, Adam, you may be aware of grounds maintenance. We take care of all the grounds for all of the facilities of the city. So if it's from seed, fertilizer, plants, you see plants around all the buildings, we take care of that, as well as ice melt city parking lots, all the city buildings and streetscapes. So the fountain, so if you see somebody throw in some dish detergent in the fountain on 70th and Douglas, it's our responsibility to take care of that, so. Yeah, there you go. My staff is amazing.
Jan, you have in the budget impact on page CR 15, a decision was made to hold off on the median projects until council makes a larger policy decision about design and upkeep of medians. Is that based on what came out of the CIP?
Right.
Okay.
Yep, because our recommendation, we had $11,000 in the current fiscal year, and looking at that and had a recommendation. It's on 72nd and Douglas and those two medians, and they're just getting tired and looking old. So without irrigation, the irrigation has not worked in there for probably 10 years and would need to be replaced or repaired. And once we got into it, the $11,000 was certainly not going to do what we needed to do if we wanted to add plantings again. So one of the options was to do just hardscape and then talk with engineering and with AJ saying, okay, let's take a step back. This would be one example of, if we're talking medians, let's get a game plan for all of our medians, and then this one could be addressed with that as well.
So AJ, do you have a plan for when we'll have that discussion? Because that was one of my priorities coming out of the CIP, so.
Sure. I think during that discussion, I laid out an option during our discussion, and that's one that I can bring forward here. We can do it as soon as February for our lunch and learn to begin that discussion, because it does impact how we're going to move forward on several of the projects. And as Jan mentioned, this one is in particular that we said that came up during that time. And we said, no, let's just hold off. We're gonna come up with something different. And so I think I had suggested that in that conversation, or the material I shared with you during CIP, was that we should have some type of, like our public art committee or some of the other ones who advise us, if we have some type of subcommittee that can make recommendations for when we look at these projects as to what it looks like. Is it gonna be a uniform look? Is it gonna be a look that's gonna be maybe a little unique to each neighborhood? Is it going to be because of the traffic patterns, does it have to be this? Or do you wanna put something more than just, I called it streetscaping. I know you had made more reference to the softscaping with planting. Is there an opportunity to do both? So I think that's what we'd like to find out from you as a council collectively. I'd like to approach that so I can put it on the February lunch and learn without a problem, because I've got some of that base work already done.
Great.
Jan, first of all, $28 an acre for mowing is incredible, and you are to be given the negotiation of the year award for that. I mean, when I talk to other people, and Adam probably knows with R&R, I mean, $28 an acre is an incredibly good job. So on page CR 14, the line item is only $7,000 for the mowing?
No, that's Dunlap. Scooch back a page, you can see that those special revenues, that's the maintenance of just Dunlap.
Okay.
So go back to CR 11.
CR 11 is what we pay to have the parks
Yeah,
mowed.
try 254,000, that's.
I was gonna say, great job.
7,000 would be awesome, right?
That doesn't even get a half a mowing. Yeah, we have about 350 acres to be mowed, including right-of-way. So, yeah, the one you're looking at is for the mowing at Dunlop.
And the acres there.
Yeah.
At the same rate of $28.
That one is a different contractor. It's probably less than that even. Yeah, so we do the mowing. We have a mowing contractor for McDivitt Cemetery, for Dunlop, for the interchanges at Douglas, 86th Street, and I believe 100th Street. So we do have a number of contracts, but the main mowing one is for our grounds as well as for right-of-ways.
And that's for over 300 acres, is it?
Correct, yep.
Yeah.
Yep, so yeah, we have a number of them, and the ADA, we were thrilled, and I talked to Chad, our park supervisor, and said, I bet there's a sigh of relief as well when you get the same contractor and you're reasonably happy with them, and when there is an issue, he addresses it right away. So we've had a relationship over 12 years, so we were happy that he didn't jump significantly more. So it's a good relationship, and yeah, I'm thrilled too with the amount. So recreation, again, when you say COVID impact, and I know that Molly is here, and I don't know the stress level between Molly and Carissa and Leanne and the office staff kind of ebbs and flows every day of, we, as the recreation area, we are planners. Our whole life is planning 6 months, 7 months ahead. And COVID changed our world upside down. So you plan and God laughs. Is that the saying? So we now have to react to things. And when the governor changes things, then we react as well. So some of the biggest impacts, obviously, is the revenue in the number of classes. We weren't able to, this happened in March. We were just ready to put out our summer program guide. And obviously, that's one of our biggest times of the year is for summer programs. So that had a big impact. Staff has been doing amazing being creative in the types of activities they could do. Example, our MAC program that you're familiar with is crucial, and this summer even more than ever. And Molly met with the school and worked with UCAN, and we were able to MAC in the box. So essentially, the staff and the supervisors went to the homes and brought, and Molly, you can share of, it was like worksheets and activities and
library books. Library books. We did food with the partnership with the pantry and UCAN. Just a variety of games. They could check out recreation equipment as well. So it was really successful. We had over 85 kids participate.
And what was neat is going to their home, that was that personal connection. It was almost like a wellness check then too, to make sure how they were doing. And I heard you say and the staff, the kids are like, it's Wednesday, they're coming. They were so excited. So that's just one example. And a number of other throughout the summer and the fall of a program in a box. So it's something that we can either bring or they can come pick up so they can do at home. A lot of virtual classes, and when we get to the senior program, we'll talk about that as well, and I'll have Carissa share a little bit about that as well. But certainly those are not huge money-making type things. So it's certainly in the mode of what services that we can provide that are safe and that people can go. We did some in-person classes that when you can maintain social distancing, and if you were here for the outdoor movie, I don't know if we shared with you, we just put it on social media, was it 3 months before? And all of a sudden we had 6,000 people that wanted to attend and we only could do 75. So.
Yeah, I didn't realize you needed to sign in at midnight. I had it on my clock to sign in at 8.
It was, and we had decided, do you do it at 8 a.m.? Do we do it 7? It's like, well, the day that you have to sign up and it filled up right away. So we hope to do another one in the spring, but it was very popular. And again, another example, and working with the sponsors, so they help cover a bunch of that cost. So, but we're ready to have another party in the park and have those type of activities as soon as we can. We'll be having a big old party, and Molly and Chris will be planning it. But just an example of revenue in 2019, just to give you a scope of the impact. 2019, we brought in about $179,000 for recreation. In 2020, which March hit us hard, we had $107,000. This year, we're at $35,000. So huge impacts, but also on the flip side, we don't have the expenses as well. So certainly, as you can see, part-time salaries, professional services, advertising, printing, operating supplies is less as well. So that's over $107,000 reduction in expenses. So there's pros and cons to that, but certainly our ultimate that we're sad about is we're not able to reach our patrons and provide those services that we're proud of. So, and any staffing changes, again, we had mentioned the Parks and Rec office, the administrative assistant, that position is shared in the budget between Parks and the recreation budget. So again, that position has not been filled since March of 2020, and that some of those duties are being filled by the aquatic supervisor. And we're hoping to be able to, the budget reflects of let's have some normalcy. What is the saying? You hope for the best and plan for the worst. That's our game plan. So Molly and I pretty much at least once a week. What do you think? What do you think for summer? Because now is usually when we have everything planned, or if you do like kids camp, you plan field trips. Well, places aren't open for field trips. And youth and parks, every day they do a service project. Well, those places aren't open for those. So everything that we do is affected, but we're ready and poised, and the staff has done amazing and being very resilient with that. So,
Jan?
Yep.
So Mac Camp, it's kind of listed off as a separate, around 83,000. Does that reflect what also came from lost money?
Not yet.
Okay. And so is that, the lost money we set aside this year, is that for next summer's?
So the plan would be to transfer it in, the MAC has a separate fund.
Okay.
So assuming that we didn't know at the time we gave it to them, they wouldn't be able to hold the camp. So it would just be sent over to that fund so that when you're able to do it, and it's at a third location, it was super up in the air. So it's just gonna be transferred over. This reflected the existing 2 sites because we really didn't know what that was gonna look like. So we would need to amend to bring in, if it's a third site.
So then later on, we talk about the lost fund or the help.
Yeah, community services will be down at the end with lost.
And so if we set aside additional MAC camp money this time, that's really for the summer of '22 that we're setting aside money for.
You would have to decide if you're doing that.
Okay.
Yep. And one of the reasons we do have that separate account, one is so we can clearly see what it takes to run that program, because it's mostly done on donations. I mean, obviously, there's some in here on 03, but we have donations, grant, I think the last 12 years from the Gabus Family Foundation of $50,000 a year. So if that isn't spent in 1 year, that's not tied to a fiscal year, and we're able to expand. We were all set to expand to another school, and then Olmsted closed. That was one of our schools, and then they were under reconstruction, and then we were able to go to one of the churches, and then Jensen's going to be moving, and then COVID hit, and we can't get into any of the schools for any of our programs. So we're certainly keeping in touch with the schools and seeing what we can do for that type of programming. So for any changes that's coming up in regards to the adapted services, again, we're just following the state and federal guidelines. As soon as we get clearance to do things like our park shelters, and I guess that can be considered under recreation, we are at the 50% capacity. Everybody has, in their agreement, they have to assure us that they will be wearing masks and following all those guidelines. So we certainly don't go to every event and make sure that they are, but they're not allowed to, they're at a certain capacity and so forth. So everybody's been understanding, and we just move forward with that as well. So, and we also, Molly is in touch with our colleagues throughout the Metro West Des Moines, Ankeny, Clive, and we have, through this whole process with parks as well, are you closing your playgrounds? How are you handling this? Because we want consistency. If it's like, well, West Des Moines doing that and you're not, and some things we do and they don't, and vice versa, but when it comes to COVID, we want it to be very consistent with that. So we, Molly stays in close touch with her colleagues as well. So no real big changes this year in the budget and requests. Just again, the anticipated, if we're able to start rocking and rolling July 1, then revenues will, hopefully people will come back. That's one of our concerns and questions for seniors, recreation, and if we do open the pool, of when are people coming back and how quickly and things like that. So, but we're cautiously optimistic that we're going to be able to do that. So I think we covered, anything else significant. The recreation and seniors have been the most impacted by COVID, and we're moving forward as we can. So we'll answer any questions in regards to recreation. And again, Molly's here to answer any questions as well.
Jan, I think I asked this question the last council meeting, and I don't honestly remember what the answer was, but in terms of subsidizing, and this may come under the pool, but subsidizing the Clive passes, is that, I didn't see it like a line item, or if there was one, I missed it. And I guess, is that this fiscal year? I just want to make sure we're doing it.
It's in the pool.
The pool budget.
During
this fiscal year to cover when their pool opens this summer.
Yeah.
That will be available to our residents.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, I'd love to get your discussion when we get to the pool section on that.
I'm ready.
I'm sure we have plenty of discussion in that section. Good thing we started early. We might be on schedule later. All right, so on to the seniors. And cemetery, there is, wow, bam.
Okay. Let's get it off the table right now, folks. Come on.
Nothing new at the cemetery. We have ordered a new columbarium that should be coming in. Obviously, COVID has affected that as well. I think I've joked before, but it literally does come on a slow boat from China. So
Has the premium condos been already sold out?
no, we don't get that opportunity until we have it installed. So yes, they are the premium location, so.
Just looking at the way the construction that you did along it'd be the east side of the cemetery on 68th Street. You put it really looks great when you go down, it's nice, it's wrought iron, and they've got the corners with stone. Yep. Is there any design or discussion about continuing that alongside Meredith the same way for uniformity? I just noticed that when you're driving by, because when you get down 28 or 68th, that really looks nice the way that's been. That's recently been done, like within the last 5 years, I think.
Yeah, I would think
so. Since I've been on council. And then I just thought, boy, if that were just to turn the corner and come alongside Meredith, I don't know if that's something anybody's even thought about, or.
We have, and I know you've brought that up before, and I don't know if Kevin and Chad, you're on the line, if there's any restrictions. I know we have a retaining wall on the south side there along Meredith, but do you know off the top of your head if there's any restrictions to that besides like life, time, and money?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Kevin. Good afternoon. We'd have to take a look at that, probably discuss with community development as far as any site restrictions there, but I wouldn't think there would be.
Yeah, especially if it were wrought iron, because it wouldn't be a site issue. I just thought about how it looks nice. It's almost like we remodeled that part of the house and it really looks nice. And then now you got to kind of come along the front and do that too.
Yep. Yeah, we certainly can look into that.
I'm one that I like the openness of it, so.
They put a fence because people are dying to get in,
Yeah, we had to come up with a cemetery joke somewhere. So it's just, used to living there, that area, and having it open made it a lot easier to walk the street there, because that sidewalk is a little close to Meredith. And so if you totally block off on top of the retaining wall or replace it, all of a sudden you're kind of scrunched in a little bit with higher speed traffic. So we always kind of liked not having a fence there.
We can get some cost estimates together and let you as a council make a decision on that. So any other questions on cemetery? All right, now we're on to Senior Recreation Center. And again, Carissa Williams is the supervisor that is online as well. So the impact of COVID, again, we've been shut down for since I believe March as well, and have been doing probably more virtual programming with seniors than we have in any of our programming. Certainly the recreation, we have done some, but the seniors just love those fitness classes. And that's one of the biggest impacts, and what we've heard from patrons is that they miss that so much, and obviously the socialization with it, but also having that physical opportunities. So Carissa and her staff have been doing an amazing job. We have the instructors that initially were doing like YouTube videos and they could access YouTube, but now and Carissa, you're gonna have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but the patrons have a membership, a wellness membership that they pay for annual fee, and those that have that now can sign in and follow a class live, per se, with the instructor, and the instructor takes care of that. But Carissa, I'm going to have you share a little bit of some of the other programs that you've been doing since we've been closed.
Yeah, thanks, Jan. Good afternoon, everyone. For the fitness, you're right on the money with that. We're doing live Zoom classes that our seniors who have fitness memberships can log in and participate in. That's our most popular activity, both when we're open and right now. We're right now running 3 classes a week on Zoom. We're moving to 4 next month. So that gives people an opportunity to work out Monday through Friday, 4 days a week. We've been doing some pickup programming and drive-up programming as well, but like Jan mentioned, the virtual is definitely more popular. For the drive-up, we do a monthly picnic lunch. We've had some holiday events, the Veterans Day drive-through. So some of those events that we previously did just in more of a drive through the parking lot and get some fun treat from us in socially distanced style. For the virtual programs, we've transitioned what used to be our lunch and learn program into just virtual education. The most popular ones that we've been doing lately have been Iowa history series. So we're just kind of taking people on tours of different places in Iowa or learning about famous people through Iowa's history. We have those every month, in addition to some other kinds of programming, including a partnership with the Des Moines Art Center as well, about some of their exhibits and the sculpture park and things like that. So we've been trying to, I guess, cover kind of what we would be doing in a normal time, just virtually. We have some hopes for the spring to be able to teach people how to disc golf and how to geocache and things like that too. So that way they can continue to find activities that they can do safely, still socially distanced and on their own, but learn how to do them with us virtually. That's a quick summary.
And Carissa has worked closely with Polk County. There's 19, I believe, senior centers that Polk County has involvement with throughout the metro. So wanting to make sure that we're following closely what they're doing as well. We did for about 2 weeks. We did by appointment only, in-person foot clinics and health clinics and so forth. And it was very social distance and only one in at a time. And then that's when the numbers really spiked again, so we had to stop doing that. So we're working with Polk County on that, and we do have a reopening plan that was shared, I believe, with you, and I know, AJ, it's probably been 6 weeks ago or so. So we have a plan ready, and it's incremental, and I know that seniors are even anxious to get to the fitness center that we have and to use that. So as soon as we can start doing that, we have some equipment. We're talking about putting them in different rooms so they're separate and doing that foot clinic and being able to incrementally open up. So we're poised and ready for that as soon as the numbers start changing and vaccinations. I think once the vaccinations come, there'll be a comfort level. This population, I think more than any other, there'll be some that are extremely anxious to come back and will be, and others that won't be coming back for quite some time. So we'll continue to, the popularity of the online fitness and things like that. I think COVID has taught us one thing is our operations, I think, in some aspects will have changed forever. And we have new and different ways that we can reach our patrons that I think will continue to be successful into the future as well. So we just, we look at it as a positive in some aspects as well. So any known deviations from the budget, very similar to recreation. We have some decreases in revenue, and the revenue is mostly fitness fees and in-person program fees, trips and travel fees and so forth. Obviously those weren't happening, but also decreases in expenses in regards to the salaries. We have, over at the senior center, we had a part-time administrative assistant, and right before COVID hit, the recreation coordinator, a full-time person, got a different job. So we were able to go through the interview process, and the person that had been our administrative assistant had been doing a lot more in our recreation areas, so Katie was promoted to that position. So we have that administrative position that's been open for a year as well. So we have some savings in regards to salaries, as well as professional services would be instructors. Obviously, we weren't having classes, so. And printing and copying, training and development for all of our departments. We didn't do any national conferences and so forth. And then the operating supplies as well, similar to recreation. So the staffing I just explained in regards to that transfer over, and the position has not been filled. So. And again, any changes in adapted services, we just explained that, and Chris explained as well as some of the uniqueness. And again, I can't applaud my staff, recreation, as well as seniors and the park staff of how creative they've been in adapting to everything. And mostly with the smile on our face. I know we all, including me, have had our good days and bad days, but they've been amazing. So I applaud them for that. New equipment. just one of the things that's requested, and we have so many different activities going at the senior center that the staff can't always be in the office, so they're requesting headsets so they can answer a phone while they're in another room, so all the phone calls don't go to voicemail. So that's just one of the requests. And some of the things we just wanted to update that we were able to do with the facility this past year before it closed. The parking lot was resurfaced. That was really in need of doing that. We have some new public art out front. That's one of the locations when you approve the purchase of public art where we put art in our park system and throughout the city. One was in front of it's called Atlas. It's one that was last year at our art park, is now in front of the senior center. We have a new drinking fountain with a bottle filler. The fitness classes, that was one of the biggest things. And as you know, trying to fill your bottle with the regular water fountain is not great. And actually we worked with Delta Dental here in Iowa and we got a grant for that. So we didn't need to use any funds for that. So it was a great partnership. A mural was painted in the fitness room. Local artist Kate Newberg shared her talents to do that. It's a beautiful mural. And staff took the opportunity when we were closed to change the uses of different rooms. It used to be the front room was a fitness center, and the office was a little bit separate from that, and you couldn't see who was coming and going, so the main offices are in front now. We moved the fitness area. We were able to expand then. The office had, we were able to expand opportunities in the facility. So that was great. And we have a new handicapped accessible door in front. That wasn't working, so we got that done. And some improvements on the outside as well as landscaping in the memorial garden. And then the staff has been over there, park staff, for painting and so forth. So it looks amazing. And the craft room is, the staff has, if you saw it before and saw it now, it reminds me of charity, actually, of everything's labeled, organized. It's amazing. So they did a great job with that. So again, the same as recreation. We're poised. We're ready. As soon as there's a change in things, the staff is ready. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and Chris as well.
In the seniors, many of them will qualify first for the vaccines. Is there any thought to opening your programs to vaccinated people only sooner rather than waiting for, the city's numbers to get where they're supposed to be?
We had talked very briefly about that, AJ and I, and if that's something that we can do legally or not. I don't know if you can, if you can't come because you're not vaccinated or not. I don't know that perspective, but we had talked about, is that something that could we do, is if they can have a certificate or show that they've been vaccinated and want to come back, is that something?
I think the socialization among seniors has really been hurt for a year, and I see doing that, and it may be an encouragement for them to be vaccinated, but I mean, I just think that that's an avenue you can take, and they all will qualify early, so maybe we can get it open a month or two earlier than you would otherwise.
Yeah, because when we were looking at the one plan for the limited health screens, again, we had a plan all, the folks at the recreation center had the plan all lined up where you'd have appointments, you'd have to go through a screening process, it was really a very carefully orchestrated opportunity. And then we basically were told by the state, you can't have those events now just because things got worse. But I think we did talk about, I think you'll get a certificate, index card that you've gone through 1 and 2 phases. I think it's a great opportunity because we can really, because the building is as clean as it's ever going to be, and we're going to take precautions. And, getting somebody in, that's a nice way of getting an audience back in there. It'd be great.
Any other questions on the senior program? We transition to the pool.
It's time for a break, Jimmy.
Yeah, do we need a break before we do this?
No.
Obviously, of all departments and all things, in April, I'll be here 23 years, and this department's probably the most discussed. and questions and so forth. So AJ, did you share with them yesterday about the fuel tank?
I did.
And I don't know where we want to start with the discussion here. Obviously, we've talked about it already, the impact on revenue, on expenses, the significance of that. When to reopening, we talked about the reopening plan of the phases and the impact of that as well. And Dick Lilly's online here too, and he can fill in the blanks, but we can maybe talk about that added expense that we anticipate. We don't know what level it'll be. It could be as little as $36,000 or $37,000 with this fuel tank that's at the pool, or it could be $165,000, $170,000. So in a nutshell, what occurred, and on the memo that was sent out, but the building was constructed in 1975, and I called Rick Bowles once we found out that there was some issues throughout the last year of people were in the storm sewer, residents were smelling fuel and trying to figure out where that's coming from. Long story short, Public Works and Park staff figured out it was coming from a tank that was just north of, like 10 feet off north of the pool. I called Rick Bowles to say, do you know anything about a fuel tank? Rick Bowles was the previous director, first director, started in 1974, and he was here then when the building was constructed. It's a $6,000 tank, and he said when the pool was built.
Gallons.
Did I just say, my goodness?
$6.
Yeah.
If it was $6, it'd be easy.
Dollars are in my mind with the pool. 6,000 gallon tank. When the pool was built in 1975, I understand through Rick that there was a shortage of natural gas, and they had a boiler that could work on both natural gas and fuel oil. So they had that tank there as an option if there wasn't access to that natural gas. So that was used for the boiler for many years. And then when the, somewhere I believe in 1998, is that correct, Dick? When a new boiler came in, that fuel was not needed anymore. We're not sure how it happened, where it happened, what decisions were made. It wasn't drained, nothing was done to it, so it's been there. So we understand that it's leaking. That's where the fuel issue is coming from. We immediately talked to the DNR, they're aware of it. We are working through that. The DNR did say that it's considered non-regulated, so it's not as concerning. Fuel oil falls in that category, and again, I'm gonna default to Dick if you have any questions on more clarifications of this, but so we're looking at options. We could not get, first we had HydroClean come in to pump it out, and because of the different piping and so forth, it's not an easy access to get to it, so they couldn't do it. Staff did some digging, they still couldn't get to it, so we were gonna hire, put bids out to have somebody come and do that. We didn't get any bids. So Dick worked with Iowa Demolition this past week. We got an estimate and said, what's the worst case scenario here? I need a number to come to you of what needs to be done, what's the worst case scenario. Obviously, we need to empty the tank. The DNR did say that there may be an option of abandoning the tank then, but we don't know that it would have to be cleaned out and then probably, I don't know, sand or something put in. We don't know that process yet. But they need to test all the ground around it to see what level of contamination, and then if any of that excavation needs to happen. So that's the next step. And those are the estimates that you see, the excavation removal of the tank. There needs to be some excavation just to get to the top of the tank to pump it out. So we don't know yet, but there's potential this could be a significant expense.
Is the school district aware of this too? Adam brought up a good point. This is not our ground, so is the school district aware of this as well?
We made them aware that this is happening.
Well, we have an agreement with them that they are liable for 40% of the cost of demolition. This would fall within that agreement.
But it's fixed,
No.
it's a fixed cost.
It's a 2009 40%.
We fixed the cost of what that 40% would be.
Yeah. I believe it's, I can't even remember, 120.
129 is what's coming to mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was a bid, whenever the last 2080 was signed, it was fixed at that date's 40%. So any additional cost was all in the city.
And what was the estimate to pull that out?
The excavation removal of tank is $36,000, but that's gonna vary depending on how much is left in the tank and what other things they find. There's also, and Dick, I'm gonna defer to you, there's also utilities right above the tank, is that correct?
Yeah, there's a gas line and the building electrical service line right on top of the tank.
That was good plan.
Tank's about 6 feet down.
So electrical line and a gas line over top of an
And then Dick, if we,
Don't let it match.
if they pulled the tank out, then we have to do some kind of environmental phase 1 study to see if any of it's leaked in the area.
That will have to be
There's
done
a
no matter what.
period.
You'll have to check the margins no matter what.
Yeah, you got to check the margins.
Yep, we have to do that regardless.
Is that where that super site, you guys, have you been involved with that, the
Well,
cleanup?
this one, I mean, on the scope of environmental issues, fuel is pretty minor overall because it's evaporative and it goes away over time, so.
Okay.
But it's still something we have to address, so.
The cheapest thing to do is to leave it in ground.
Right.
To abandon it.
Yeah.
And, which is fine to do unless they're gonna, construct something requiring excavation there.
As long as it's not getting into a water source or anything like that, that's.
Right.
When you demo it though, they're gonna wanna pull that up.
Probably.
It's so.
Well, that's what we're thinking in 2026, you probably will want to remove it at that time. But we don't know the cost, we just wanted to make you aware of potential worst-case scenarios, and I knew we were going to be talking about a lot of different things about the pool, but this is an unexpected expense that has no benefit to the operations of the pool, such as, you got to replace the boiler, well, that would benefit operations, this doesn't. And I was talking to Dick yesterday, being so close to the pool, it's possible it could be under the soil, under the building, too. We don't know, they have to do soil and groundwater sampling. The DNR we update them on every step that we're doing. It's been a challenge because contractors don't really want to touch it. So Dick's been amazing, continuing to call everybody he possibly knows, and we'll certainly keep you updated every step of the way. But I wanted to make you aware, this is a potential, could be a significant expense. So with that said, the price range for soil remediations could be $100,000 to $125,000. That number could vary as well. So $36,000 to excavation removal of the tank, and then to do the soil and groundwater sampling. So either way, there has to be some excavation to get to the tank to pump it out. Then there'll be the expense of the sampling. And the parking lot, I mean, it just depends, and Dick did a sketch for me yesterday of saying, okay, you just start sampling, and as you get to a distance, saying, okay, you're good. But this area, you got to dig out. We don't know, but if the water was going, and it was, in the storm sewer, so Public Works did cap those off, so they didn't keep going in there, but it was in the storm sewer for months, so it's been an interesting, I don't ever want to say to an issue, what else can go wrong, because something else will, but it's interesting.
So regardless, though, of whether we move forward with this pool or we don't move forward, this still has to be done.
Yes.
So this is a given, that we'll have this expense regardless of what decision is made regarding the future of the pool.
Correct.
Okay.
But it
Also
doesn't,
true that right now, we don't know what our options are, what our requirements are.
Right.
We're gonna do more work to get there.
Yes.
Yep.
but it doesn't have to be done this year.
It has to be done immediately.
Once
discovered.
Yeah, once we discover it, you have an obligation to take care of it, and working with DNR, you would determine the time frame in which that has to be done. You just can't say, we don't want to deal with it because we don't we don't feel like it, or we have a decision that we have to make on the pool in 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, whatever it may be, it is an obligation now that you have to do. And especially since we've already received comments or concerns from residents who had the smell, I think that's been taken care of. And I don't know that could certainly occur again, depending upon the age and condition of the tank. But we have this, I believe we have an obligation. We may have a legal obligation. I don't know what the current DNR regs are on that, but I've always taken the approach that once you made the regulatory notification, you need to proceed on a reasonable pace to take care of the problem that you discovered and reported.
But that's still cheaper.
So again, we're planning for the best, hoping for the best and planning for the worst. And I think it was November, we had the discussion of when, if we'd reopen the pool, when would that be? And said, let's wait until February. February's upon us. Obviously, that decision is upon us as well, because we're talking about a fiscal year budget of $700,000 for operating the pool. So it would be helpful to have some direction on that aspect. I think we've shared all the information with you and the impact of, and Adam, I think you had mentioned too, when you say phase 1, 2, and 3, the minimal number of people we'd be able to allow into the pool obviously affects the expenses and revenue brought in to the pool. We have only one staff person, again, Leanne, who's helping out in other areas. There's no other staff right now, so starting over from ground zero, you have higher expenses when you have to start that whole recruiting process over again as well. And with the revenue projections and so forth, if you would say, let's start, March, we need 8 weeks to hire staff, train staff, get the facility ready. So anytime you say yep, we're going to open, fast forward 2 months before the public actually walks into the building. And then we don't know with COVID, will they come back and how quickly? And it will be a restricted, if it's still 50% capacity, instead of 8 kids in class, it's 4. Instead of 20 in water aerobics, it's 10. And there is a lot of credits still on the books. So revenue we're holding on to that a number of people have asked for refunds for the annual passes. But I mention that because we won't be seeing a lot of revenue even if classes do start, because there's credit sitting in their account. So you might have classes for 3 months and not see a lot of revenue because they've already paid for classes they didn't take because they were canceled, if that makes any sense. So I'm not sure with this department of going down COVID impacts. Obviously, the COVID impacts. It's been closed since March 16th. If the heat's going, the building's standing, we don't know when we push go if the pumps are going to work. There's been no water in it since then. So the building's there, and we're ready for some direction of what you think.
I guess I want to go back. So we've had people pay for their annual passes and classes and so forth, but we haven't refunded. If they've asked, we haven't refunded it back to them yet?
We have, if they've asked, and we send out an email saying, if they'd asked, we've refunded it. Otherwise, we said, we'll hold on to it, and when we reopen, that's when it'll start. So if they've only had 3 months of their year, then they'll still have those 9 months. So, or swim classes, they signed up for them, saying we can refund them or just hold on to it. And when you sign up for your next class, then you use that credit. So,
okay. So like, I just got an email from Iowa State for football ticket stuff, and it was basically you can donate it or we can refund it, your choice. What do you want to do with it?
Yep.
And just it kind of drew that line and say, when we start over, we'll take more money out of you then. Yep. And I just didn't know if it would be good for us to at least clean the books this year and get that going so that if this comes back online, then that's when the new revenue would show up. But
yeah, we have usually by this time, in 2019, we had almost $300,000 in revenue. 2020 was 187,000, and we have zero, actually probably.
We're negative right
negative
now, actually.
6,000 or 7,000 because of the refunds. So.
and any idea how much is on sitting in accounts?
I believe at the beginning it was about 45,000 is what she said we had on credits. And I think we're negative maybe 7,000 right now,
Yeah.
65,
So
7,000 or
it's
so. So I guess we
significant.
have 32-ish thousand in
Okay.
credit left. So not huge, but on $180,000 of annual revenue, it's the
It's a
whole
big number.
season
Right.
of this, the months that she might be open. So you're saying if we had opened June 1st, that's why I budgeted 0 revenue in this fiscal year, because we assume that hopefully they would come back for that, but we won't bring any new revenue in.
You know, I'm a big proponent that if we have the pool and it's functional, we ought to use it. But the other side is that I don't think we ought to open it until we can go back to full classes. I don't see any reason in filling a pool, staffing it, which is going to require exactly the same whether there's 10 people or 100 people in there. It doesn't make any sense to do it for 10 and tell the other 90 they can't come in. And so I think we don't open it until we can go back to operating it normally. And I think the earliest possible we're looking at that is in September or October of next year.
Of 2022?
Of this year, I guess, we're at 21, so. Which you give you 2 months, it means that we can kick this down the road a bit and not decide now and wait until probably July and decide then if we're gonna do it, and open it in the fall.
Jane, I have a couple questions, and you may have to excuse my ignorance on it because I'm getting up to speed on all this, but what is on a norm, not COVID related, but what does our number of people through the door look like, average in a summer, on an average day or an average week, and average people in on a day or a week in the wintertime?
In the wintertime, obviously, it's less.
Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to know the difference.
Yep, and I guess I don't know specific numbers in regards to,
Kind of generally, yeah.
because numbers through the door for the year, oh my gosh, what is it?
65,000.
And that is lots of duplications.
Yep.
It's probably maybe 10,000 people or 6,000
Just using it
people,
multiple
but,
times.
so the PE and Central Iowa Aquatics are the two outside groups that have access to the pool. Otherwise, it's fitness classes and water aerobics and training, lifeguard training and things like that. So I apologize, I don't.
No, that's okay.
By a month, I don't really know those numbers.
I can kind of back into it in my head. But wintertime, is it mostly group classes, PE, outdoor aquatics? Is not a lot of free swim or things like that? That more of a summer thing, or?
We do have public swim during the winter as well. It's not as highly attended. I know, Adam, I think you said that you've went there with your family. It's not a hugely attended.
We were the only ones sometimes.
Get the whole place to yourself.
It was me and a 10-year-old. Do anything we wanted.
Yeah, but with classes, I mean, if we have been doing up to 3 classes at a time, so the programming part of it is 5:30 in the morning till 10:30 at night. It's, for programming wise, I don't think it's possible to offer any more in the schedule, so it's not well, you need to do more programming with the business plan that we did 9 years ago. I think that it has been, and it's even like the water aerobics saying, well, I don't want to hear the teachers talking over this, and there's a lot of activities going on, programming as we can, even preschool classes during the day and so forth. So doing as much programming as we can. And we also looked at, it's kind of easy to say, well, just increase the fee. Well, we did a fee study of what other communities are offering, and you get to that point of if you increase it too much, they're not going to come either. And if you start charging as much as what somebody does for, when you get the slides and all those other activities, then, it's, where is that sweet spot? And I think we're pretty much there. We could increase some. I think when we did the survey, the people that were passionate about the pool said, well, I pay more. But then when it's fitness classes, they're like, I don't want it's a cycle.
I can understand that. And to Ron's thought about, if you don't open it until later this year, can you hire lifeguards in September? I mean, what's that look like? I assume a lot of lifeguards and things like that are looking for summer employment. It's high school and college kids. Can you staff it up come September, October, November? Is that a possibility?
staffing pools is getting tougher and tougher. Everybody is in the crisis stage of that. And that's an excellent question that you have. If you don't have them from summer, we're the only indoor pool. So having them throughout the year is a challenge. So trying to find staff for a fall season would be quite difficult. It's even, I mean, starting over, usually you have your sister and then their brother will do it and people that you know, so you have an ongoing chain here. We're gonna have over a year now that we don't have that. So it will be very difficult. Leanne's is already getting gray hair just thinking about rehiring everybody, so that will be a challenge.
Thanks, Jan, I appreciate it.
Jan, where are we at with our scientifically valid survey and that portion of this discussion?
Yeah, I mean, we essentially are on hold. I think we had talked about of getting the subcommittee of 2 commission members, 2 council members together and talk about what is this new facility, what it's going to look like, what amenities, where's it going to be located, having that discussion, and then we can move forward. I think we had talked about with the economic climate the way it is, this would be an extremely challenging time to move forward with a bond referendum. You want to get your best possible opportunity to have that pass. So we had talked about, do you go through that stage? For me personally, once you start doing those surveys and ask the community what they want and getting that traction, you're getting them very excited about a new facility. And if you, at that same parallel time, even before that survey, you need to hire a contractor to do a sketch of what it would look like once we decide what it's going to be and the cost and what that impact would be on their taxes. So do you do all that, and then a year later is when we proceed with it? All of that's gonna have to be updated again. But AJ and I had talked about it, of that first step. I think it certainly can happen anytime, is let's have the discussion. What do you think that building is gonna look like? What is it gonna be? Where is it gonna be located? That can be done anytime. To have us then as staff poised, ready, it's like, okay, economic climate's feeling good, let's now move forward. You guys do your study, do your plan, hire a consultant. So that's certainly the mayor and you, the decision of do we start those discussions in the near future of that's gonna be the most critical step. We've had a lot of public input, and I think we can now formulate we're ready as staff to propose some ideas of what we've heard from all of our surveys in the last 5, 6, 7 years and get your feedback and come to a consensus. Okay, we're supportive of outdoor aquatic center here and a senior center here, or just this or just that, and have that ready. I'd be very comfortable with that. So then when we have a comfort level to move forward with getting more information for you as a council to be able to make that decision then of, you know what, the community seems supportive, they know what it's going to cost, they're supportive through this survey, now let's do a bond referendum. So it's a really long answer to a...
No, I mean, you know that I've been on the front line of this issue as a community advocate for, I don't know, a long time. And I feel like we've been poised to do this several different times, and, you know, we get the rug, you know, pulled out from under us a number of different times. And, you know, going back to the summer, I mean, when we had the discussion of whether to close it permanently, you know, my rationale for voting to keep it open, you know, pending COVID safety, was that we get a plan in place to replace it or say we're not going to be in the aquatics business anymore. But I just don't feel like we're ever going to be able to get to that point. And I don't know, reading AJ's memo last night, I was just like, oh my God, you know, kick us when we're down, you know, on this. So I don't know, I'm just beyond, I'm beyond frustrated. Just, I mean, and not anything that you guys have done.
Too. Absolutely.
I mean, I've worked with you for 10 years on this, and obviously it's a passion issue of mine, but I don't know what to do at all.
If I may humbly share my opinion, and I know.
I would love it.
I appreciate where your comments, and hopefully it's appropriate as well, but you're just like, oh, God. But I don't know.
I've never known you to be humble.
I know, true.
Get past that.
Have another cookie.
Let's get, have another cookie. Yeah, thank you.
But I don't know if those two things need to be married together, my opinion, of new facility, if you close the pool in the new facility, when we talk about the CIP and future, CIP planning for future facilities is not tied to another one closing. This one is certainly have so much discussion about, but I personally don't know if those two need to be tied together as you're talking about. I've probably mentioned a number of times in the last number of years I've been at different conferences and say sometimes the community needs to go without before they know what they truly want. And if it's an AJ, and I have spent so many hours in talking about this, if it's just the monetary decision, I think this is an easier decision. If it's the emotional part of it, it's not an easy decision. And certainly as a Park and Rec director, I started in aquatics. It's crucial for kids to have swim lessons and people to have fitness classes and so forth. Having those in the last year, again, when you're having to be creative and adjust and so forth, having those, people haven't used our pool now for a year. So we've 31 families that are kids that are doing swim lessons at Goldfish, and YMCA has those options. Are they ideal for our patrons? Certainly not. And some aren't doing it because COVID. I'm not gonna go anywhere for that. And some are, I just wanted the Urbandale pool, don't change my world. But having those, and as you had talked about as well, is if we can get the partnership with Clive, so then they have an outdoor aquatic center, sometimes I feel like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but is this, in 5 years, we're gonna be closing this pool in 2026, so I personally don't think the two need to be tied together. Of new facility, as we went through the parks master plan, we said, you know what, let's not muddy the water. We're talking about when this facility closes, we're making plans for a new one. We're not saying when, and we're moving forward with that. And we have been talking about 6 years of new facility, what it's gonna look like. But again, that's just my opinion.
Well, I guess, where I was coming from this summer is I felt like we needed leverage to keep the pool open, to keep the discussion moving. I mean, I've just been involved in it too long and too many, we're so close to being able to go to a vote, but then the fire station, jumped ahead of us or, whatever. I felt this summer that by keeping it open, maybe we were moving the new facility discussion along, but I don't know.
I think it might accelerate it.
I might be changing my opinion, and it might have to do with the stuff that came out yesterday. I don't know.
I would agree with Jan in the sense that, and we spent a number of hours talking about this because we knew this discussion was coming. We knew that given the timetable that you folks had laid out earlier, and we just talked about it as far as how we're gonna plan for this, if we're gonna open the pool, not open the pool, how are you gonna look at things? And then the ever-present question about what are we gonna offer the community for their consideration for a vote? And I do think that you could probably, if you don't make a decision on the pool until you think you have a more full house, until you think you have more of the community who's eligible to do it, I don't think it preludes us from doing on a parallel track, what do we think that we want? And it doesn't need to be wait until this open, wait until that closes. It certainly, if it has value, it has shelf life. And so you can then take the project, look at it, and then at some point decide when you think the community's ready to accept that. But we've always broken it down to, you have the physical issues associated with the pool currently. It is, pardon me, what the physical, the 43, 44-year-old pool and all the issues, and now we know we have this issue. The operational issues, Jan just outlined, she'll need 8-9 weeks to get up and running again, to get staff on board, get the pool filled, make sure operational things are going. And then you have the emotional issue associated with, am I gonna come back? If you're gonna close it, how am I gonna react to it? Has COVID changed people's minds about some of the emotional reactions you folks have heard from in the past, particularly on residents who live on the east side of the community? You know, don't ever close our pool. We've heard that discussion before. When Duna was active, when we went to talk to them, they said, you know, I think it was on the 1% sales tax, or the fire station issue, pardon me. And they said, we will be supportive of this, but we don't want you to, but if you ever bring back that pool issue, we're gonna go against you. And again, that just ties to the emotional connection that the pool has with residents in our community. So all that into consideration, I agree with Jan. I think you can run a parallel course where you come up with you get these things moving in a direction that says, this is what we define what it is that we believe that we can sell to the community, or at least offer to the community.
I guess for me, I do tie the two together, but in a different way, probably a little bit. And I agree with you guys that having this open, I think, might delay any replacement idea. But also having this open takes time, energy, resources away from us planning for what's next. I mean, if we're going to spend, in the CIP, we got new pool going for bond referendum in 2022. So that's $1.5 million we'd spend on this existing pool instead of putting our efforts into something else. And that's the part that I'm, shared it before. I don't think this pool should survive going into the budget years from here forward. COVID or no COVID, it's reached its useful life. It's done a great job for our community, but I think we're ready to move on. So, and I'd like the resources of time, staff, and efforts to go forward into the next phase instead of trying to keep saving this with the dollars and time that we have. So,
Jan, question, and maybe this is Nikki too. If we don't reopen the pool, what do you propose with the dollars? What do you propose to do with the $506,000 that's going to be freed up?
I think a lot of that is your direction of what you would like to see. You know, if we're talking about going ahead and moving forward, getting it ready so it's shelf ready, I guess, for bond referendum time, then we would put that we can transfer it out of, instead of general fund dollars, which pays it currently, you put it in for the capital project use because it's not in the GO bond issuance right now to do that planning phase. I mean, it's $711,000. Some of that is staff. I don't know if Leanne would be repurposed elsewhere, but 600-ish, okay, give me that. We would probably set that aside to go ahead and do the planning, is what I would guess. I don't know that we would need all of that in that first year, but moving towards that, I mean, that's a good point of diverting those funds to start that process. We are including in the budget, you'll see in the city clerk's budget, allowance for a special bond referendum every year until this happens, because we just don't know when that happy time is. I hate for it to go to your point of the economy is not awesome. Do you put it out there when you know it's going to maybe be a little bit negatively received? Or are we ready? We can do it at any time. So we're ready from a budget perspective too, to whenever we're ready, let's do the special election as well. So yeah, that's what I would say based on discussion today. It doesn't just go back to general fund. It would need to go towards, let's get that ball rolling.
We wouldn't be restricted. I mean, it's not restricted to pool. I mean, we do have some staff and stuff like that, but in terms of, it's not restricted from being diverted into other ways.
It's general property tax dollars. You can use it for anything you want, or you don't have to spend it at all. But those in the CIP year, the plan for that pool design and stuff is 2022.
Yeah.
Is it in 2023?
And I didn't have anything in mind. I was just kind of assessing if we had.
If no guidance, it would just roll back into the general fund and it just would not be spent. But you could also divert it to say, let's start the work on the study and the other pieces of that.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what other questions you have, but like I said, I think that first step could happen anytime. And Molly and staff would be thrilled to share some of our ideas with the subcommittee, and at least getting that defined, I think would be helpful on our end.
Let me visit with I visit with AJ and you on that after
Yeah,
that. maybe
I think we've already had an outline previously set up for that, so I think that's a fairly easy initiation.
For our March 27th meeting, that never happened.
It's the 1-year anniversary coming up. I was so excited.
As are we. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about the pool, because there's plenty, but there's also some decisions I think that we would very much appreciate from you as a council.
And to clarify that, I guess to Bridget's point about the pay now for the Clive, this Goldfish, YMCA, the fee that we're paying there. So we would still have a pool department showing up because there'll be some continuing expenses related to those pieces to leave the place for the aquatic function to come back. Even if you close the pool, there's still going to be a little bit, paying that share of that.
What's the line item for is that contracted services?
Yeah. So it's just part of the, let's see,
45. It's under 81. We got pushed back
well, we
there.
paid it in the current year in '23.
No. Yeah, but I think she's making reference to the contracts and
Yeah, it'd
services,
probably be-
45.7.
That's who we
I
paid.
don't know if we necessarily put.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you called it out in here, but that's where
Called
we
it
paid
out.
Goldfish. We've paid them once already for their share. So that's where we have been paying it. So if we get a better estimate of what that piece is to leave in here, I mean,
And what number was that? What line?
line 23, professional services, that's who we usually pay our contractors out of.
I don't think we put, I said.
I say I don't
wanted
think we
to
listed
discuss it
the-
at this
Oh,
meeting, but.
I was looking at CR 33.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
on
you're
that
talking
page.
about CR 32.
Yeah, there's nothing in here, to my knowledge, for that. What we had talked about, I talked with the director at Clive and got numbers of what had, the number of Urbandale residents that had bought passes before, and worked with John Conier, and he's great with the different formulas and so forth, and different percentages of what we thought maybe families, individuals, and so forth, and it could be up to $35,000 of the subsidy. So Urbandale residents buying a pass from Clive, at the end of the year, Clive says, 1,000 people did that. We pay the difference between the Clive rate and the non-Clive rate. That's the difference. Our estimate, just a guess of what percentage could be, would be about $35,000. Could be less, obviously. I think in the past, before this opportunity was even there, it was about it would have been like $19,000. So we thought, well, if all of a sudden we tell Urbandale residents, this is a great opportunity, they may take advantage of that.
And Clive and West Des Moines are also tied together too, right? So it's
That's
really
correct.
a pass for both
Yes.
sets of facilities.
Because they share staff, they alternate who opens first, who closes last, that type of thing.
So I live 100, out where Bridget's is, so West Des Moines stuff might be closer than the Clive stuff.
And yeah, we actually have a draft of an agreement for Clive to consider, but certainly wanted to have this discussion of, one, you're interested in moving forward with that. They're excited about it. The director over there is excited about it. It's certainly benefit for both Clive and for Urbandale. So if that's something that you're interested in us pursuing, we don't know what the total amount will be until the end of the summer, or even if they open this summer, but whatever year that they do open, they're interested in it. I guess we want some direction. Are you interested in us pursuing that agreement with them? And obviously that would come to you as a council to approve before we'd enter into that.
Yeah, I was going to bring this up before you suggested that, but I think that program seems to be very popular, and I think that's a great option for people in Urbandale. So personally, I think that's a great support forward. I was just thinking as a follow-up to this discussion, it'd be nice to get just a breakdown of what costs would go away if the pool wasn't reopened and what would stay in the budget. Thinking through that, if we keep the Clive reimbursement, if we got some staff costs, that I'd appreciate that if I could get just a little, doesn't have to be today, in the next few weeks, just a little synopsis on what that would look like.
Yeah, it would be, I guess probably it would depend on, is the building going to be demolished? Because then you have that 100 and something thousand difference that, so we have $700,000 in here. The pieces that would for sure stay is 50-ish, maybe if we said 35 for the,
Right.
Yeah.
$50,000 at least, so that we could pay Clive, we can pay Goldfish, we can pay whatever. So that would trade out, is what we're trying to say
200
there.
grand was the number in the CIP for demolition.
What was it?
200,000 was the demolition
100.
estimate.
Yeah, so you would have that piece. So we have savings in this fiscal year. I don't know that it's realistic to think it would be able to be demolished in that time. So of the next fiscal year in '22, it could be used towards that, is what I'm saying. So '22 might look like an anomaly because we might still have a decent amount if we have to take the building down. But otherwise, your ongoing is just your membership share, buy down of citizen fee type thing, those types of things. And then depending upon what would happen with staff, she wouldn't be 100% to the pool for sure. How is that allocated back to wherever she lands? Some of those items, but pretty much anything else is not going to occur there. The building would be shuttered, so utilities and stuff, we wouldn't have any of that.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking, just kind of a true up of the memberships we may have to refund.
Right.
The reimbursements, and then the staff. I just, be nice to have kind of an alternative,
That we have and
Yeah.
stuff like
alternative
that.
look at the budget.
I would say easily 80% of the budget would go away as soon as demolition is passed. So if you consider that a one-time type thing, ongoing, it would stay just for the, $50,000 or $60,000, depending upon what a trend of.
And
pay.
what about the DNR costs? What those
That one's gonna have to be dealt with this year, and we do have savings in this year. So between demolition this year, this revised 21 column, well, it's probably gonna be close to the 700 now, because I'm gonna have to pay for that this year. And next year, depending upon if we demolish it in '22, I'm not sure that is gonna happen. So it'll go way down and then come back up a little bit in '23, or it might all happen in '22. So these next 2 years, end of this year and next 2 years, could be a little bit of fluctuation, but the ongoing operational stuff would go away.
Right.
So.
I guess another concern that I have that was a hesitancy that I had this summer was public comment and allowing sufficient, we'll hear the same thing, but, we did vote to keep it open. I don't know. I'm at a loss, really, I'm really struggling. I talked to Adam Thursday about this, and I was very strong the other direction. And Adam's watching me kind of go the other way, just in, 48 hours.
This is how the sausage gets made, right, Brittany?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly, and, there's, underground tanks, who knew? Well, you
Digging up fuel
knew.
tanks is a game changer.
But,
The effect, there's always going to be the issue of how you're going to effectively communicate this and receive comment back from the public. That's a given. And you don't avoid it, but you try to find the best way to find, and you don't elongate it either. You just say, we're thinking to do this, and we would appreciate your comments. And I think you can almost anticipate what they're going to be. That you're probably going to get, and it probably is geographical, that people west of the interstate will probably have either no opinion or, hey, this sounds like a good idea because that means a new pool is coming soon. Or east of 86th Street who might say, no, we still like to use it. We don't want to see anything move to the west side. All the arguments that you folks have heard before. So, I think that at some point you just make that decision, you open up, and given the COVID environment, it's a little bit difficult. You could do surveys, you could do, telecommunications type of linkage to things, but at the end of the day, I think you're still going to get a prescribed number of people who say no, and a prescribed number of people say yes.
And I think you'd be asking the same question you did last time. Is that the question that you just asked? You want to keep it open or not? And we know essentially the pool users are the ones that, what percentage of our 45,000 people in Urbandale? If you do another survey, it's the same questions. Close it or not? Ultimately, we always have said, what's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Is this potential fuel tank that no one can do anything about? Is that the straw?
It might have been for me.
I
So
mean,
what's the time frame that we have, I mean, we have to make this decision before we finalize this budget, don't we?
That would be ideal,
Yes.
yes.
So we have to make a decision soon. I mean, in the next month or so, right?
Well, I have to publish at the end of next week.
Oh,
so
yeah,
pretty
good for you.
soon. Like Monday is our next work session. I mean, you don't have to spend funds that are in the budget, I would say, but I would say it should be made clear that it's not gonna be operational, even if I leave the expenditures in there. If you're thinking you're closing, I guess I think that's your question. The expenses we might need to leave in there from a budgetary perspective, but all this detail indicating that it's gonna be open and I'm running classes, it needs to go away, and it's a to be determined demolition cost and/or environmental remediation. Maybe we're not gonna put that in writing, I don't know what we're gonna do with that. But to allow ourselves flexibility within the budget, that the money's there to spend if I need to, related to, am I demoing it or am I cleaning up a fuel tank into the fall? Who knows? Either way. But I think indication of closing or not, and I think that you're right, that emotional question of what they're gonna say. But at the time you made that call in the summer, we didn't know this was gonna be going on 9 months from now.
Right.
And now we're hearing it's another 9 months from now before our lives might be back to normal. I mean, that's significant, and most users that were saying, no, please don't close it, that's kind of spur of the moment. Well, it's not spur of the moment anymore. They've already found alternatives if they were going to. And will they come back even if we do open it? That's a huge concern.
So I think between the information that Adam's requesting in terms of what stuff would be freed up or reallocated to demolition and remediation, and then kind of, I guess, our action timeline, if I had those two pieces of information, I would feel, and I don't know if that's something we need for Monday, maybe it is.
And I think we can. I'd
Do that the
probably
next day?
like
I
to
don't
give
know.
you analysis of each one of, here's what it could look like if and when these pieces happen versus once demolition and remediation happen, here's what a normal year is, what our best guess would be, because I think that's your baseline of what's my ongoing operational cost outside of these two huge items of taking the physical building down and then digging up a fuel tank. Those are two kind of extraordinary items, but you could potentially have 1, maybe 2 full years of operational expenses for reimbursing the Clive type things. Those pieces, we need to know those operational costs, if I'm hearing you correctly. What a normal operation would be outside of not having a building and not digging up tanks, right? Is that what I'm, confirm that that's what I would like to? So I'll show you what those costs would be too, of here's a year that if we demolish it, whichever year that pops in, you're gonna need X. And if you need to dig up a fuel tank, that might be some of this and some of that, but then here's your ongoing operational. Would that be acceptable? Because I think we could have that for Monday night's session, for sure.
We'll make sure we'll put it together.
So, but we have only Tuesday's council meeting to make this decision.
Well, we don't necessarily, I mean, we can budget for essentially the worst case possibility,
Right.
and then we can always go down, we just.
Yes, yes, you just can't go up. The first phase is your max rate levy hearing, which will be this page that I showed you here. This is all you're locking yourself into on the first publication. You cannot up your levy from here. That's your worst case. And then the next one, 2 weeks later, is to adopt it. We don't adopt the budget until March 9th, but it has to be in that form, I guess. So as long as the expenditures are in there, worst case scenario to what the mayor is saying, effectively, you're not really voting to confirm that if you choose to close it, dollars are in there regardless of which path you're going on, I guess. But ideally, what we publish as our final document should reflect that intent of, are we operating or are we paying you to go elsewhere?
Yeah, I think the best option is to adopt the budget as is with the money in there. And because I think, I don't want to announce we're closing the pool by just not budgeting for it. You know, I think we ought to come out and say, we're not going to run the pool, this is why. And we can do that at any time. It's closed now, it's not costing us anything. And I think it would be ideal from a political standpoint as far as getting the new pool approved is to say, we're not going to open it, we're going to close it, do the demolition now and use the extra money to fund a study as to design the new pool, and then we'll go to a referendum. And then people know what's going on, And I think it would be easier for, you know, the diehard users out there to say, well, okay, let's get involved and try to push the new pool or something, but.
I mean, I think that was my, where I was coming from this summer in terms of why I voted to. I'm so confused right now. I mean, that's totally opposite, but, you know, I felt like we needed to keep people engaged, but now I guess. Totally changed. I don't know.
We can, I'll work with
Free to
Nikki.
do that.
I
Get the
know,
information.
but this is, as you all know, a passion issue, so, this is a big deal for me and for our community, and so.
I think it just underscores the importance to the community, but also the difficulty of the decision, because, again, a community asset that's been in place for so many years, that so many people have used, and that there is a passionate connection to it by a group, and the realization that can you spend monies, resources on a better product, and it might be not there, but it's going to be somewhere else. And that's change, and that's always, it's a difficult process to get through. And, you know, had walls collapsed and the pool had ceiling came down, you had some real physical issues, but the process got shortcutted by COVID. I really believe that did happen, and it threw everything that we had hoped to get going. As we mentioned last March, we were set to do our surveys and everything else, and you'd still have a pool that would operate and you could still address things. And I think with COVID, you have the latitude to rewrite some of the rules, if you will, because they have to react to it differently than what we planned.
If it makes you feel any better, 2 years after this pool opened, it was involved in litigation. The city sued the contractor and the architect. And one of the arguments advanced is it would be better to just tear it down. So that was 40-some years ago.
Right, skylight never worked.
Just as a point of clarification with kind of what you had suggested, Ron, are you thinking that you move forward with a budget that has a reopening in it, and then we adopt something down the road about not reopening it, but using those funds? Or I want to make sure I want to make sure I understand it, but then I agree with you. I don't want to close the pool through the budget. I mean, that feels a little bit disingenuous. But I also don't want to approve the money to have it reopened and then just reallocate it later in the year. That also seems a little disingenuous to me.
We can't drive, you know, we have some decisions to make, and I guess I think to some extent, we're letting the budget process to drive the timeline for making some decisions. Yeah. So that's, you know, I just think we need to keep maximum flexibility right now, and you know, we're not gonna put this off, but we gotta decide it, but we don't need to let the budget process decide how we make an intelligent decision on this, so.
I think that's right. I think by keeping this as it is and approving it, we keep the maximum options, because we don't know. We don't know if they're gonna have to tear out part of the building in order to take the fuel tank out. We don't know if we have to take the fuel tank out. And we don't know when COVID's gonna allow us to open a full pool.
You know, frankly, worst case scenario, if we get into the summer and we have extra expenses, we may have to amend our budget during the fiscal year. I mean, that's another option we have too, but we're gonna make the best decision we possibly can right now, I think, given where we are in the timeline for the budget process. We'll work through the issues in a manner that analyzes everything, and at the end of the day, we're gonna make a prudent decision, but we can't let this timeline for the budget drive making possibly a bad decision on what we do on the pool, so.
That's well put.
So what would you like from me on Monday?
Magic to keep the maximum flexibility that we have.
Well, I can just put a line that says to be determined, $700,000. I mean,
Or you can keep it as it is, that this is what it's gonna cost if we reopen it, but we know it's not accurate because we're not gonna reopen it July 1.
Yeah, I know, so yes, this would be worst-case scenario. Well, it might not be worst-case scenario, but this is,
This is
So-
this is a continuation of the
so here's
problem.
$700,000, spend it on a consultant, spend it on a demolition, spend it on reopening it, whatever you would like to that extent.
But-
So literally just leave it as is, or are you going to indicate at all that it is up in the air for the wording and stuff, or you're saying just leave it alone?
It sounds like you want to transfer it to your slush fund.
Oh, David. I would be happy to transfer it to the slush fund called pool fund, but it's
So-
perfectly fine to leave it in here. It would disappear into general fund if you don't spend it. So, and to the mayor's point, we can always amend, but if we intend to transfer it to a capital projects fund, because any planning or design is gonna go past potentially fiscal years, which is why we normally would transfer it out to capital projects, create the fund, and it stays there. It has its own checking account to sit there. So moving forward with planning, that kind of stuff, that's what I would say we would do for that. Can I amend to move it as an expense standard transfer? I'm just talking budget logistics. Legally, I can't just do it out of one. I would have to amend to do that, which is totally fine, and we can do that. I'm just trying to make sure I understand, how does this document change to meet your expectations? Or 700,000 to be determined.
Well, it's really, I mean, the activity notes page, I think, is what's giving you angst, right?
Yes, that.
I mean, it funnels back to here, but because
Just what level of detail, I can leave
Right.
the expense. $700,000 budget can be left in. I just want to clarify, do you literally want to leave as if we're going to reopen, or do we want to indicate in some way, even if it's just in the narrative discussion? I don't know.
Like I said, we literally haven't made it, we're not obfuscating anything, we just haven't made a decision yet. So, this is our best guess right now.
Okay, so just pretty much leave this as is. Okay.
But then as far as spending any of these dollars, we've kind of organizationally put that on hold to say, hey, we're not going to do lifeguard certification because we haven't made any choices there yet.
Right.
So while it's in the budget, we're putting a hold on this budget
Yes,
until we make a choice.
there's dollars associated. You can
Right.
spend these anywhere within this function. So that does not limit you by any means. As long as we have 700 of something, I don't care what line item it is for it. So I think it more becomes an operational, by April 1st, you would need to be hiring people if we were planning to actually open in July.
And having park staff go in and paint, and, some of the things that are in here, it's like, we don't need to do those things until
Right.
we've made a choice
Correct.
to give you direction, okay?
Right.
Yep.
I agree with all that, and the only other thing I would add is that we talked to council about this fuel tank, because I don't know that a demolition of the building that we may have agreed to with the school district would include a fuel tank nobody knew about. And if it's not, then I don't know whose responsibility it is to fix that. It's school district land. It's land both of us put in the fuel tank and then forgot about. I don't know where that is, and he may say, hey, we're locked in with school district, that's all there is, and removing that would be part of it. Or he may say, no, this is a soil contamination issue, which is entirely separate from it, and the school district ought to join in. And I know it all comes from kind of the same taxpayers, but some, like Bridget, it doesn't, so she would rather have the school district pay for all of it. But I think we at least ought to look at that and try to figure out what's going on.
Now that we have some more information, I'd be happy to share it with city attorney and have him figure out where our level of liability lies.
Well, see, and I saw later on, we're going to talk about legal, so I want to show everybody we do have reason to have legal in there, so.
Hey, yes.
Okay, I have one more clarification. So the remediation is gonna be paid for out of the money that we have not spent this the fiscal year that we're currently in.
Turn your mic on.
Wow, I was really good at that. So the remediation expense is going to be paid for out of FY '21 that we're currently in, money that hasn't been spent because we haven't been open.
That's what I hope, unless the bill's bigger than
Okay.
that, we'll
Yeah,
have to talk.
if we work from this number, yeah.
There's money
Yeah.
to pay for that.
Yeah, my estimate is 458 will be spent out of a 709 budget, so we've got
Okay.
that in there, so hopefully, yes.
Yeah,
Find wood.
again, a lot of options for us to consider.
Okay, thanks for all that good news, Jan.
Hey, I'm here. Why do you think I brought the
But the
cookies?
cookies,
I
yeah,
knew
I
it was
mean,
coming.
I will say one of the best things about living in Urbandale during COVID was the parks and the trails this summer. So, and I've met neighbors I've never met before on parks and trails this summer. So, it's been one of the highlights of COVID is having a great trail network and good parks. So thanks, Jan, for.
Thank you, Adam.
I don't want to end on a negative note about the pool and on positive. It's definitely been a big asset for Urbandale with all the parks and trails we've had during COVID.
Thank you. We do have one more, it's building maintenance fund. So
Yeah, we got
that's,
Dick here, right?
that's in the back under internal service
Services.
funds.
Dick's been patiently waiting.
Dick has
I
been-
asked one under the Internal Service Fund, Building Maintenance Fund.
And again, going through the list of questions, the impact again on COVID, as I had mentioned with the park staff, we separated the staff. So facility staff is over at the building maintenance facility. So we keep as reducing the number of employees that are interacting with each other. But otherwise, the day-to-day operations is pretty much going on to normal. For anything in the rest of this fiscal year, no deviations that are anticipated. Staffing we did this past year is the facility maintenance laborer. We changed the laborer to when a person had left that position, we changed that to a facility maintenance technician. So just some different responsibilities. No overall change in number of staff, just responsibilities. So that was a change.
What's the difference between a laborer and a technician?
Essentially, the technician is more specific skill sets, so if they have more specific knowledge in HVAC or electrical or things like that, so they can be more involved in those aspects. Our facility specialist, Jeff Oschenfelter, for example, is a certified electrician. So he can do a lot of things that we don't have to hire an electrician to do. So that's kind of one of the reasons why we did that. New changes or adapting services, again, Dick's been involved with the electric static sprayer and the disinfecting of city facilities and getting that scheduled to be done. No new equipment coming up in the new fiscal year. Anything of significance, we did in 2013, for those that you were around, we did the preventative maintenance plan that essentially evaluated every city building and what maintenance needed to be done. And it was tiered through 1 through 5 in priority. And we've gotten through a significant number of those. It's been 7, this will be 8 years. So really in a need to update that. We did ask the contractor who had done that if he could update it, and it was going to be $100,000 or something like that. And we said, you know what, I think instead of just doing a preventative maintenance plan, it's more of a master plan of how we move forward in looking at all our buildings, the significance of cost savings of our operations and efficiencies of, we used to have 5 contracts for different things, and now it's 1 contractor for electrical and for doing the different testings and so forth. So that's what's in this budget, is to do a master plan, and it's just to update that plan. As we have 20 city facilities now that we have the new fire station and hopefully in the near future, the Public Works and Parks facilities. So there's a lot for that department to do, and we need some new updated marching orders, so then we know how to budget for future projects, because each department allocates a certain amount of funds to that building maintenance fund. So it might be coming out of the pool budget, but the pool doesn't have something to do, probably really bad example.
Yeah, Jan,
Parks.
let's try another one.
Let's try another one.
Yeah.
But essentially, this might not be your year, the library contributes to it, but in 4 years, they have the roof, and then all the money goes toward that. So Dick has done an amazing job with this and his staff and working with the park staff to be able to address those issues. So that's one of the biggest changes or things of significance just to bring up. So Dick is online as well. He can answer any questions, and certainly Nikki can as well. think that is all for the list for Parks and Recreation Facilities.
Jan, that's enough.
Tell you what, yeah, we went over our, good thing we did start when we did.
No, a lot of things to cover. Any questions about any of the activities from Jan and her staff?
And I appreciate the discussion on the pool. I know it's not easy process for anyone, and you ultimately get to be the five and the mayor that makes the decision, but we'll provide any information you need to help make that decision.
All right. Any further questions for Jan and her staff?
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Yep, Jan, you can leave the cookies.
Good job, guys. And good, yeah, thanks for the cookies.
After that, we can go into, I just want to take a break? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do culture next.
Minutes.
I do that.
Before the cookies leave.
The cookies.
You might get to
leave,
take your container home. Yeah, exactly. It might be cold.
That's why I grabbed a couple more.
I didn't know that the Make-A-Wish.
Thank you, Jan. Yeah. Oh.
I think so. I just had a friend from DC, it's in the front page of the Washington Post, how she embezzled. 16,000, no, 160,000.
Oh, yeah. You guys have got to, you know who needs to refund, you know the dollar amount, we can start to gather that. We'll keep the pool thing open, I mean, based on what I heard is that we're gonna have the dollar amount available to them, and whether we keep it in this format, or whether we alter it. Let's talk Monday. Now they're probably working. How does it fit into any of the reporting that you have to do with the state and all of that?
And then, you know, there won't be much in Monday at all.
What's that?
They're going, why'd she need the bonus? She showed everybody to the credit card.
They're ready. They're ready.
That just blows my mind how you can do.
Yeah, they're ready to go.
I'm sure my dad's like, he's like, it's easier than you think to do that, but I
Ready.
just notice.
CR 35. Yeah, this won't take very long because there isn't a whole lot of excitement this year. So the big impacts on that, obviously hotel motel revenue, yeah, really dropped. So between this page and then the actual financials, which actually help see the bigger picture, if you flip to the, I think it's BS5, yeah. So on the orange page up there in the budget summary section, this helps give you a better feel for why it is that we were concerned about hotel motel and whether or not to do the grant program this year. Obviously, we decided to put that on hold, and the numbers across the top is why. This fund normally, when we start getting nervous when it's under $200,000, because there's so much fluctuation in hotel motel revenue, and we've already committed, so we get 7% revenue on a hotel stay. 2/7 of that goes to Bravo, 2/7 goes to CVB. A carve out of the Bravo piece goes to pay our Iowa Event Center $32,000 a year. So those 4/7 right off the top goes out the door. But those do vary. Obviously, it's actual sales or actual revenue that we receive. So when we started to see, last year we knew that the revenue was going down. My estimate for this fiscal year that we're in is to hopefully hit 1.1. We'll know more. We get our next payment in March, but the December payment was was about 1/3 of what we would normally get. So this was with budgeting half of what a normal year would be. I don't know if we'll hit that. So that's why we recommended putting the grant program on hold this year, because we would hate to make commitments and not be able to make them. But I also cannot legally go negative on a fund. So that's why we said, no, we're gonna make our required commitments. You will still see that there's $50,000 in there. This is repaying the general fund for the USA Sports Association when they defaulted on their loan. The general fund had to pick that up because hotel motel could not cover it. We might not be able to make that payment. We're holding off we won't make that contribution back to general fund unless revenues look okay. So that was the only thing it's in there right now. It would leave us about at $130,000 coming into the year. We're assuming that potentially next year I might not be able to make that. So that's why you see another out year of the $50,000 to finish paying off the USA debt. So I'm estimating 1.2 million for next year. That's a little less than half of what we should have been getting in, but I'm hopeful that we'll see a rebound. But as fast as this fund replaces itself, we'll hope then that we'll be able to redo the grant program and kick that back off next year. But for now, it's on hold, so we didn't have any awards to make.
But then, I guess with this, so we get to this time next year, we'll have history in the fund to know if we've got extra dollars.
We'll know what our coming into the year balance is, and we'll have received 2 quarters worth. So we get them every quarter, so I get it in September and December. Right. So that's why we didn't make the call on the grant program until I received December to see if magically it had come back, and it did not.
Or we could even look at maybe August of 22 is when the grant program starts, and now we're funding it with cash.
Potentially, yes. Yes, you could change it up that way.
And taking this pause allows us maybe to go to that side of it, so we always know how much grant money we have available. We can give out all of the money we have.
And that's a true statement. We could absolutely change the timing and base it on actual cash that we have on hand. That's 100% doable too, now that we've got kind of a gap there. It's kind of hard to jump a year, but this could be the year to do that, is based on actual receipts. That is doable.
Because it might get more money out to the groups if we don't have actual cash, and then we don't have that contingency.
Right. Because then we could know how close, we don't try to get under 200,000, so I can take it down to whatever that might be to allow that fund balance to grow back. It may still be a little bit of a light year. If we waited until we got all the way back to 200,000, unless there's a huge increase back in revenue, I would guess that that's going to take a couple years to get us back there.
Right. But you really don't need a cushion if we're only giving out of the cash we had.
Right. That's true. That's true. We wouldn't need to keep quite as much of a cushion there either. That's true. Okay. And we're done with the repayment. The USA loan is the last piece that we needed to repay. For several years, it's been paying the UGRA parking lot portion. The city's portion of that came from Hotel Motel, and that has been fully satisfied. So now we just have this last piece with the USA loan, and that's it.
What about I'm very hopeful and optimistic that we'll have a maybe relatively normal 4th of July festivity, will we be able to give a contribution from somewhere else?
There is in the mayor and council's budget a discretionary. I assumed that was probably gonna come to the table again, given that. Because we paid, the 10,000 of it this year, instead of the 5 that, they paid 10, right? Yeah, so we paid the full 10 after that. Was it 15? I'm trying to remember what we paid. But yes, we had to pay their share because they didn't get to do their carnival. So I assume there will be an ask for that again. So they weren't paid out of hotel motel. Well, no, the 4th of July was, I'm sorry. It's the Legion one that is not paid out of hotel motel. So if, that would be a good suggestion from what Adams would be, is if we get cash on hand, we could go ahead and do that. There's gonna be enough. The nice thing is this is in the culture and rec function. So the total expense, I wouldn't even have to amend as long as the parks budget and everybody else that's in that function is under budget by the end of the fiscal year. We'll know that going into it. So yes, I think that there will be some opportunities. We just didn't want to go through the whole big grant process because once you award a grant, I feel like we need to make sure that we can fund that. And we just couldn't make that commitment yet. But I really like that idea of switching the timing so that it's based on actual receipts and we're actually funding it later. So that's totally doable.
And I think the question you posed to me was, yes, we gave them the 5,000 plus the 10,000 when they couldn't have the carnival.
Yeah, so I think we paid them actually 15 of their total for this last fiscal year's, the last summer's event. So that's hotel motel. Actually, that leads nicely into, so if you see on that back page of that, the 2 pieces that are covered, I'm sorry, 3 pieces. Normally, had we gone through a grant program process, we have everybody make application and then they come present to council, right? So because Greater Des Moines Partnership is paid out of Curtis's economic development budget, we allow that to stay in there because technically that's general fund, as well as these other 2, food pantry and community service, or UCAN, are paid out of the community services budget, which is technically funded by LOST. So we did have them submit what their ask was to continue to, I mean, we knew that we're gonna need to, there would be intent to want to fund those. So we went ahead and requested that, and that is in the community services budget. These numbers that are on CR 37 will need to be updated to what we actually talk about today, which, so let's maybe just go ahead and talk about the community services function. That is the one under health and social services. So it's the only thing in here. And this is the one that, so last year, if you recall, so we used 5% of Polk County local option sales tax to do that initial funding for the 300,000. And so a subcommittee got together to go through, at the time we set the budget, we didn't know what we wanted to spend those on other than food pantry, which was a normal through the hotel motel process. We knew that they had asked for 50 and then they were 35 and UCAN was 55. So if you look on HSS 5 in the notes, this is what their ask is for this year. So UCAN had submitted 100. Last year was 55. The food pantry asked for 50. Last year was 35. The other piece, so those are up for discussion. So one of the things that AJ and I talked about is how do we want this to go forward within this community services function? Because we don't now have a grant program to go through it. We would have normally vetted through this with a subcommittee to say what is our actual recommendation for the budget. So this is just what their ask is, not necessarily, we just put $300,000 in there. If you can divvy it up however you would like, I just listed out the things that are asking for those funds. So we've got 150 for food pantry. The NFC for the neighborhood finance, you have committed to that through council action. So we do need to fund the 74,000. That's year 2 of the housing program that's started up here 1 month.
Yep, they've been since January.
So we've made the first one of those. The other one that was in there, these 2 are left over from what we've allocated for this current fiscal year too. The MAC camp support, which Adam alluded to earlier, we're transferring 35,000. You can decide if you want to do that again. And then the ISU Polk County, we're working with them on how did their programming change, because of course COVID changed how they were doing stuff too, of how to execute on the 7,000 that's in the current year. And then that gave you a balance of 34,000 that I just said, projects as identified. So we may still want to do a subcommittee. I don't know what your level of comfort is of how best to do this each year. We didn't really, other than allocating the current funds for the 300 in this current year, we didn't determine that there was an overall policy or a process that we wanted to do, or ongoing programming, expansion of programming. Really just allocated what do we want to spend for the budget that was allocated. So how would you like to proceed with that? You've got 300,000 go.
So last year, though, we had UCAN and food pantry, and we'd set aside some dollars to potentially solve the real estate issues.
Yes, we did in
Was
this
that
current year.
75? 75,000.
Yes.
And so now they're asking, instead of us taking care of maybe some capital issues, to put that in their operating budget.
Yes.
I
Okay.
think that's a fair assumption because they've never presented anything on the capital side. So I think it's a fair assumption to say that they're either not pursuing that or that they prioritize operational dollars.
I reached out and didn't get a response back yet. I think it's just more timing to them to see, okay, we talked about this real estate thing. Bob and I had a good conference call with them, and Matt was on it too, but I've never heard anything back. Have you?
Yeah.
This, UCAN made a request, how did the request come in? In detail?
She just sent a letter, and I will, actually, I can.
Because my gut is no. To keep the operation budget, and we're here to help them solve real estate issues so that they have more dollars to do operations from other sources.
Well, not to have this disparity between UCAN and the food pantry.
Right.
So I can tell you, so the food pantry piece for their 50, 37.2 for rent, and 12.8 for service products. They did not mention moving or anything like that. It was just a single page letter that we received from Patty. And she's on maternity, real close to maternity leave. If
Yeah, it
she's
was
not ready,
March.
that May.
Yeah.
She was ready to pop a couple weeks ago when I talked to her. So this is the UCAN that they talk about, that it's going to be used for operational expenses. For rent, there is no specific other than we'd like you to increase your commitments to 100,000 to support UCAN in the next fiscal year, would come out of the amount already allocated for Lost.
And we don't charge them rent for Lions Park at all.
Correct.
So they really get additional source.
They have rent and electrical free.
The increased funding could allow us to rent additional office space for our operation, build a computer network infrastructure, and fund an additional staff position, is what they're asking for. Would you like me to go make a copy of this so you can all see it? Would that be helpful?
So, I guess, sorry, a little shocking from our previous conversation we had with them. It seems like a total 180, so.
It seems like it's falling on deaf ears as far as what we'd like to see and what.
When did you have that conversation with them?
September, August.
And so they know that is, I mean, I'm relatively frequent touch with Laura. I mean, and they've just been inundated with, different needs that they've been, trying to meet. So that I don't know that they've had the opportunity to really consider the facility. I did talk to her yesterday, and I know that it is really important to them to have some sort of facility at Lions Park because of its proximity to the high school and the middle school, because of the needs of mostly the immigrant community that, kids need some, supplies after school, emergency situations that if they're not in that physical location, those needs would not be met for those, kids that aren't getting those services elsewhere. So, I guess I would like to see us go back and reevaluate where we're spending this money. I don't have a problem with the request from the food pantry and the UCAN, but I would still like to remind them that we're trying to deal with this facilities issue.
Yeah.
So we funded, for UCAN last year, we funded how much, 50 or 55?
55. Food pantry? Who did you ask? Did you say?
Yeah, so the numbers are on the page here.
UCAN was 55.
UCAN is 55, food pantry is 35.
Yeah.
Yes, current year,
And-
what I'm in right now.
And so just to reiterate kind of what the three of us had a conversation with those two organizations on, and I think
Right.
AJ, you were on the call
Yep.
too, is our goal was to keep our operation support level flat for them, but start working on getting them a permanent facility that they can use. So food pantry has specific needs about being on bus routes and things that way. So that the city's additional support going forward was about solving the real estate issue, basically, so that they can go to their donors and other sources to fill in the operational support. So our operational guidance was flat. Real estate's where we could help out in the future with these dollars. And that was the conversation, and Matt was the other person in the group. So
Right.
they were supposed to go to their boards and have the conversation and get back to us basically now, but then we knew Patty was maternity leave as well, so it was gonna be a longer conversation.
Right.
And so now them coming back and saying, hey, we want $100,000 for operations, that's totally against the conversation we had back in August.
And part of that conversation at that time and then previously has been, you guys are both doing a great job. Sometimes you're crossing paths. Is that the most efficient way to use the dollars that you have available? And maybe it is, maybe, well, it isn't the most efficient, but you guys, is there an opportunity for you to more coordinate your efforts so that you are more effectively using the dollars either we give you, or that you raise from outside sources, that you can help more people, and that you don't find out that, oh, we were planning to do this program and then we know it's already in place. And they talked about the clothing closet that used to be at the food pantry, and I think UCAN started one up, and there's one at the high school, and I understand the high school is more geared toward high school students and not open all the time. So there was a lot of moving parts, but our hope is that there would be a little bit better coordination, that it would be a more efficient use of the dollars, and our dollars should go further. I know we had that conversation with them in the past too.
Here's my recommendation. I'll just throw something out. I would say for purposes of budgeting, we keep them both. We keep UCAN at 55 and we keep food pantry at 35 and just put the remainder in line item 59 and just kind of keep our powder dry until we've had more discussion. I'm not saying that we wouldn't give more to them later, identify more later, but I'm not ready to identify more for either of these groups right now until we've had better discussion on it.
So we can adjust this to exactly that and just change this 34,000 to whatever you guys are comfortable with.
Yeah, so I'm throwing that out for consideration. That's what I would recommend. I want to have more discussion with both groups again.
Well, I would agree with you, Bob, except for the food pantry, I think they're going to meet their rent request of 37.2 instead of just 35. Because traditionally, we've always paid the rent. They broke theirs down 37.2 for that.
They have higher rent because they took on a little more space, I
They
think.
took on more space. I think it was before last year, or during last year.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But then put the rest of both of those line items in line item 59 for now.
I think it's a good approach, Bob.
Yeah.
I think the needs in our community are incredible right now. And
Well, I don't disagree.
I want, is getting the money out on the street, right? You know, as soon as they get it. I mean, one of the things that I talked to Laura about is rental assistance, and they have a ton of families that are incredibly close to getting, to the eviction state or eviction point. And they would like to be helping those families. They're doing some work with, to get families ready to apply for LIHEAP, because they can't, if they need translation services, they can't get there for a month. But if Laura can work through the applications with them, with her Spanish skills and other people in the community, then they can get to the LIHEAP. I mean, 55,000 is gonna get them keep going, but the need in the community right now is overwhelming. And I'm anxious to see us figure out what this, how, if we move it out of directly giving that to UCAN and the food pantry, figuring that out sooner rather than later. I also think we need to talk about, equity issues, diversity, inclusion issues. I would like to see those identified, programming in this area as well. But I guess for practical purposes, I would agree to the 55 and 37.2 for the food pantry, but I want to get this discussion sooner rather than later.
I agree, Bridget. I think, again, we're talking as of July 1, so but, I think we need to have some more, we need to be accountable for the tax dollars that we are. I understand there's a need, but I don't hear that. I mean, I haven't seen anything. I know UCAN's doing a lot, but, we ask for some specific information and I don't see it. And it's more than just Laura, it's her board too that has to have some communication with us too, so.
Bob, let me jump in here. Your proposal doesn't foreclose us giving another 45,000.
No, not at all.
And we can't do it until July 1st.
Not
anyway,
at all, but I'm
right?
just saying, I'm not prepared to say yes, 100,000 you can today by signing off on this budget. I'm saying, let's keep our powder dry until we can demonstrate what those needs are.
And I agree with you, and what I would like to see is some more detailed analysis of what it is. You mentioned rent. There's all kinds of government programs right now that prevent eviction, that are offering rent assistance and doing other things. I want to see how they're going to dovetail that and how to support it. What I don't know is if Laura, if that's in her bailiwick to do, she may not be able to, but she has a board. I mean, it seems to me that she needs to get some help probably to do that.
And how's that being coordinated with Polk County Housing Trust Fund? I mean, that's Eric's doing a lot of that too. I mean, I know they're getting into a lot of things, but what concerns me also is they're chasing after a lot of things that maybe isn't the most efficient use of their time, talents, and money that other organizations are doing as well.
Well, in terms of the rental assistance, just from what Laura said, what I've read, I mean, a lot of that money has gone to Home Inc. and they're tapped out already with the money that they've.
What? Excuse me?
With Home Inc. They're a nonprofit housing counseling service. I think they're going to be tapped out very soon. And, the stuff that Eric's doing at the trust fund is, when they get to eviction. So, I don't know, there's just lots of stuff we can talk about, but.
Well.
And I guess I wouldn't talk about it. So it sounds like for now, it's okay to do the 55 and the 37.2. The other thing I was going to bring up was I kind of brought Iowa State to the table last year. And now we have some set aside dollars. Do we put out like an RFP to ask for, hey, we're looking to solve this issue, and this issue? What organizations can do that, and what's the cost to do it? Because I know, like in your sheet, we've got different, whether it's a listening session, whether it's needs in the community.
Right.
And we focused on these two, but that doesn't mean they're the only two that are providing great programming. And this is maybe our way to bring more of those organizations to Urbandale and serve more of Urbandale.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, because some of those could theoretically fall under Parks and Rec, so I've asked Jan and her staff to update what they might be able to do, knowing that there would be other outside groups that they could not necessarily, they wouldn't supplement, they would supplement what an outside group would do.
Right.
With our facilities, or making proposals that, instead of, that we provide some assistance in some way, shape, or form, and it's a supplemental. Also, on this one, on ISU extension, we reached out a number of times, and I still haven't gotten some pricing and some descriptions yet from them, but maybe I'm calling the wrong guy.
Well, and I think non-COVID year, they had some great programs going, and I think we're also trying to figure it out. And so that's where I was going to toss ISU extension and part of you know, whether it's part of the dollars or what the number is, I'm not sure, as RFPing, you know, going out to RFP to ask for services to be brought in our community to hit our city council goals that we had kind of set out for the year and did. Where are we missing in our strategic plan to provide services to residents, basically?
Would you anticipate to include like UCAN in that?
Yeah, I mean, you can, if they've got the expertise to provide what we're looking for, yeah. But it may be Urban Dreams, it may be, you know, there's so many different organizations in our community that are out there. I think asking them to come into the community to provide what they do on smaller scale maybe than what they're doing somewhere else, this is a way to kind of bring that conversation here.
Have we earmarked all of the funds from this fiscal year?
No.
All but 2,000 of it.
We've got that 75 just kind of hanging there as
Well,
real estate.
It's earmarked for real estate to be determined.
Okay.
Like if they don't come forward with something, then that is not, that's what you earmarked it for. But yes,
Right.
it's not
But we
potentially going to be
haven't designated that for this fiscal year. It is, right?
correct right now. So I put it in this way, you have $34,000 undesignated. If we're talking about effectively MAC, ISU, and the last line there is the community service as identified. So you have 133.8 in the budget that we're talking about that tell me what you want it to be for.
Yeah, and I guess I was leaving MAC camp in, so I was taking
Okay,
UCAN food pantry back to basically last year's number.
okay,
I guess the 30,
yeah.
up a little bit on UCAN.
166.2, and then if you take the 35.
And so then
as well from
ISU and the remainder kind of going into, give us some ideas,
So
people.
41,000 for undesignated at this time or to be determined. Almost like a reverse grant program is kind of what I was thinking of. If you have this list of things, bring forward your idea and we may fund.
Right, I mean,
that
we're
kind of thing.
looking to solve
Yeah,
strengthening
right.
families.
I see what you're saying.
If you've got a program on strengthening families, bring it forth, tell us what the dollar number is, and let's fund it. Let's see if we can run the class.
All right. In the meantime, moving forward and cover some of the other issues, I mean, Matt and you had been on, I had had you on the subcommittee.
Yep.
In Matt's absence, Bridget, I'm gonna ask you if you would sit in on that, and let's convene as a subcommittee and talk about this some more too.
I've got a couple other things to talk about under this issue. One is, I do pre-COVID quite a bit of volunteer work at the Waukee Area Christian Services Food Pantry, which serves Dallas County residents, and they started out serving Waukee School District residents and have expanded into Dallas County as a whole. But when I checked in with them this week, they are serving a small number of Urbandale families from 50322 and 50323. And I think we should give some consideration to funding them at a much smaller scale, but consider giving them some funding as we fund the Urbandale Food Pantry. The numbers that I got were 3% of their clientele last year were from Urbandale. So it's not a huge number, but it's a number. It's not, you know, COVID has really shown that the size of house you live in doesn't really dictate, you know, what your needs are in terms of, you know, access to food. And so I think, I mean, and especially if we have some money sitting in there that is available this year, I would like to, I don't know what the number is that we think is reasonable, but $5,000, I think would be very beneficial to them and indicate our presence in that part of the community in solving hunger issues. So that is something I'd like us to consider. And I don't know if that's something that we talk about at the subcommittee level.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, I think I emailed you and AJ and Nikki about this, but it was my understanding when we adopted this this budget category,
Department, yep.
department, is that it was going to be 5% of the Polk County lost funds. What Nikki has funded it again this year at is just $300,000, not 5%. And so I was under the understanding that we had made the policy decision to fund it at 5% and not 300,000. So we didn't go back and forth. Nikki just presented me with that information, but I would like some clarification from the rest of you on what your understanding of what that funding level should be. I mean, it's only gonna be like $5,000 this year, but
right.
I feel
But I would
like
put that.
it was our intention that it would be a percentage of those receipts, and it would grow.
Or could potentially decrease too.
Right.
I mean, but yeah, I mean, I agree. I think my recollection was it was a 5%, so.
My recollection is different. My recollection is that we talked 300,000, which was only 5%, and we didn't tie it to a specific percent. And the reason I'm concerned about that is I could see, you know, I mean, everything's up in the air right now with the pandemic. If loss starts going down, are we gonna decrease the amount we're gonna give to them? You know, I don't wanna see that, and I, you know, I have no objection to increasing it, but I think, you know, we're at 300,000. If we want to increase it, we can increase it, but I don't want to tie it to a specific percentage.
What I was when I got a very nice email back from Nikki about it, my thought was that I mean, if it, I didn't think it was in question, but apparently it is in question, whether it was 5% or 300,000, is that we say it's 300,000, the greater of $300,000 or 5% of the Polk County lost proceeds.
Yeah.
The only problem I have with that is that puts next year on a contingency. You know, if it goes clear up, it goes up, and what, are we going to distribute more money during the year? That's fine. But if it goes down, are we going to take money back from people? I mean, I just think we're creating a budget problem by having it contingent. Or are we going to base it on this year? 5% of this year's lost revenues we're going to put into next year's budget. I'm just trying to be practical here to figure out.
I would defer to Nikki on that, but I feel like this budget should grow with as receipts increase.
What I would suggest is similar to what Adam was talking about, that this actually ends up, you're truing it up after the fact, because I would hate to do exactly what Ron said. If you see what the, in budget summary, page 9, the adopted budget for local option sales tax is pretty conservative, I'm hoping, at 6.1 million. That's effectively exactly what I'm planning to bring in this fiscal year. The state has not released their 2020 retail numbers, so that's why that section is grayed out, by the way. So what I would maybe suggest to satisfy Bridget's concern too, is we do it based on what then actually came in. So just kind of like what I do for my employee benefits levy. If something extra comes in, I use that to offset then the next year. So I would true it up. I don't think you want to do it this year because Dallas County was actually only 2.3 million for 2020, but my 2021 receipts. So if we do it based on the budgeted number, and then if revenues come in high, we know we're never going to be lower than what we budgeted, but I can always true up to what actual was the previous year. Does that make sense? So if 2021, so we're in 2021 now, I think we'll bring in 6,049,000. If it ends up being 6.2, I can take that 5% of the difference and add it into next year's budget request, so that you're kind of getting it after the fact. So we avoid what you're talking about is exactly that. I don't want to make commitments that I don't have the revenue to do, because then general fund is paying that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We're still dealing with that. So we still have my budget number at 6.1. So if that's the consensus that 5% should float versus that initial, because I thought we were going to set a policy, or like I was expecting it to maybe change bigger, like this is a program we're going to implement. We didn't really talk about that. All we did is allocate the 300. So if we want to do that, 5% of what my budgeted number is, then we true it up in the next year. So next year, you might see some odd kind of, it's not going to tie to what my budgeted 5% is, but I can break that down for you.
So what would your very educated guesstimate be that they would look like next year?
So next year, right now, I would say it would be 305.
Okay.
So because I'm basing that 5% on the 6.1 million. If I end up in 22 bringing in 6.6 million, then I'll take that difference, extra 500, and give you 5% of that for the next budget. So then we can make sure we're actually collecting the dollars in hand and giving it back. Does that make sense?
Well, what are you doing on the debt relief side of those dollars, where we're paying off?
Right.
Are you doing that same thing?
Well, that one's actually using cash that's already on hand. So
Okay.
that one is opposite. I wait till the dollars are physically in hand before we pay for it. We're using yours as an estimate.
Okay.
So I'm paying yours ahead and theirs are dollars in hand because I have to be able to call that June 1st. I can't wait.
If we wanted to treat them equal, we'd have to go a year without this budget, basically,
Yes.
to treat them equal.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not really cool with that. But no, I mean, I think that sounds reasonable to implement.
Because you may come up with a different funding plan. I mean, this is maybe not going to be just 300-ish or 5%. You may determine that at some point you want to actually have some meat and bones to this other than just giving money away. Operationally, well, it's not going to be all funded with loss, and because an operational general fund's going to pay it, and we'll have some other contributing factor. This was just kind of the seed money to get it going, and I agree with that. I just took it a little bit differently. I wasn't sure policy was set on that, so that's why I didn't adjust it. So easy to do. I just want to make sure, how do we get it trued up to not, it's the exact same thing we do with hotel motel. I don't want to overpromise and then not have it, because those monies, I don't control that. So if that's acceptable, I would adjust this one to 305. So instead of, what did I calculate that? So we have undesignated then of 98.8. So we'd add another 5 to that. So you're sitting at 103.8 is undesignated for the, or to be determined, not undesignated, by the committee for allocation. Does that sound right? Okay.
And then, Bridget, to your point on, like Milwaukee, I'm open to that discussion too, but I'd like to know a little bit more and hear a little bit more.
Yeah, obviously, I was just
So I think
getting,
we'll do something similar to what we've done for the hotel motel before, the subcommittee. The three of us will meet with Nikki and AJ, come up with a recommendation to bring back to the entire council.
sounds good.
Okay.
And you get, Nikki, you got 106 as undesignated, right? Or 104?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I thought I had 98. Sorry, I don't have my handy 10 key. I have this sad little thing on my. Yeah, I had 98.8 and 5. 103.8. Because I have UCAN, Food Pantry, NFC, MAC, down to 98.8. Make sure I didn't fat finger it. Sorry, I've been up since 4:30, so I'm maybe keep that wrong. Yeah.
Yep.
Is that right? Yeah, 103.8 is what I got. Okay, so you'll have another new fun colored page for this one. So any other questions on Health and Human Services? That gives me some good guidance on moving forward, and we will get that fixed for Monday night. Anything else in that section? Okay, well, the rest is the AJ and Nikki show. For
General government. This is the fun stuff.
I guess we get Nicole's section, and Erin's, I think, still hanging out in her office. Maybe we want
And
to.
John's sitting behind
Oh,
us,
yeah, John's
so
behind
he's
us too,
here. So let's just, again, we'll go to GG1 under general government. Again, the aggregate page of activity within that category of general government, which includes mayor, council, city manager, finance record,
city clerk, human resources, legal, and general support. Let's start on page 3, which is mayor and council. Again, the biggest decrease you have is the 10,500 professional services, because in 2020, you did your biannual occurrence of the National Community Survey, so that won't happen in next fiscal year, but the following fiscal year it will come back. Reminder, that will be on your February lunch and learn for a more in-depth dive. Also, John, who is Director of Support Services and Risk Management, is the one that handles all of that and has for the city for a number of years. And he and I were talking about that. And if you had specific questions or issues in advance of the February meeting that you wanted us to look at, it's a little easier to contact the company and do a little better drill down. So just kind of keep that in mind, that if there was something specific that jumped off, I know, Dave, you mentioned, I think there was one category about if you plan to still live here within the next 5 years or something like that, you had mentioned that. So we talked about that, but if there are some specifics, let us know so we can at least try to get information from the company, because they're the ones that accumulated the information. So that's just as a kind of an FYI for all of you. As you look at the activity notes for the mayor and council, we did include, we have certain things, we talked about the Section 8 housing, well, we didn't talk about it, but things that we've included in the past, for example, the Section 8 housing programming support, we still do that with the city of Des Moines at $17,000. That's to help help underwrite the administrative fees that they have for administering the Section 8 program that they're eligible individuals within the community. Again, these are fairly consistent with what you've seen in the past. Pardon me, we have the League of Cities membership, stayed the same, Chamber of Commerce membership. We did include the Greater Des Moines Partnership legislative trip to Washington, D.C. for 3 individuals. That would be for next fiscal year, so May of 2022.
They're talking about a trip this fall as well.
Okay, I hadn't heard.
That's what I was gonna bring up, and we
Okay.
may have potentially 2 trips within one fiscal year.
Hadn't heard that one yet, so.
Did we allocate for this year? We just
Yeah.
didn't spend
Well,
it?
we reallocated those dollars to, then we used it to justify that for the 4th of July.
No.
I thought
That was
we
last year.
saved money through for the DHC trip and,
Last year,
yeah. But then we reallocate those for something else.
we haven't reallocated this fiscal year's dollars.
No, you still have 3, going to Washington this fiscal year at 10.5.
Oh,
That,
so we're not gonna spend that in this.
in this fiscal year, but you just talked about the 4th of July stuff, so that's kind of what you're,
Well,
because typically you would pay that this year, so that is a question of where do you want to pay for? If the intent is to pay something towards 4th of July, we have 2,000 in discretionary funds that you could give, but we don't have that specifically identified. I don't know if you want to give that specifically identified, but yeah, the current budget has 10.5 for a spring trip. So you do have that 10.5 that I assume is not happening because they're not going, right?
What happened to the money for the trip that I was registered for
well,
in May?
Still here.
that's why I'm saying it's still here. No,
Last
that was
May,
in the
we
previous
paid-
fiscal year.
That was last fiscal year.
Right, but
What
we
did
didn't
do
go
with
on the
that last-
trip.
Right, you didn't go, we paid 4th of July committee instead.
Okay.
That's it. So
Yeah.
the money that's in
Last
this
fiscal
fiscal year,
Is right now sitting here.
undesignated and sitting there, it's not gonna be used in this fiscal year for the DC trip.
Correct.
Yes, and so if you wanted to allocate 5,000 for the 4th of July, that would be a ready source for you to do so.
But if in the 22, you're saying there's going to be 2 sets of DC trips, that is not accounted for currently,
Well-
so I would need to adjust.
Here's what for purposes of the DC trip, you're allocating 3 people going, 3. Come on, here, 2 council members and mayor, I assume. Why don't, here's what I would suggest, we'd add one more, add 4. So if there's potentially 2 trips, we'd go 2 and 2.
2? Okay.
And not double up on it, but at least add one more, but we'd reduce the number of people going.
What are your thoughts on the 4th of July, if we're using this year's allocation? That kind of backfills the fact that I'm not giving him grant money for it versus needing to add anything further, because this would be the next 4th of July. We're hoping they get to have 4th of July this year, this summer, which
Yeah.
would in theory pay for
So what do we have in,
22.
Well, I'm hoping we'd have hotel motel by then. So 4th of July, 2022. Hotel motel will hopefully come in by then.
no, that's gonna be
No,
the
we're
next,
budgeting
that's
zero.
fiscal year 23.
It,
If you're talking about truing up this August
Right.
of 21?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
so, but 2021, 4th of July, that's what I think you're talking about, using the mayor money from
Yes,
our current budget to cover that.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll cross the bridge on the 4th of July piece on this one, if hotel motel doesn't come in. Well, there is 2,000 discretionary dollars in there, and honestly, the Section 8 housing has yet to come in at 17,000. They haven't billed us that much for it, so we'll probably have some savings there.
Okay.
So, okay, so I have adding 1 to make 2 and 2 on the DC trip.
And then you want to, again, back to 4th of July, we want to put in 5,000?
For the 22 budget, I think that's, you're saying no,
Okay.
because we've got them covered for this year, and we'll.
Let's see how it goes. We have to get the Dow Revenue Board on board, but that would be, to me, that would make sense.
Okay, so we won't put anything specifically in the budget for 4th of July for the next fiscal year that we're working on now.
Correct.
And then we'll just see where we are with either hotel, motel.
I'm the guy you're supposed to be looking at for this, AJ.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking in general, I'm,
I thought you were looking.
yeah, Adam, now it's your turn to kick up the money. No, it's just, I'm sorry.
You're looking to him to write the check.
I will, yeah, you know, put your, that's,
Civic donation.
That's right.
they tell you what happens to the new person on council, you gotta come up with $5,000 for the guy. Yeah, I'm sorry. For the group, it's, you'll have the flexibility to deal with the issue with the 4th of July.
Well, because we will have, yes, by virtue of, we'll have some from leftover money from this year.
That is correct. And so they're obviously planning now, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And it's whatever happens. I mean, my guess is they'll still have a fireworks celebration. It's just how they're gonna pay for it, because the carnival may or may not happen. And again, we're beating the dead horse on COVID, but does COVID have an impact on what kind of carnival event do they have? How they're gonna raise money? Have they decided to go different directions and make more of a community outreach? I mean, there's options that I don't know that they are or they aren't following up on, so.
Yeah, I think they broke even basically last time.
Okay,
So I was thinking it was like $1,000 loss is what I remember them telling me of
that was a great show.
what they lost just on the fireworks after community donations came in. So
Okay.
they didn't have a big negative last year, so I think there is support out there to at least do that again.
Well, good for them. All right, so,
The other new one was the translation services in there. I don't
Yep.
know, Nicole, do you want to talk briefly on that? Because you've done the most research on that? Oh, do you have a mic? Yeah, you do.
I do. Yes, Mayor and members of council, following our listening session and some of the direction you've given us, we decided to earmark some funds in the budget to be available to do either, whether it's at events to have translation services in person, or to translate documents. So it's up for your definition of what you would like to see that used for, but we did find that that's something, a single document, I believe John Connier knows as well, those came in at about $150 sometimes for a full document translation. There are some web services, but sometimes those do come up with not quite an accurate if you just use the Google Translate on certain things. And so wanting to make sure that if we are putting something professionally out there, that we do have that accurate for residents, so.
I think it's a good service to have,
I
so.
think so too.
yes. Okay.
AJ, I've got
Yeah.
kind of a broader question. In reviewing the whole budget, there's a couple of different places. Here is the one that stuck out to me as like the oddest placement with the Section 8 reimbursement, but there's several places where we do housing related services. So we've got the Section 8 is in mayor and council, the Metro Housing Repair and Community Development, and then the NFC contribution in human services. And I think it's important that we start to focus on the fact that we're providing that group of housing services. And if there's a way we could locate that all in one spot, whether it be in the human services budget category with putting additional funds in it. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, no, the reason it landed in here originally is because I'm not sure which council member got tagged with saying, yes, we'll commit to that, and that was the only place we had funding for it.
It was the easiest
So now
place
that
to
we've
land at
got
the
it.
time, yeah.
I just think we're doing with the Metro West, I think that's what it's called, and that gets out of the CD budget. I mean, I'd like to be able to say that the city of Urbandale is committing,
So you can look at one location to see all these programs are doing.
yes, related to providing housing services
Yeah,
in Urbandale.
that's not a problem. This Section 8 and then the one that Steve has in his budget to pay in.
Right.
So then community services, if you wanted to bring it into that, to have a common line item as far as here's all the community service type items, that's still not being funded though through the loss. That would still be general funds.
Right, I wouldn't want the money that goes to
but-
the Metro Housing or Section 8 paying for that.
Right.
But I just think it makes sense to have them all
agree.
there.
You could easily identify, these are the programs that we're doing that are housing related. And you could bing, bing, bing. Got it. All right, we can do that. Yeah, some of these land, just because they've been there historically in Steve's department, this one, as Nikki said, when it was brought up probably 4 years ago, it was like, okay, we can do it out of this budget. It was just, just our support's been there, but it really was probably as convenient place for it to land as any. Any other questions on mayor and council then? All right, city manager budget. Really, the only significant change here is that we did drop the fellowship program that we had, that we were anticipating on pushing out this spring. The reason I did that is just, again, for some uncertainty associated with funding potential. This would be a general fund commitment, and that's a 2-year program that you would have. And that was really the reason for doing that. I just didn't know where we were going to be in 2 years when it came to dollars. And, I still think it has value, but I also know that we have value in other locations and departments as well. And that's just the real reason I took it out. Also, knowing that when we talked earlier about the marketing position, that we were looking at supporting that activity that was already in place and thought that that had probably more immediate value to us as an organization. Since we already had a marketing activity, we knew that with Derek and his activity, that he had taken it and exponentially grown it to meet the demands of the council and the community or city staff, that we thought that that had a higher value rate. Again, it didn't diminish the value I think that the fellowship program has. It just became one that I thought was, since we hadn't implemented it yet, it was an easier one to at least take out of the consideration at this point in time. Other than that, this program covers for salaries for Curtis and I and John, and it has just essentially the operational dollars for us for the operation of the activity. Even though Curtis's economic development, we take his funding out of this position. His position is funded out of this budget.
There's several spots in here where you have small allocations related to the Civil Rights Commission. And I feel like that might be an area where we need to be a little more focused, given some of the things that came out of our discussions this last summer. I don't really know what you do with these, and I don't doubt the need, but I think we could do more with our Civil Rights Commission. I mean, this is a probably bigger discussion than what we are doing today, but I thought it was a good enough time as any to bring up my desire to see us do more with our Civil Rights Commission in relation to diversity, inclusion, and
John is our liaison to that committee. I will defer to any comments that he may have concerning that and some of the discussion they've had.
Members of the council, can you hear me? I believe so, yes. The Civil Rights Commission has been on and awfully active for the last 15 years. There is a great group in place now. They are actually partnering with the Urbandale Library to bring several events here for the next month in February for Black History Month. And then they are also bringing the suffrages movement, which was supposed to be here in December. Unfortunately, because of COVID, has been postponed to December of 2021. Most of the training that used to be in the budgets past has now become virtual. So instead of actually attending a conference, most of them are virtual now. And so we try to leverage stuff with Des Moines and West Des Moines as much as possible. But I think a larger discussion on how can that group play an active role, I think they are open for and want to be active in that discussion.
do you anticipate a need for them to have more money, or that they would need money to do programming to reach their desired goals, or is that something for down the road?
I believe that's a down the road discussion. They've had funding in the past and have never spent all of it. They have leveraged their funds well, and so the amounts that's here they felt comfortable with for the next fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to seeing what they have to offer next month.
That may also be a function that we consider moving over into community services as well. I mean, honestly, that's kind of right in. Yeah, I mean, we can kind of look through, can't think of any other things in that category, I guess, but civil rights does seem to fall right into that same bucket, right?
Yeah.
So.
Same thing. Yeah, I think we can. We'll
So we can pull some of those over, because they're already general funded, but it would be nice to have here's all of the services and the offerings that we've got that are in that vein, and help divide them out from there, because they may have some good ideas for offering some of these services that we're talking about. Hey, we need to provide this, help me determine what that might be. They may be a great resource to actually help steer that, kind of like Art Committee does. Okay, so I'll pull those, because we have a couple little minor things in here, but in all of these lines, I'll pull those out and slide them over.
Okay.
Question, with that $500 for the War College, are we sending Matt to that next year?
No, that was the one that we had delayed for Curtis last year, and if it's.
Okay, so he's the one.
Yeah, he's the one, and that's the one that we discussed last year. It's a program that if you're accepted, and they didn't have their 2020 class, and so they're taking their 2021 class taking their 2020 class to 21. It's a springtime class, and this, if he's accepted, would be the spring of 22.
Okay, so that's Curtis is gonna go there then.
Yeah, and unless they've changed their formatting, which I don't believe they have, you just pay for their transportation, and all the other expenses are covered for the week when they're out there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Any questions? Otherwise, we'll go to finance and records. Nikki?
So my budget is pretty status quo, except one major item. This is in our data processing, line 27. It's not quite as big of an increase this year for the 22, but it will be in the next year. So about 6 years ago, when we replaced our last set of servers to house the financial system, both HR and the payroll system, as well as the financial system, we said before we do that again, buy the hardware when it reaches end of useful life, that we would look at putting that off-site. That would be in line with our disaster recovery plan. So in the event of an issue here, technically, we've got backup out at, I think actually now it's Fire Station 43 is where they moved it to, but regardless, not here. But this would allow us to access it anywhere that we've got online. So the servers reached the end of their useful life last year, but we were in the process, we transitioned to the new timekeeping system. That program, that's an implementation so close, right to the end, ready to go live, and found an issue that we needed to wait for them to make a change so that it actually worked with our current system. So we're actually implementing that one here this spring, so that pushed us back. So we didn't actually make the recommendation, and we knew that last year that we were gonna have an issue. So we've pushed it all 1 year. So the servers will not be replaced, and we'll move forward with IT's suggestion to go ahead and move to a cloud-based service. Same vendor, same everything. We're not changing systems. It's just from being remote hosted to, or from on-site hosted to remote hosted. So we're anticipating not doing that until the spring of '22 though. So it would only be 1 quarter of changing over to this. It effectively doubles the cost. That's the downfall of that. It goes from a $60,000 product to a $95,000 product, but we don't have to have any of the hardware here. They do all of our updates, all of those things. So IT is in support of it. They're doing the Microsoft Office 365 that he just talked about this morning. So that was the first major moving Outlook to the cloud as well. Getting that under their belt, we wanted to get the time clock system done and off of our plate. And so this would be the next major system that affects everything we do every day, from paying our people to issuing financial statements. So it's a vital system. It definitely would help with our disaster recovery options as well. It is a pricey item though. So for my budget, this is significant because we typically just pay for the audit, and that's about all I've got other than staff. So so you will see that that's the $22,504. That's for 3 months. I'm not exactly sure what the implementation time would be, offset with the credit that we would get from our current contract, because we pay maintenance every year anyway for our current contract, but whenever that changes over, it doubles. So the following year, you'll see in that out year 23 column, that line item goes up to $95,000, because that's the full cost of a full year of offsite hosting for all of our financial systems. The rest of ours is pretty straightforward. We drop down our training a little bit. We've been able to do a ton online through webinars and stuff. So those have been actually pretty standard. We have myself and 1 staff person that are CPAs. So we have to have 120 hours of CPE on a 3-year rotational. So we've been actually able to keep up with that through webinars. That's been really nice. But unfortunately, we do have that licensure. So that's our main expense out of here. And that's my staff, Addison Reepkus, who most of you know through capital project or capital improvements program. He will be promoted to an accountant 2. And then we are anticipating the retirement of our longtime accounts payable clerk. And so we'll backfill that actually just with an accountant 1, same level of position, just different title, reflecting how that's changed over the years. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, we've already touched on technology, so the next one we have is city clerk.
No, human resources.
Oh, I'm sorry.
GG19.
Yep, GG19, human resources. Aaron, are you? Yes, Aaron Freeman's here. Aaron stuck out the whole day.
I did, but I got a lot done today, so that's
Good.
okay.
So good
I admit
for
it, I
you.
was multitasking.
And you met Aaron online about a month ago. So she goes, I want to see these people live. So here they are. So hopefully they're not disappointed.
I'm dangerously close to having to say good evening, but I'll still say good afternoon. And it is nice to finally have some FaceTime with all of you. So good opportunity to do that. I'll start by just outlining the impact of COVID-19 to my department. It's been pretty significant, just because we've played a central role in the ongoing researching, interpreting, and implementing in the impacts of federal legislation and local public health guidance as it relates to the pandemic. So we've had a pretty ongoing, consistent role with that throughout this whole time, and it doesn't appear to be ending anytime soon, unfortunately. We continue to develop policies, procedures, and forms related to the pandemic as updated legislation and guidance comes out, processing employee requests for emergency sick leave and expanded FMLA under FECRA, which is an ongoing thing. We still have some school districts that are online or hybrid, so, assisting employees through the process of what that looks like for them. And then advising staff and supervisors through the quarantine procedures, which is still happening on a daily basis as well. And then some of the tracking and reporting that I've been providing to AJ that he provides to all of you on a weekly basis as well. Which kind of leads into the next thing. I did want to mention the employee interest survey that we recently conducted regarding the COVID-19 vaccine. I was pleasantly surprised to see that roughly 3/4 of our staff are interested in getting the vaccine, which is a little bit better than the national average. I think the surveys that I see out there on like CNN say that roughly about 60% of Americans polled say that they're interested in getting the vaccine. So that's promising. However, AJ and I are really close to finalizing an incentive program for those people that might be on the fence about it, hoping to encourage them to get the vaccine once it becomes available to their allocation group. So we're getting closer on that.
Can you indicate that would like be PTO sort of thing?
Yeah, we
I mean,
find that time off is one of the biggest incentivizers for our staff. And so it's also not an upfront tangible cost to us to do that. So we think that that's a good alternative at this point.
And the group that's most hesitant, as the chief shared with you, Chief Johansson, just anecdotally, he said, if we offered time off, he says, I can take that number up almost to 100%.
Yeah.
Because his people want the time off.
Yes, as evidenced by their first proposal in union negotiations. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Well,
So.
I'm anxious to see where that goes.
Yeah.
I'd like to, especially among our frontline employees, to see them all get vaccinated, but all the staff really do.
Yeah, it is interesting to me that, if you really break that down by department, that our public safety folks actually responded the least interested in getting the vaccine, which surprised me because they're probably, more interactive with it on a daily basis. So that was surprising. And those also happen to be the people more receptive to the time off. So I think that incentive program will have an impact on the overall numbers, hopefully. In terms of COVID-19, just within HR specifically, we have been able to work from home on a rotating schedule, Beth and I, every other week to really limit the number of staff in the office at any given time pretty successfully since the governor's proclamation came out in November. IT had just done a phenomenal job setting us up with the equipment and software that we needed, so I don't feel like there's been any disruption to our processes or the services that we offer at all. We've been really fortunate there. We are still conducting all of our interviews through WebEx, and I think that's going really well for us to the extent that we will probably consider doing that, at least on a limited basis, long after the pandemic is over. It's worked out really well for the people doing the interviews and the interviewees, so we've had a lot of positive feedback from that. There's no major deviations or changes in the HR budget. It's pretty status quo. There is an overall decrease, which is primarily due to the fact that there was a 100% turnover in HR staff this last year. So that turnover of tenured staff always tends to have that kind of an impact on the budget. So we're really hoping from a staffing perspective, obviously, that we don't have any turnover for a very long time to come. All the training programs that we facilitate for city staff were postponed for the most part in 2020. We're looking at working with our partners to roll out some virtual programming in 2021, hopefully sooner than later. Some of those partners just weren't quite ready. They didn't offer those virtually. One of the big ones that we do, we work with the National Alliance on Mental Health to offer quarterly training in terms of mental health awareness for all of our supervisors and staff, and they are really close to being ready to roll it out. So we hope to get moving on that sooner rather than later. We are in the midst of facilitating contract negotiations with all 3 of our unions. They're all up for negotiation this year. We're doing that virtually via WebEx as well, and it has gone pretty well so far. We have a tentative agreement with the laborers and then met with police officers last week. One thing that was brought up earlier today was the possibility of a sign-on bonus for recruitment of certified police officers. We did propose that in our initial proposal. However, that is a mandatory subject of bargaining, so they will have to agree to that. While it seems pretty obvious that they would want to, just innately, unions tend to be more focused on negotiating things for their existing members, not people that aren't in the unit already. So it seems like it'd be a win-win for them too, but just keep in mind that there's probably maybe a concession we'll have to make on our end to be able to get that. And then we meet with fire next week. And Chief Holt and I are in the process of exploring different alternatives to the wage schedules to be able to recruit and retain. He mentioned that, I think he said 7 staff left this year. I actually thought it'd been higher because it's been 5 just in the last couple months alone, but we're looking at what we can do to try to recruit and retain a little bit better there too. So we'll see what we come up with. In terms of future budget considerations, not a lot to state at this point. I've only been here for 5 months, so I really didn't want to make any changes. I want to get a full budget cycle under my belt and see what might need to be tweaked a little bit. But I did just make a note that as the city grows and workloads increase, we may need to consider adding another HR person, but it's really too soon to tell at this point. So it's pretty straightforward. Are there any questions for me? Everyone else has just worn you guys down today. I should always go at the end. This is great.
You're after Jan.
It's the old adage, you gotta follow Jan.
That's absolutely right.
You follow Jan, everything.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you because I think you've probably been the behind the scenes person really helping keep everything going with COVID in tandem with James and the IT needs. But I really appreciate, because I feel like we've continued to offer excellent service to the staff and the community. And I think you've been an integral part of that.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right.
All right, thanks, Aaron.
Okay, easy.
Sure,
Thank you.
It's the Andy Warhol 15 minutes of fame, and that was it. All right, next one we have is city clerk. Is she still hiding? There she is.
You're not gonna make me move, are you?
No, I'm not gonna make you move.
You got a mic, you're all right.
All right. Mayor, members of council, there are not many changes in here. As Nikki mentioned earlier in our session, we did keep in the 2 elections. We will have, of course, our regular election coming up this fall. So that leaves 1. There are several different items between potential annexation, bond referendum, or if we have, as we did in the last election cycle, an extra one to pay for. So we feel pretty safe in having the 2 in there. Otherwise, I don't think we made many changes. We do have the second year in there on line 23 of the cassette conversion. What that's referencing is just a changeover of the tapes from previous council meetings. We have found with some of these projects out west that they are needing to reference those council videos just to get a little more detail on maybe what was said, if there's a court case, that type of thing. And if we put them just in a regular to play the cassette, they are starting to deteriorate and break down. So we took a chunk, we've done some pricing, we haven't actually transferred them yet for this budget cycle, but we are about ready to do that this spring. And then this would be the next chunk of that, and hopefully get through most of the tapes to have that retention for those records. Be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I don't think so. No. What's Tyler Connect? What's that?
That's our new
That's down on the activity notes, 4th from the bottom, Tyler Connect, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Oh, yep, that's the New World program that we use for payroll.
Oh,
They were bought, that's the larger company is under Tyler, so that's just now the name of the conference for that training.
all right.
Any other questions? If not, we can move to legal services. these are the services, this is the Bob Layton budget. Again, outlined on GG 29 is, we set aside $104,000 plus for any billable work at $200 an hour, that's above that. So the 104 covers his whole time during the year. Bob is extremely accessible, but there are times that we do have him bring in outside assistance when the case necessitates that. We've used, for example, Maria Brownell from the Allers firm. She's assisting on the Fisher case, of which that is scheduled for trial, I believe, in March over in Dallas County. And so we'll hopefully get some resolution on that matter, and that deals with the right-of-way related issues on Meredith. And then we budget here for the outside legal services for negotiations. And then we always put a contingent in there depending upon what happens.
Is bond counsel in this line item, or is that in finance?
No.
No, it's when we issue a
Based on the
debt,
issue.
it's incorporated in the entire cost of issuing debt.
Okay,
Bond counsel, fees for financial consultant, all Moody's, everything that we pay to issue debt is captured there.
within the bond, yeah, okay, that's what I thought, thanks.
So that's the capital projects fund that actually pays that. That's where the bond proceeds go, so that's where the expenses come out. And you will see that does have contract negotiations, even though Aaron just mentioned we're doing that here this spring. We weren't sure if we would have 1-year contracts or 3-year contracts, so we allowed for, there's always some fees that don't actually get billed to us until the thing is all over into the next fiscal year, so it's a little lower, but in the event one of them for some reason needs to be renegotiated next year, we did leave a cushion in there for that.
Has Bob indicated how much longer he wants to be doing this?
Oh,
Has he said anything?
we haven't really spoke about it. It just really hasn't come up in our conversations.
Okay.
I think the last time conversation I had with him is that he still enjoyed doing this and is looking to continue to do it for a while. I haven't seen him in person for a while, so haven't really had that chance, but I don't see him at any time soon, quite honestly, Bob. That's just kind of my thought. But he hasn't said anything or given any indication that he's looking to slow down or step aside.
Well, I'm just thinking at some point, I mean, I think as long as Bob, and we've had this discussion before, as long as Bob wants to do it, I think we're getting a good deal based on what we get, I think, rather than having a full-time attorney. But I think at some point, when he's no longer gonna be doing this, we're probably gonna have to hire a full-time city attorney, and that's why I was just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have some scheduled time next week with him. I can just say, do you have a rough estimate? Because I have an idea about how old he is, but I don't want to say that out loud. But at the same time, he's given no indication of slowing down.
I think just more for our planning purposes.
Yes.
It'd be good to just have a timeline of what he's thinking.
Okay, I'll make that inquiry.
Because I imagine it would cost us more than $118,000 to have a legal department.
Yes.
Most definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Like West Des Moines has 3? They have 3 on
They
staff?
have 3 city attorneys on staff.
I mean, you would talk about 1, but in theory, if you can get one that would cover all of those services, or if you still need, you'd have base salary plus benefits and all that fun stuff, so
Expenses you'd have.
for
other
sure, but you're still
associated
gonna have
costs.
some outside.
But I think I agree with Bob, though, to have some, so we can gear,
Yeah.
be
Oh, no.
gearing up. If, he's,
No, I agree, and I don't think he would be offended by it. I think he understands the planning nature of it, and again, he spends time right now up in Wisconsin, but he continues to be on calls all day with us, and he rotates between his home here, and I think part of it was his COVID escape, as he called it, to kind of avoid things, because, he did indicate that he was eligible for his COVID shot at age 74, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
That's what he
well,
said.
I was kind of guessing that's about where.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think it's just prudent, it's like any other succession planning, we just need to
Right.
kind of have a timeline.
Very good. And his partner is probably not too far.
I would say they're about the same, yeah.
Yeah.
I think 10 to 11 years.
Okay. And I know that they have the 3 cities, Altoona, Johnston, and Urbandale.
Yep.
All right, any other questions on that? Otherwise, we can move to general support, and that's on page GG 31. And that is just the, that's where we account for the dollars that we spend for general liability insurance.
And our reception up here.
Oh, yeah, the receptionist
Yeah, there's
too, I'm
one
sorry,
person in there.
for that position.
It also pays the overhead building contribution for this
everything.
entire wing. So
Yeah,
we
I-
consider this one facility, so Parks doesn't pay a share and we pay a share. It's just general support because we're all general fund for this side of the facility. So that's also in here.
Yeah, I have a tendency to look at the triple numbers, the 6-figure numbers, so yes, that, all of that is included as well.
$5,000 increase in property.
It wasn't claimed related. I see that John Conyer left, but my understanding, so when he took over the program, we went through the actual schedules and trued it up to, it hadn't been reviewed at the, like, why are we covering it this way? He brought up a ton of questions and changes related to it. So I think this is the first year that it's actually trued up to corrected property values. And we also have a, $27 million building coming on. So this is the estimate for what's coming in.
Well, you had the $6 million
A fire station.
fire station
and
plus a $25
the
million
public works
public works facility.
So best guess at what those are gonna be coming on in that year. So that's a lot of it is property value changes. So I know we trued everything up that we've got, equipment and all the other things that we were, changed some of the, how those blanket coverages happen. But the 2 huge new facilities are a big driver there.
Nikki, without going into a lot of detail, how do you determine the percentage? You've got the property casual at 58% comes from the general fund.
Yep.
And then the work comp is 80%.
So
Is there an easy formula?
Yeah, it's allocated based on the number of bodies. So workers' comp is based on the number of employees that are applicable to each function. So the insurances are split between road use fund and general fund. So that's all we're looking for is how many people are covered by public works in that facility to figure out which share they should have.
Okay.
So it's effectively road use people or general fund people. And the same for the property and casualty. We go by the count of equipment and automobiles because that's the biggest driver of that. So that's where the percentages come from. One's based on bodies and one's based on stuff.
Oh, okay.
And here's John again. So did I say any of that wrong, John, about the contributions in of what the property and casualty went up 55? We talked about the new buildings and then your effort to clean up the lists.
It is, yeah, it's driven by properties being built here, fire station, public works station. You'll probably see some of that drop off as we decide what to do with the parks maintenance shop. Does that stay, does it go? North Plant, we did take off last year, but that'll come off a little more too as we decide what will happen with places that we no longer occupy anymore or repurpose them to something else.
Okay.
The one nice decrease is the transfers to debt service. We retired those bonds last year, so the general fund no longer has to pay the contribution in on the debt service from those bonds, so.
All right, by my watch, it's a little after 5, and I promised you in my notes that I'd kick you out at 5 o'clock, but however you folks want to continue to go.
The last ones are just highlights of what we've really already talked about. The special, just flip to the very next section, special revenue funds. We'll cover all the ones that relate to, well, contingencies in there as well. So for Adam's benefit there, contingencies. So each of the big 4 functions have a $25,000 contingency built into the budget. This allows for the ice storm or the whatever may happen, COVID, you know, anything random that comes up that is unbudgeted, we have a $25,000 buffer in each function because legally you cannot exceed the functional expenditures for the state. So it would allow us, effectively, it's 1 month worth of, oh my gosh, I can't undo the budget, I don't have time to amend it. This would help us out. It requires council action. So we can't just spend this to make it good. We have to come before you with a specific plan for that. So that all 4 general fund functions have that. So we didn't spend it this last year. The last time we did spend it, we used it for the seed money for the revolving loan fund. We transferred it over there.
We used it for the business COVID grants.
Yes, the revolving loan fund, yes, that's where it went through that.
Oh.
We've done it, well, no, we did that twice then. We did that twice, you're right. The small business development grant last year, we did use it out of there because we got some of it back. We got 18,000 of it back that they weren't able to distribute. So yes, you're right, that one. But a revolving loan fund, and like the very first year I started, they had a, the lemon pumper truck thing had this huge repair.
Yeah.
And there's been an ice storm, I believe, that we had to do it 1 year too, but not very often do we have to use it, but any action that's, hey, this is a great use of these funds, we're at the end of the budget year, we don't really have another use for it, this is where we would come to you and ask to use that. So if it's not used, it rolls right back into general fund. So it doesn't sit in a slush fund, that is not what happens with it. The next page is debt service. See, I can use my own slush fund there too. Debt service, as I mentioned, so all of the general obligation bonds that we have out, legally, I have to pay the expenditures out of this fund. So when we levy for that, it comes in here and we pay it out. We use a trustee to service all of our debt. But on SR 5, you'll see how all of that debt is accounted for based on what type it is. So we have Northwest Market TIF bonds, DUNA TIF bonds, the portion that's actually paid by the levy, the portion that we use from interest earnings, the portion that's lost funds, that 500 is specifically the bonds on the fire station. So that's the Dallas County 50%. And then the 6.15 is my estimate for what next year's retirement using the lost revenue from Polk will be there to pay off those bonds. So a total of 18 million in bond payments. This year, in this current fiscal year, 6.4 million is the bonds that we're planning to call. We'll start those proceedings. I think they come to you on the March 9th when we adopt this budget. We'll be calling 3 bonds, $6.42 million. The 11, 13, and 14 GO bonds will be fully retired with lost funding. So that's where your 10-cent levy reduction is coming from, is going ahead and retiring all of those bonds. I do have an updated schedule. We're kind of over time, but I'll give it to you so you can look at it for Monday and we could talk through that too. But it's the same plan that we talked about last year. We're just updating it for what we've already issued, what I'm planning to pay off here in June. Questions on that? And this does reflect the 5-year TIF accelerated schedule in the debt service number that's in there. The levy, employee benefits levy, that's the next page on SR 7. So this is the special levy that is 10 cents. And this one is the one that's going towards IPERS, any other employee insurances. This is the one that you have to be at the 810 for. So that's what we're accessing here. So this one starts, it just kind of outlines that dental, vision, any of our insurance benefits that we've got. And then the way this one works is it offsets the employees, every fund pays in towards a risk management fund, which pays all of our benefits, okay? So this buys down how much each fund has to pay towards that. This levy dollars just buys down the $5.5 million that we put into that fund every year. So it just reduces the cost to the general fund and to the road use fund, stormwater fund. Everybody that's got employees pays in per person, and then that pays all of our benefits. So that's what this levy is doing. And on the detail page on SR 9, you can see how much that adds up to be. So in total, we bring in $785,000 on this levy. So that contribution goes directly into the risk management fund to pay employee benefits. Questions on that one? Okay. Last one, SR 11 is local option sales tax. Everything on that front page with your bullet points I will update it to say that 5% down on that fourth bullet point about the community services. So I'll update the reflection on that to reflect that it's actually 5% ongoing. Other than that, this just kind of tells you what the history has been on those. I did mention earlier that the 2020 annual sales reports are not issued by the state yet. I talked to him on yesterday, and he said they're working on it. It was issued in December last year, so I assume they've got people working from home too, and it's just taking longer to get out. But they are well aware that we're all trying to set our budgets, and they've not released any numbers because we rely on the state to release sales numbers. We don't get anything on those. You can get them by quarter, but not at the county level for what we need here. So this is our best guess of where it's going to come in for local option sales tax. And then the detail of that is where those funds go. I would refer you back to your budget summary sections in the BS. So starting on BS 7 is the employee benefits one. So if you want to see it more from an income statement perspective, the budget summary section is where you want to look at, but all the detail behind every one of them that's in here is back where we just were. So that's the employee benefits one. It effectively, you can see across the top that the cash balance, we try to spend as close to zero, down to zero as we can. We want every dollar to go transfer to that. So this just outlines how we go through and do that for each of those levies, that's all I can use it for. So that's how we transfer it over to the risk management fund. We already covered 411, which is the next page. Local option sales tax is the BS 9. When I finally do get the updated numbers, that shaded section will actually be updated to show you what the anticipated revenue would be. So we had to make our best guess, which is what is shown up above in the revenues. Dallas County, $1.78 billion, and Polk County, $6.1 million is my anticipated revenue. And then how we break it all down and transfer it out. So this does go down at the very bottom. You can see this is how we're showing the public that we are using that to reduce your levy. So based on the budget that we've presented to you, the rate should have been $10.34 plus the additional 16 cents that we should have issued for the fire station, and we didn't. So we get to carry forward that every year because I did not raise it in that year. So we should have been at $10.50. We're only recommending $10.11. So that's 39 cents of levy savings that we're providing through local option sales tax in all of the areas that we've talked about up at the top. So all of those transfers, that's what equals 39 cents in savings. So that's our best way to be quite transparent about how it is that I'm providing you levy savings. It's not just the 10 cents that we're reducing on debt. It's actually 39 cents across the board. Does that make sense?
Nikki, is the 380,000 Dallas County 50% capital projects what we use to do the refueling station?
That's the 300 that's in the current year.
Okay.
The 380 and the 380 in the out year, that's also CIP for the salt storage building. So it's still that location. The 300 was to make the break room and
the cold storage break.
cold storage. There you go.
Okay.
The second one's gonna be for salt storage.
To do it the way, the nicer way.
To do the not hoop building thing. So yes, so it was committed in the CIP, so I wanted to make sure and reflect it that we did.
No, I just wanted to confirm that that's where
So that's what those
was.
are, yes, because the other one is gonna get transferred this year because they're building that now. So effectively, you've got 3 separate years of contribution related to that external facility because we don't have the option to issue any further GO because to not have a referendum, you can't spend more than $700,000. You can't slice it and dice it into multiple years. We have to have an alternate revenue source, so council had approved that. I think we've covered every other one of these. TIF is in there, stormwater, capital projects, road use utility, building maintenance, and fleet. So if you want to see the income statement side, that's what the rest of those tabs are in there. And then the cumulative ones, I don't think I mentioned that. This summary, BS 16 and 17, that's where you want to see all of your expenditures. If you just want to say, hey, what's police's total, it's just a little bit easier way to see it. The information is the same on the two, but one's by fund and one's by function. So legally, I care about page 16. From a fund perspective, it's kind of easier to think about it, which checkbook did these come out of and why the balances are different. It's easier to think of it by fund. So that's why I provide it to you in two different ways. It's a whole lot of information. Questions overall, things that we didn't cover or that you would like to see on Monday? Past what I already have.
I don't have a whole lot of notes.
I was gonna say, I was thinking I had a lot on pool, but we're just gonna leave it the same. So not a ton, but I'd still like to provide you for the, for the water trail.
Yeah, I just gave Nikki a note. There is, the water trail, the Central Iowa Water Trail Consortium has finalized their recommendation for Polk County, and even, Metro, because there's some in Dallas County, cities about participating in that program. And they have a final report that I will share with you, but more importantly, they have an allocation of consideration for each city to participate for the ongoing maintenance and administration of the Water Trails program. That dollar amount for the city of Urbandale would be $35,000. We did not identify it in here, so that's one of the things Nikki and I talked about previously, but we'll have to, and that's not a determination if we find it would be in the city, probably the mayor and council budget. And if we incorporate that, that's not a commitment that you have to make yet because they have just finalized their program. For those of you who know, Bridget was on the CIP committee. That was mentioned that there would be 2 sites in Urbandale that have been pre-identified that would be educational, water educational type of sites that you would make available to the public. They could come down and learn about the ecosystem of the water system and then how that all connects from a small stream down to the river. That would be a capital expenditure if you so choose to do that. That was under the consideration for CIP that Commission Member Pat Brody brought up in saying that that should be for a future CIP consideration. And that would be something for that committee in the future. But the ongoing participation in the maintenance of it would be that $35,000 that I just mentioned.
When are they wanting the dollars?
It would be, I think, for the next fiscal year. So it wouldn't be until July 1st.
Right, but if we said, we can't do this July, but we can do next, so 2023.
There's an accompanying 2080 agreement that I provided the city attorney to look at. And essentially, it's like many of the other 2080 agreements we have, that we agree to support this effort. And there's a provision in the 2080 agreement that says that if you choose to leave, that there's a financial penalty for you from leaving. And the dollar contribution now is predicated on the number of cities participating. But they also made it known that if community A is in the mix and they decide to leave, that dollar amount will be spread over the existing members.
Because we have 50 grand in the hotel motel that goes away next year.
Yeah, I mean,
and so if we have a year delay, we kind of have a potential funding source if we have a year delay. Yeah, so we're transferring 50 grand from hotel motel for the parking lot, or for the defaulted fund.
Yeah.
Right.
When
We're
that's
making a
done.
last payment there in the budget we're looking at. So the next year budget, so next January
Yeah.
that we look at,
and so
we'd have available funds.
we will provide a time at a lunch and learn, probably most appropriate, to share that information with you. I talked to my colleagues. Again, we had our meeting yesterday. Several of them are beginning that discussion with their councils because, again, this has just been finalized by that committee as far as their funding formula and what they think about how this should all work. And there really there's a capital campaign going to build things, and then there is the maintenance fund that they're looking at the city to contribute annually to. There's been some discussion about the contribution to the capital campaign from cities. I have not seen any numbers on that or any final discussion. But the funding formula for the entire program, they're looking at 70% public, 30% private. They've also secured a $20 or $25 million grant to do initial work, particularly on the Des Moines riverfront area, to accommodate canoeing, kayaking, those type of things, river-related activities. I'll be honest with you, there's a variety of conversations going on between my peers about the value of participating. You know, we have no navigable waters. I know the city of Ankeny has a concern about that as well. Waukee dropped out of the discussion. Clive really likes it because they've had a real emphasis on their waterways in their community. West Des Moines has put their own infrastructure in the Raccoon River, but I think they're going to participate. It's all throughout. Polk County is going to be in on it. Altoona had some question marks about, you know, what value they saw in it. So it has conceptually, I think it has a neat idea and it's been kicked around for a while. But I think there's some legitimate questions as to, especially if there was financial concerns on a local municipality and you didn't have direct access to things, you know, I think that's a legitimate discussion. But it is supposed to be a metro-wide enhancement, and we've been part of metro-wide programs before. And it just, again, we'll get you that information now that it's been finalized.
I think we better earmark it for now, and then we'll still need to have the discussion, so.
Yeah, and again, if you earmark it, it doesn't commit you to that, because I think you need to have that full discussion and see how it all lands, because I've been in on several of the discussions, and it, again, I'll be parochial about it. I look at Urbandale and say, what benefit do we receive, and do we need to be part of the program to put those educational kiosks in along those creeks? Jan's talked about that, partnering with the school, particularly at the Valerius reconstruction, because that's kind of a neat area. You have access to parking, the library, the campus we have here. You have more activity here that might draw you to it. But again, that's just, I've got my Urbandale hat on now, and I'm looking, what value does that have, and where can I spend $35,000? Is that the most appropriate place? And then I also have a, you know, let's play ball with everybody hat, and you've got to look at that and say, you know, is this worth the group hug that we've been in on with a lot of other things?
I've been in enough meetings too, with partnership and mayor's meetings and everything else where I think we're gonna get browbeat to be in this, so I think we may not be at the 35,000 level when it all is said and done, but I think we need to be prepared to be contributing at some level, so.
Well, I have a more positive attitude about it. I mean, I think it's a great asset for our metro. I mean, I believe the kayak access in Johnson is the preliminary project.
They've already built one.
Right. And I'm sure there's plenty of people from Urbandale, you know, using that, regardless of whether it's in Urbandale or Johnson. So, I mean, I'm fully supportive of us
Oh, and I appreciate it.
playing
We've had that
with
discussion in-
everybody.
And that's, there's times I just can't help not putting my Urbandale hat on and saying, is this worth it? But like I said, we are engaged and I can't think of metro-wide projects that council doesn't see value in that we don't get involved in.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not diminishing it, the metro-wide part of it. I'm just saying, even though we may not see a direct tangible effect here, you know, it's similar to, you know, we paid for 20 years on the Iowa Event Center or whatever it was. I can't remember what it was, 30,000, you know, 35.
We're still paying on that.
Yeah, so.
you know, for council, it gives you an opportunity to say, hey, the city manager thought it was crappy, but we thought it was good. So
I'm just saying, I think there may be an opportunity there's still some discussion on how the allocation will be, and I think there should be some adjustment there. I think at the end of the day, yes, I think we will be doing it, and I think, I'm not saying it's not a good project for us or to be part of it, but I'm just saying, I'm not sure the allocation has been fully vetted out on the council.
Yeah. And again, it's some of the communities are still deciding. I think that's a fair assessment.
And you have some communities, as you said, like Ankeny and Altoona, that everything I've heard so far, I don't know, they may not be in, I think at the end of the day, they may come in too, but
yeah,
they've been the most vocal against it right now.
Yeah, and I know Waukee in the early discussion said we're out. They sat in on one meeting and made a formal decision that they were not going to participate because of the distance and some other things going on in their community. So again, I would agree with the mayor's assessment. I'm not, again, got my Urbandale hat on today, and I'm saying you have to find a space for it, and you folks need to come to some conclusion as to the value that you think it has.
All right, we're at the end, right?
I can't think of anything else.
So we'll reconvene Monday night, just kind of go over.
Monday night, it gives you the final opportunity. It also gives us the chance, we wanted to talk to you about some stormwater issues associated not only with Merle Hay Mall project, but in general, about if we're gonna make some alterations to what we might or may not, what we normally would require for that site. We just want to get a little bit more concurrence with council about what staff's thinking. So we accurately represent the position of council as it comes to some stormwater issues. All of you on that call with Merle Hay heard the commitment from a mall ownership to address stormwater. And we're excited about that because that's not been the top of their list, but they also knew that was something that we were concerned with in Des Moines as well. And site planning requires stormwater retention. And so part of this discussion will be is that what level do we want to get in to help make that? Aside from the other things that we may do, that we're going to do to support the mall project, we can look at this separately, and is there an opportunity or a desire for us to make additional contributions to address stormwater that we know we had an issue, particularly in 2018. So you've got two issues that are interlocked together, but we want to have some discussion on that. So for tonight, we're done, but on Monday, if you're still looking we can come in here at 5:30, or we can do it virtually, depending upon your preference. As I said, we're going to hydrostatically clean the office in here on Monday. I think today went well. It's your comfort level. We all come to work here every morning, so we're used to breathing on each other, so none of us have dropped over yet.
There's also a winter storm watch for Monday. They're now predicting
there?
5 to 10 inches of snow for Monday, so.
Oh, okay, that may,
So fun. I thought it was on Tuesday.
do you want to just go ahead and plan virtually?
I think we probably should,
Okay. We will plan for a 5:30 virtual meeting. And even if we have to take off in different directions, we all can connect from our homes as well. So Dave, you will have snow to shovel.
winter storm watch in effect from 6 a.m. Monday to 6 a.m. Tuesday. It's gonna be an all-day snow, they're predicting.
Oh, geez.
Super.
kid next door and he gets $25 a shovel and he's gonna not be happy,
He just needs to shovel it 4 times during the storm.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, that's not a one-time shovel.
All right, so we will plan on virtual on Monday, 5:30, follow-up. And if you have any questions during the day, let us know. Otherwise, we'll answer any other questions you have, and we'll walk ourselves through the final. So we will then make any alterations that you haven't made already, and we'll basically put it to bed so we can proceed with then moving forward on everything that Nikki and her staff have to do procedurally to get this ready to go for the public hearings and notifications.
What about new pages?
Well, I can probably just send you the PDFs Monday so that you at least have them there. I'll put them in your mailbox or whatever, just to make sure we don't have anything else. Most of this is just reclassification. The only addition we've got is the DC trip, adding one in there, the revenue, the 5,000 add to community services. The rest of these are just moving stuff around a bit, and updating the property tax thing to reflect the TIF number in there. I had that from earlier. So it really should only be a couple of pages that actually change. So if it's okay, I'll just have the PDF up on the page so you can see what the changes
Yep,
were.
and can you email it too, this way?
Yep.
Yeah, you email it too, yeah.
Yeah, so.
you're still planning Tuesday night, as well.
The council meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This is, again, I think we said until we get the positivity rate down below 8%, this was a special circumstance, but I think everybody's, unless you want to meet, you start meeting physically, I don't know, tell me, but I think we need to demonstrate, I think we're doing it well enough. And we need to make sure we get the positivity rate down, so.
I'm in complete agreement. I like that we have a threshold to meet and it's something set and it's not willy-nilly based on what we feel is happening.
Right, it's a legitimate, metric that we can meet, so, and we're getting there, we're getting down to there again, and, you know, if we can get the vaccines out, let's get it down below 8% so we can get together again, so.
I think from a staff perspective, we think it's going well. We think we're getting information, where meetings are being conducted effectively. You're getting an audience, probably getting a bigger audience than you are, aside from the students who used to have to come here. You know, I think, you know, you're still hitting all the buttons as far as public information. Mm-hmm. We can find out for you, and I'm just making, you know, anecdotally, when you go to 2 years ago to city council meeting, unless you had people show up, you know, you had 3 or 4 people who weren't staff. And so I just gotta think, the convenience factor for folks is that I can log on, I can listen, I can prep dinner, I can ride the bike, I can, in between reruns of Big Bang Theory, I can watch it. It doesn't matter. I mean, I think your audience is much more in tune to that virtual connection because either they're used to it from work or for school or something, and they recognize that, you know, there's still a virus out there, and people are trying to maintain at least a reasonable position of safety. So, you know, as mentioned a number of times, we're still rotating staff in. You know, people in departments that have to be there for particular things. For example, during the budget process, Nikki's had all of her folks in to keep on that process moving because it's more effective having them in. But prior to that, she had people rotating out. She would rotate out. Curtis and I have rotated in and out. John's rotated in and out too. Aaron and Beth have. We've accommodated, and it's worked well for us. And so, you know, we're hoping that normal comes sooner than later, but we'll see.
All right. Yes, I needed a motion and a second to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Bogie, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're adjourned.
Thank you all for your time today. You guys did a great job.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Nicole, Nikki, AJ, John, and everybody else who has been here during the day.